Oh
No.
my goodness.
Please.
No, no, no. No, no, no.
Oh,
Go.
GG.
There it is. Oh,
Go Team Tonberry.
good luck.
Good job, Sid. That. Oh my god, my
Good
heart
job,
is racing because I thought that was
Oh,
gonna be a
wow.
bubble. I thought he was gonna die.
Edge of the
Woo.
seat stuff there, folks. Right, move back over. Woody's on over on the left. He's continuing his Sephiroth fight.
My
Big
heart rate
Siddle.
is really high.
Yeah, you don't want to see that in a marathon run, particularly in a race. So yeah,
You don't want to see
good
that.
recovery.
You don't want to
Good
see
recovery.
That, yeah, you don't want to see that happen to anyone. Okay, so again, Wody is on Sephiroth, the final fight here. He's going into phase 2. Big Sid is on Genova, phase 1. No issues there. Pushed, got rid of the barrier, so don't need to use any spell damage to get through it. Bizarro again. So Wody does something different. He's not going to do the Blizzari. As you can see, he has Igneous Saber, and he's not going for magic. He's going to go forward. He's going to wait, so he's not pushed back. He's going to counter this, because you can counter this. Huge smash. He's going to get in there and break the core. This is what he does. And he preps with the Sonic Boom. And that's the core down. So that's one strat you can do with physical. Another one is you can Tripolowski at the start of it, and it'll get you next to it, and then like hold square for Berserk, like on normal. That's what we do because I have Prime mode up. And then during the cutscene where he's about to do the wing smash, you can mash dodge, and you'll get the perfect dodge every time to not get hit.
I just realised that's something we didn't mention until the whole run is you actually start with triple ski now, whereas it was a Materian remake, but it's nowhere
It was
near as
on
good.
No,
it was on
It's
it was
on
on
Iron
Hard
Blade.
Edge. No, Iron Blade, right? What was on Hard Edge? Infinity End, right?
Infinity End, yeah.
Yeah. They do have Infinity End on the Crystal Sword, but it's not worth learning. Like, it's pretty slow, and honestly, why would you do that when you have Power Cleave, you know? And Bodhi had limit, so he's just going to burst this phase down and push into the next real quick. He'll have to do a bit more work with Zac, but this is what he does instead. Big Sid using Vengeance Mode on Red. If you use Red's limit early on, then you won't have it here, and you'll have to push with fighting.
Just looking at the time for this Sid there, that was a 6:26:47. I'm not sure how close that is to his PB, but it's pretty close.
I think that's well, he got like a 6:27 yesterday. I don't know if that was his PB yesterday. If so, then that means he PB'd today.
Maybe he can join us in chat and tell us.
Awesome. And
Okay, I can see chat there enjoying the drop-in line. Barrett does seem to get some good lines in this game.
again, okay, using Barrett here, and oof, he got hit. But again, bonus round is absurd. Like, it builds so much stagger that Barrett has gotten a lot of love in this version. He was not as good in Remake, honestly. Like, he was our support because he had to be. But in this case, he's our support because we want him to be in this game. There's been a lot of areas where it's like, well, you know what, I'll just bring Barrett because, you know, he's already set up, and then you don't have to do extra menuing.
And that's Genova down for Big Sid as well. We're all on the final boss.
Okay, so that was for the Sid today. Again, like, the only real biggest hiccup that the Sid had was he got the bug on
Yeah,
Scarlet, and that's
PB with a fight
unfortunate.
restart, so Like you, he's now got a salty PB. It's great.
Free time save, you know, that's what we all say.
Yeah, free
Yeah,
time save.
free time save.
Until the game hits you with a different one.
Yeah. Big Sid is on his tough fight now, going into phase 2. And Woody's on the Zac segment. The stagger bar isn't as high here, so we're going to be seeing a little bit more. There's different things you could do. Zac comes with Chain Slash, which is decent damage. The High Braver, of course, which you need level 3 charge to use, but like you can't get knocked out of it. Meteor Shots, which doesn't do a lot of damage, but it does good stagger damage. But honestly, Blizzard is just better. If you break that head, the chest, we can see a little bit of the same strat as from normal. He does Bravery on Zac, and he's going to want to get to level 2 charge, and then do a Chain Slash, I think. Yep, Chain Slash level 2, it has an extra hit, it breaks, and therefore Seth is pressured. And he's going to build some ATB, and he's building up his charge at the same time. Looks like Woody's just opting to do a singular High Braver right there. That hit, not quite enough stagger built at that point, but from here, he should be okay.
Yeah,
as long as he gets his charge up. One more charge.
He's on PB pace if he gets this right, so come on, Woody, bring it home.
Come on, there's the High Braver 3 and it pushes. That's a lot of damage gone. Damage gone. Health gone.
Health gone.
Yeah, that was great. Do you know Woody's PB?
If it's his run that's on SRC, it's currently a 607.58.
Big Sid is going up to top on phase 2. And here again, you get the Faith up. The Faith from Barrett onto Yuffie. Use the Fox Flames, and there's the Blizzard. It's risky if you like have some bad ATB roll. It can be risky, but that setup is guaranteed for how Woody does this. So he saves a little bit of time by getting that Blizzard to take out the wing right away. And just like that, he doesn't have to worry about like firing on the second wing. He just takes it out with the synergy ability. So a little bit quicker way of doing it, but you do have to make sure that you do it well. There's the focus shot Q by Barrett. Oh, there's the Heartless Q, but that's okay. You got the stagger. You don't have to have the limit. You don't even have to have it on normal. Just, it's a nice thing to have if you get it. Now, as we can see, he didn't need it at all.
I love Red's
now,
line there, just hoping that somehow the Whispers took out Sephiroth. It's like, far too easy, man, far too easy.
Yeah, I know, right? Final phase, so, in a little over a minute, Team Mog needs to be ready to start. And Big Sid is doing the Bahamut phase. Again, solo Barrett, as he's insane. And you can tank through the moves once you have with overcharge and other stuff like that.
Let's end this together.
I must admit.
Big
Oh,
Sid's
also,
finishing
Woody-
off Bahamut.
Woody is using physical for the final phase as well, so cross slash will be a bit stronger for his end compared to with the crystal sword. But I think he's still going to use like spell blades here and there. He might do like the multi-counter opening. You can counter at the start every hit, and if you counter a certain way, Seth actually extends it, this counter, to do more hits, but not with this setup here. Seth went for Aerith. Kind of rare to see that. No issues. Now he goes to the center. He brings out his wing. He's going to hold Spellblade. Then hit. Pressures. And stagger with the Punisher hit into a Berserk. He's gonna just blow his limit here. And Aerith, that was a Thundaga, I believe. And Sephiroth is gonna sharpen his sword here. It's kind of like a remake where he gets stronger, but now he's gonna go to the middle. So get ready, Mog.
The end is nigh for Sephiroth. Time.
Oh,
No. There it is.
good job, Odie.
Yeah.
That was a PB. Then
GG,
it was
Odie.
like a
PB.
it was like a 606 something. It takes a second for the thing to send. I think it was like a 606.59 or something. We'll see.
Yeah, he also actually started his run a wee bit late, so we need to subtract some time off the beginning from the timer starting. So yeah, that's quite well into the 606s for him.
Big Sid is on Wings phase of Sephiroth.
I don't think we're seeing a Big Sid PB here. His PB is already a sub 6. Which is an
his PB
incredible,
is too good.
it's an incredible run. So to even get close to that will still be an incredible run during a relay.
Yeah, almost sub 6 during a relay. Okay, Big Sid is also going to do the multiple fire version on Wings. Luckily, targeting is not really an issue here. There's a weird thing with shortcuts where if you tell them to target, it takes a moment for them to actually adjust. Like, you can be looking at something and tell them to use an ability there, and they'll hit something else. So if you really want the most accurate targeting, you do have to switch manually. But here, they have the damage to push through the wings, and I don't have to worry about that. Could be an issue. So I have the limit on Barret, and just push here with red. And that'll be Wings phase down once the stagger is done.
You gotta be kidding me! He still ain't dead!
There you are.
I'm trying to
Alright,
remember what
final
the tunes are.
phase.
I'm trying to remember what the tunes are like here, because I've not got the music on. I'm assuming it's One Winged Angel.
It's alright, I haven't had audio the whole run because I just had it muted the whole time.
Yeah, I just.
Mm-hmm.
I knew remakes run so well, I could have told you every tune and its name at each section. I just don't know this one well enough.
Alright, again, we have like a 1 minute-ish fight, a little under that, I believe it takes for
Together.
this. And then Choco will be going.
I must admit, I underestimated you.
Oh wait, that's right, Big Sid does use Ignis, right? He's using Ignis. Yeah. So, he has the magic node on Ignis, I believe. The magic plus 20, so that helps with some of his stuff.
I saw it.
Gonna go in, get a bunch of counters, bunch of perfect guards, which is fine. And there's the extension from Sephiroth. And at the end of it, you can berserk Sonic Boom going to the Spellblade. Certain things can happen to cause Sephiroth to not do his extensions, but like you can always guarantee it on like the first set. Berserking before the stagger, so you can make the most use out of it. I believe Remake actually counted it as a debuff, and so it didn't last very long in Easy on Remake. But here, it is a buff, even though it looks like a debuff, and still it doesn't have that weird nuance to it. And we're coming up to final hit in a few seconds. He is going to keep the X slash and go.
GG's.
GG's. 3 runs, 3 Sephiroths defeated. Well done, guys. Well done.
Choco. Go. Choco. No,
Go,
okay.
Choco.
Good game.
That's okay.
Go, go. Yay!
Okay. I'm done here. Thank you, guys. I was a little late to start. Sorry. Work. I couldn't leave until a certain amount of time. But I'm here.
No,
And now I'm gone.
yeah, I appreciate you showing up, because I don't think me and Steen could have remotely held that together as much as I studied in the last week to try and learn this run. Your knowledge is indispensable, man. It's appreciated.
Yeah. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, thank you both. All right, good luck, Final Fantasy IV runners.
Final Fantasy IV, take it away.
And we will. Hello, everybody. Welcome to Final Fantasy IV, the 4th fantasy in the Finals series. My name's LukeyPookieG. I'll be commentating with my good friend, CaptoftheDorks. CaptoftheDorks.
Hello, how you guys doing?
Here we have 3 great runners. We got JamesRuns, Kashiwa, and Zik3. Zik3 of Bugs Life fame. JamesRuns has put a lot of work into this lately and has come up with like a pretty great route. It's a pretty simple game. It hasn't taken, there's not any crazy glitches or anything like that. But there are a few mechanics that are pretty important. I feel like we should just talk about mechanics first.
Sure, yeah. So Final Fantasy IV, the first one where we get the ATB system compared to the first 3, where it is all turn order. So you'll see a lot of auto battling into that bar filling. And that's a big mechanic that was introduced where you kind of have to balance that so you don't waste attacks, but keep the game going fast, because we are in fact speedrunning here.
Right, in Final Fantasy IV, there's no like flee command. So you have to balance this auto battle, which speeds up your ATB, and then you have to turn it off and then hold left and right trigger to flee, and then turn auto battle back on once you're fleeing. Here we're gonna go against the first real boss here for JamesRuns, Tonberry. That's gonna be Octomom, or I don't know if that's actually its name. Octomammoth. Okay. In this one, we take all the clothes off of Rydia and Tella so that they die real quick, and then we put a bunch of clothes onto Cecil, Cecil the Dark Knight, so that he can kind of tank this. What we want is for Rydia and Tella to die before Octomammoth dies, because we want to get as much experience onto Cecil as we can get for the next boss.
Yeah, so we'll see still some use of Tele here as we try to knock out all those octopus arms. We have to get it down to 0, so every time you see the shift, there's one arm essentially being destroyed. So ideally you want Tele up as long as possible to keep casting those thunders. And then just to go away right at the end, so Cecil gets all that sweet, sweet experience.
We're going to come up for Zik3. He's going to come up on another sort of mechanic that we have. With fleeing, you're holding the triggers, and that introduces a mechanic that we need for the rest of the game called sort of run buffering is what we call it.
Mm-hmm.
Very simple. As soon as your ATB fills all the way up, if you try to run in a battle that you cannot run from, it will come up with a little text box that says you cannot escape, which pauses everybody's ATB for a moment, but you can still, if you do it at the right time, you can still menu. So the boss will not be gaining ATB and therefore will not be taking a turn, but you can still input a new, direction for your characters.
Yeah, and one thing we also see here for Mist Dragon, don't know if you saw that menu, we do take off a lot of our clothes because there is a hidden weight mechanic that's pretty much, I believe, in all of the Pixel remasters. It's not really talked about in game, but it does help determine who gets to go first in order for attacks here. So for the Mist Dragon fight, when it is missed, it can't be hit, but it does do a counterattack, which we'd hope not to see. So we're hoping to get as many attacks, jumps, and hits in here while the Mist Dragon is tangible. That way we can finish this fight, I believe, within the 3rd round.
Should be the 3rd transition, yeah. JamesRuns here's looting some stuff from Damn Scion. A nice place that just got blown up. Gonna immediately loot the basement and then go up, see if there's any survivors. Dragon. There it is. Unfortunately, Anna is dead in Damn Scion. That's Tella's granddaughter? Daughter. Granddaughter. Daughter. Definitely daughter.
Relative.
And we have the great Spoony Bard line as he tries to beat up Edward, the prince. Great story, Final Fantasy IV. Probably the best story of any of the games. You are Cecil, the Dark Knight of Baron, and you went and you did kill a bunch of innocent people and stole their crystals for your king, which wasn't great, but you did do that. And then you were like, "Hey, why am I doing this?" And your king's like, "Well, that sounds a lot like a question, and I don't really answer those." So he kicks you out, gives you a ring. It says, "Hey, take this ring to this village," which you're seeing on Zik 3's screen right now. And that does kill all of the summoners, which you probably should have suspected because the item's called Bomb Ring. You'd think...
It's just a really cool ring, you know? That's what I thought.
It's a bomb ring, dude. Like, sick. It's like nasty, you know? It's a nasty ring.
Luckily, though, Rydia does survive this, so we do have 1 summoner. Not so much, we're not going to see her so much within this speedrun. There's a few instances, but mostly her true power is unlocked in more of a casual playthrough, but definitely a very strong character. Just takes a long time to get to a good spot.
Yeah, the main focus of this will be our friend Pain. He will be the one that we really need experience on, and he's not going to come around for a while. So right now we have Tonberry's heading into the Antline Cave. We do find our girlfriend Rosa, the White Mage. She has come down with the vapors, so she is unconscious in the town. And the only thing that's going to wake her up is a little gem that Antline has, because that makes sense.
And one of these pickups too, I believe there's a few of them here. We pick up some spider silks, very important later on in the game. It is something that was routed in during the great patching of 2 years ago, more heavily, where it completely changed up how the end fight works. So we'll see a very particular pattern at the end of this. So stay tuned for that. It's very fun. But 4 did get hit pretty hard by the patching right before the relay 2 years ago as well.
All right, we're about to enter into the Adamantois fight. This one, he's just going to kind of bang it. What you really want is Rydia to live as long as possible to get as many Chocobo summons in. But we'll see if she gets, you know... Okay, well, she's alive so far.
So one notable thing we'll have here is this counter horn for every attack.
Oh, James throws a potion. I've never seen that.
Yeah, probably trying to just keep Rydia up as long as possible to get all these lovely Chocobo kicks off.
Pretty smart, pretty smart. Usually you just let it fly and, you know, let the antlions lie. You can see Zik 3 finding Rosa with the vapors.
And Kashiwa fighting the vapors.
The Vapor Dragon. The antlion just lives so much longer than you think it will.
Yeah.
There goes Miss Dragon.
Antlion?
Come on, Annie. Annie.
There we
it
go.
Goes. For Zik 3, that's Mog team. Now that we have Tella, we want to take one fight. This is a good fight. Might take it. Yep. He's gonna thunder everything. Defend with Rydia. Might swing with Cecil in the second time to get the water bug confirmed killed. Nope. Just gonna.
Yes.
Oh, yep. Does it.
So that water bug, if it's under damaged, it will heal up. So we have to either hope for a high roll or just a little extra Cecil damage on that.
That gives us just enough experience for the antlion. Probably won't take another.
Yeah, I think the new route only uses one. James Run, having picked up the emergency exit, was able to just teleport out of that dungeon. Very useful item. Heading
Yeah,
back
fun
here.
thing I learned. The emergency exit and all like key items, if you just press left on the D-pad when you open up the menu for it, you go straight to it.
Yeah, cool bit of tech that's been revealed lately. Just a easy left.
Easy left.
And oh, we didn't use the bomb ring. We used that lovely gem on Rosa.
Because of the easy left. Zoolander could never. All right, wake up, Rosa, and she's like, we've got to be together. We got to do this as a team. So I'm going to join up. But before then, let's all sleep in this room with one bed. Edward goes out to get some air, gets stuffy real quick.
So this is one of probably the big route changes or differences here. For Pixie Remaster, this fight that's coming up is pretty straightforward. For the PlayStation, however, you actually can lose on it. But they kind of gave a fail-forward-esque more toward the Pixie Remaster, which is an interesting change. Or just one of the considerations for all the quality of lives that they added when they did the Pixie Remasters.
So you say you can lose to the Sahagin here?
Yep. You can just keep missing, where I don't think you can in the Pixie Remaster, or it's very rare.
I've never seen it. Those are just the 3 hits and done. There have been plenty of runs where you accidentally use the bomb ring on Rosa. The worst proposal imaginable. Mog doing the dark tech, switching characters. Makes you just as fast.
Is it going into Octomom?
Fun fact here, I don't know what music or sound the stream is hearing, but the overworld theme from Final Fantasy IV is actually by Enya. Fun fact, it's an Enya song.
How did that work out? How'd that come to be?
It's a collaboration between Enya and Nobuo Uematsu. My mother is a writer, and I was playing this game out loud when they were visiting. She's like, I have a whole playlist of Enya songs for when I'm writing, and this is an Enya song.
Here we got Rydia being brave and casting fire to let us onto this mountain.
Yeah, some reason she has a fear of fire. We're not going to talk about why. JamesRuns coming up on our first split. This is Mom Bomb, where we're going to meet good old Yang. Now you can get lucky on this one, on this first fight. What you want is his second kick to kill 2 goblins, but it's unlikely. So everybody, fingers crossed.
It's pretty wild. It's one of the one few parts in this run that's just pure RNG.
Okay, this will kill 1. Now here we go. Here's the kick. Oh, he gets it. Lucky. All right, here's the Mom Bomb. This is simple. We're going to punch her a bit. And then she's going to get real mad. She'll get big. And then we'll stop punching her because she'll explode into 6 smaller guys. And then we need to AoE them down faster than Cecil can murder himself. Taking no damage so far, so it'll probably be a pretty easy run.
Here's one part of the game. You can actually attack Mom Bomb here, but you don't need to. You just wait for this explosion.
We used to use Hourglass here to freeze all of them. We've since sort of stopped doing that.
Yeah, I think the cure from Rosa there definitely helps out.
Yeah.
And we're through. Rosa learning life. So this game's kind of interesting. We don't buy spells. As you level up, your character just learns them. So we will need to hit a few certain level thresholds to learn some things.
Another fun mechanic for the XP in this game. So you're going to have people coming in and joining your party, and then they're going to leave, and then they'll come back later. When they first join your team, they join at a specific level. But once they leave the team, then they are secretly, without telling anyone, gaining the same amount of XP as your party is. Which includes sort of, if you have a team of 5 and you gain 100 XP, it is split, everybody gets 20, including all of the characters who you don't currently have. But if 4 people are dead and 1 character gains 100, so does everybody who's not currently in the party. So there's a few times of that where we'll try and push some people with higher levels. It used to be a bigger deal when we cared about Rosa having Blink, but you really don't need it anymore. Usually our damage is good enough for that specific fight. Going to Fabul Castle for JamesRuns. We're going to have a little bit of a gauntlet. He's going to grab some items here.
Yep, some pieces. You could take these next kind of fights without these items. If they go well, it kind of equals out, but very consistent. We pick those up real quick.
We did a little bit of menuing to give Edward a bow and the holy arrows that we picked up in the basement of Dam Sion. So hopefully, if he rolls well, he can one-shot some characters here. If he doesn't roll well...
There's definitely some particular targeting we'll see as well for these fights.
Here we'll use an item. So you saw they just got that can't escape. We did run buffer so that we could get that item menu before they do their charge. So the captain will call charge and then everybody will hit. But if you kill the 2 guards in front before he can take a turn, he'll just say retreat, and then that's the end of the fight.
Steiner, is that you? Oh.
Antlion Cave for Mog. Rydia dead for Choco. And our second fight here. So we want Yang to fight the Goblin, Cecil to fight the Sahagin, and then Edward to...
Do we have Edward defending?
But it seems like he's defending. Does he not switch in the Holy Arrow?
I guess we'll see on this next fight with that random pack.
Yeah, it's good for the Gargoyle too. The Antarctic Wind. Yep. Fens. There's Octomammoth down. The Chocobo.
Wow, Zik. Last fight here before Antlion.
I wonder if Zik cares if Rydia dies, you know? I wonder if Zik 3 has a heart. Okay, so he does have the Holy Arrow. Does get the cold. Interesting. Maybe it's not worth it if he low rolls. Oh, no, he targets it there. Must have just been an auto battle thing.
That seemed to work out pretty well.
Brigia's still alive, going for her second chocobo kick. Edward at 1 health and a dream. Don't forget the dream. It's better to get not Cecil to throw it here, but it's alright. You'd love it for Cecil to just defend. Looks like just 2 for Rydia for Team Mog.
Here's our first look on JamesRuns screen of a crystal
Oh.
room.
Whoa! Kashiwa grabbing different items than we normally do. Got the feathered cap and the crossbow. We usually buy a crossbow, so that'll save him a little money.
Feather cap would be just a nice little extra defense. I wonder if
we
that's going
usually
to
sell
be
them, though.
for the antline fight.
Oh, maybe. It's always fun to see little things.
We have
Oh,
the
yep, Kane's
Kane
here.
Trail.
Remember our good friend Kane? Well, he's a bad guy. And there's the bad guy, Golbez, who has taken over Baron and is the one collecting all of the crystals. And he's Senator Palpatining our heroes right now. Why do you hesitate, Kane? Do it. Do it, Kane. And then Golbez eats Rosa. And everybody just watches that happen. Bye, Golbez. And then Kane's just like, I could have beaten you. I could have killed you, but I got stuff to do. And he leaves. And once again, the child is left to pick up all of the grown men and cheer them up. Keep them on task.
Yeah, it's really nice of her to save you after just a few minutes ago. You murdered everyone she's ever known.
Including her parents.
We're picking up an extra spider silk. I believe that one's going to be used for the Rubicante fight. Nice little route addition in this last year.
Yeah, it used to be just 1 spider silk for Rubicante, and now it's 2, and it's just so much easier. There's some fights here. There is a little bit of disparity between the teams right now, but trust me, Final Fantasy IV can go bad in some of these fights. Just RNG, the bad guys can just choose to blow up a character you really don't want them to. And you can recover from most stuff, which makes it, worth running. It's fun that way. But they can go bad. Taking a little boat ride for Team Tonberry, saying goodbye to our wife. Yang's wife, I guess. After Cecil gave Rosa the bomb ring, she didn't say yes or no. So we're still waiting on that one. Prospective fiance. But she isn't coming with us because she's been eaten by Golbez. But she's still gaining XP while kidnapped. That's what's important.
Not a lot of area to take a break, but this is a good cutscene area. One of the few in these picture remasters has a good length. The auto scroll.
Final Fantasy IV is kind of notorious, at least in my circles of just me, for how many cutscenes there are just on top of a boat or airship. It's just like, we can't think of anything to do, so let's have a cutscene on an airship.
Here, actually,
Leviathan is attacking.
Yep, really big plot point here. And a big piece of the players will get to choose, as Ria's deciding to go for a swim with Yang.
Very dangerous. She did just eat.
But
Was
no
Yang
fear.
pushed? Ooh, that's a good question. Oh my gosh, somebody asking the real questions. Okay, Kashiwa getting a lot of Chocobo kicks off on Antlion. Maybe the feathered cap. Wow. I don't think I've ever seen Rydia live through that fight.
Can't say that anymore.
Tonberry's here in Mysidia. You know, awkward. These are the people that you did murder at the beginning of the game. And you're like, hey, remember me? Oops. You know?
We got Zik starting out on Mom Bomb.
I know it was bad when I killed all those people and robbed you, but now that's affecting me, can I get some help? And they do help you. They send 2 small children with you. There's the crossbow for Tonberry that Kashiwa's already picked up. Gonna buy some hats and a shield.
Little menu there. Get a better sword picked up on.
Yeah, the King of Fabul gave us Deathbringer. It's gonna be pretty important. We're gonna sell a bunch of stuff. Hopefully not the stuff that we need. Carefully. And that's Mom Bomb for Zik. Buy some high potions, some Phoenix Downs here. We're gonna run up Mount Ordeals. There's something at the top of Mount Ordeals for us, left by our father. We gotta go get it.
Too bad we couldn't have picked it up while we were in the airship at the beginning of the game, huh? That'd have been nice.
Well, we didn't know we wanted it, you know? We didn't know being evil would be such a drag. So now we have Palom and Parome. They are twins. One of them is a white mage, one of them is a black mage. But we only care about them for their ability to cast Twin Cast, which will be either Comet or Pyro? Very powerful attack, which we'll use against Scarmiglione, who we're just about to meet. All these mountains have elemental problems. You know, there's always fire or ice or something in the way. Here he is, Mr. Ravioli himself, Scarmiglione, the Fiend of Earth.
Yeah, Pyroblast or Comet. I believe we're hoping to see Comet, right? Over Pyro.
Yes.
And this is an ability that others can learn, such as Edge and Cecil can work together. Kane and Cecil and whatnot for some things, but it's not a point in the game we're going to get to. But a cool ability.
Yeah, major bit of for the after years. Which basically everybody has combo moves. We meet Tella again. Hello, Tella. Zik's going through the gauntlet. Well timed. Rydia's confronting her fears of fire. For Team Choco.
A lot of self-discovery, definitely, for 4. This is also the first one where they really involved a storyline, where the first 3 left it kind of open for you to interpret or throws you into it.
Scary fight. Alright, we're starting Mom Bomb for Team Choco. Well, the fight before it. Hopefully we get, fingers crossed, on the double kill. Team Choco. Heal up a
And
little
just-
bit. We're about to do Scarmiglione.
Yep, our first major fiend of the game.
Now this fight's easy. Cecil's going to hit Scarmiglione. Tella's going to throw a bomb fragment. Choco did not get the double kill. And then the twins are going to try and twin cast onto Scarmiglione. Now, they need to do it twice. Scarmiglione's going to be throwing out all these thunders. You don't want the kids to die until you want them to die. That's tough. Probably going to have to bring them up. At the end of this fight, you want Tella and Parome to be alive. Or Tella and Palome, sorry. Luckily, Cecil has Deathbringer, which has a chance for instant death. So he's going to go ahead and bonk himself. He was at low health anyways. No chance he lives. Ooh, Parome lives. That's not good. It's recoverable. It's fine. It's just going to be a little level issue.
We got Kashiwa using Hourglass. So we do see an Hourglass being thrown
Nice.
here.
For it.
Makes that fight really straightforward. Because all of the
Scarmiglione
bombs
is
are
now
paralyzed.
undead. So we're just going to throw an elixir at him. Oh, done. And that's Mom Bomb for Choco as well. Runners are doing really good.
Yeah, just flying through, just like Kane there.
They swooping. They swooping. So
this is
now
probably...
Oh, yeah.
Go ahead, sir. It was probably one of my favorite parts of 4, is what's coming up here on JamesRuns screen. If you ever watch a casual run of 4, it's probably something that people get caught up the most in what to do. So, Cecil, having taken off his Dark Knight attire and embracing the way of the Paladin here, comes up with their former self. And it's pretty simple. All you have to do is not do anything to win the fight.
A true paladin would put up their sword. And they are, and now an incredibly long musical sting as you stare at yourself in the mirror.
Well, you know,
So here on Mount
Cecil's
Ordeals,
really trying to make a change.
once you go, he's starting with the man in the mirror. He becomes level 1 when he changes here, so we want him to get to level 15 at least. So we're gonna do a little bit of grinding on our way down Mount Ordeals. Should be pretty easy. We're gonna use the Holy Arrow and just let everybody else be dead.
It's also another big inflection point, because we are really hoping for the Succubus Lilith to show up, 1 or 2 if we get lucky, and we'd love to see that all the way down the mountain for our grinding section.
Victory, grabbing extra chest in Fabul, or the cell.
Yep. Well, we grabbed the Hermes shoes there, to be used later on.
I think like last year we were using Hermes shoes in Octomammoth. We don't anymore. So we should have 2 Hermes shoes. You see Tella bio himself, and then Cecil's just gonna work his way through. Looks like he used his hourglass because these ghosts can be take a long time with their fire casts.
There's also a weird point on level-wise here, so you could not take as many and save some time, but later on, being a higher level does save... Oh, the double Lilith!
Wow. Honestly, I thought it was a thing of myth, of legend. I'd never seen it. And he gets it on the marathon?
Relay. Yep.
What? Did he just hit level 16?
Yep, 11 to
fight?
16.
Unbelievable. I mean, he's just gonna... Oh, he's gonna bomb fragment.
Bomb
He's got
fragment.
an extra
Yep.
one. Might
Hold
as
on
well.
to that one.
Lucky. Also, when you become a paladin, Teller remembers all of his old spells, including Meteor. Meteor, he learns is the ultimate spell that he has learned to fight Golbez, who killed his daughter. Unfortunately, it takes 99 MP, and you can never get Tella to 99 MP. So he can never cast it.
It's nice of the game to give you an overpowered mage right at the beginning.
I mean, I feel like they all do that. Like Minwoo was great in 2, you know? Kept you alive.
But Tella is just the mage. Black and white mage. Minwoo just doing white magic.
JamesRuns still grinding.
Oh,
That's
another
another
Willow, too. Love to see it.
What level is this guy?
Probably like 200 by now.
He's got to be at least level 200, I was going to say.
19.
That's
He's
crazy.
still going. He's still going for more. I think he's probably grinding for 20 here. That's usually a,
I mean, it is
a
going to
good
make
point.
some things... Probably makes a lot of stuff easier, to be honest. Yeah, a lot of people in chat are kind of sending good energy and good RNG to JamesRuns. He doesn't need it.
Yeah, let's save that for Zik and Kashiwa. Huh?
Come on. Come on, guys. We all love JamesRuns. There's no denying that. Great guy, great runner, makes great guides. But you can't cheer for the people in first. Come on. Now we're gonna get off of Mount Ordeals and head back to Mysidia to open up the Devil's Road. Not a euphemism. I think that's actually what it's called. Meanwhile, Zik3 apologizing to small children. And Kashiwa getting betrayed by his best friend.
And then saved by small children.
Honestly, the true heroes of this game are the youngsters. We would be nowhere without them. Rydia is, in a casual play, Rydia is the most powerful character. We won't do that much in this run. Important. She's important. Let's not kid ourselves.
Alright, so some bit of a high five here-ish as JamesRuns returns to Mysidia. And we get this lovely text scrolling screen. Remember it well, we'll see it again.
Well, grabs all 3 chests as well in Fabul. Good to know. I'm sure they just sell Demon Shield. Yep. At least Zik3 did. So I get to answer my question right there. Keeps the Iron Helm. Here you really just need the Iron Arrow, the Holy Arrow, and the stuff you just bought. The Iron Arrow we use, there's a magnetic cave, and we use the Iron Arrow. We just have somebody hold it, and then it's so heavy that they can't do anything. 1 arrow. I'm held down. There's nothing I can do.
They do hide a few puzzles with some battles with just special setup scenarios. We saw the don't attack part, and that arrow's gonna come into play for another one.
JamesRuns, Team Tonberry taking the Devil's Road from Mysidia. It teleports us all the way back to Baron. We're going behind enemy lines now because we are anti-Baron now. We used to work for Baron. No more. No mas. Golbez has taken over. They're doing evil stuff, and we've decided not to be evil anymore. Luckily, our good friend Yang is right here. Uh-oh. I don't want to alarm anyone, but I think Yang has amnesia.
I mean, it didn't help that you pushed him out of the boat.
Listen, allegedly. Nobody saw me. And we let Tella die. Who cares? And we gotta kind of wait for a little bit for him to kick twice. And then we wait just a little bit longer. Not quite long enough for James. And then just kind of shoot him with some arrows. And then he figures out who his real friends are. The people with the people with the weapons. Gonna walk through that barmaid. A lot of this gameplay, I did mention that a lot of the game takes place on airships. A lot of it also takes place like in bedrooms or next to beds. Most of the story happens like 5 feet from a bed.
All right, Kashiwa joining the rest and pushing Yang out of the boat.
I think the run would be a lot faster if we kept Yang and didn't try to kill him. A little shopping for Team Tonberry. Get the Ice Claw, the Thunder Claw. Thunder Claw, very important for the run. Headbands and Kempo Gis, also very important. We'll do a little bit of equipping here. Looks like we're just going to take off all of Cecil's clothes. That's going to make it easier to, again, the weight mechanic that Captain was talking about earlier. ATB will fill faster, so we can run faster, because all we want to do is just run.
Double Lilith. Oh, it's on the way up, though, but that was wild for Zik. Hopefully gets the same luck on the way down.
I think Square Enix turned up the RNG for the Final Fantasy Relay. Let's see how this one goes for Zik. Oh, he
no
a bomb fragment.
No step route for the Pix Remasters, so big difference between this and the SNES.
Low. Throw the potion onto Palom. Good. Pass. Wait. Nice. People's Eyes easy. We choose fire. Throw that onto Parome. Hopefully it rolls high enough this time. Nope. Extra low rolled. Okay, 2 Paromes alive. Now, the reason we kind of want Parome to die there is we want Tella and Palom to be slightly higher level for the fight that JamesRuns is just about to do. So Team Tonberry, right here. Good old Baigan, captain of the Royal Guards.
Whoa. That's a 5th party member. Or 6th party member?
That's 6 party members. 6 people on our team. Unfortunately, the kids save us once again by being like, hey, now that I look at this guy doesn't look like a guy. And we're like, oh yeah, that's not a guy at all. That's like a weird turtle with snakes for arms. Why didn't I notice that? So we want Palom to kind of kill that arm right off with the Blizzara, which they did. And then Tella throws the Thundaga, which causes him to cast Reflect. Now we're gonna kind of murder the people we need dead.
The first sap mechanic for that beast or Bloodfest. Interesting new status effect added to Final Fantasy.
Okay, reflects right onto him. Cool. Bye, Palom. Oh, and now this arm's gonna self-destruct. That's fine. Now this one's gonna be, we're going up on the second split here, Nazo for Team Tonberry. And go talk to the king, our sweet, sweet king, who we love very much. Except he's not our king. He's an imposter. I don't know how we didn't recognize that this guy was also a turtle.
Whoa, is that Kraken? No, that's the name.
Cognazo. Now here, when he flashes, we can just cast Thundaga from Atella, and it will negate the water. And then, if you just auto battle, ooh.
Oh, we got the shell.
Yeah, you should be able to just have Tella do it and nothing else. If you just roll Tella twice.
Oh, we got a good
that
shell.
will
Didn't
also
get
kill.
the restore. Start that over. Very nice. As Zik starting their farming section.
Gets a Lilith first off,
Very nice.
but is running.
Yeah, so to touch on the RNG and step route, no step route because the steps to next encounter are randomized and the encounters are randomized with no real way to manip them, so we do get what we get along the way. Luckily, there's not a lot of points where we need to farm for them.
Kashiwa, a lot of dead children on their screen. They're keeping everybody up. Series of cutscenes for Team Tonberry right now. There is a trap. The walls are closing. We're getting Star Wars, did it? We're being Star Warsed right now. Luckily, we brought these children.
Scarmiglione fight starting on Kashiwa's screen.
Children turn themselves to stone. Zik 3 just getting off the mountain. No deaths. Level 11.
Wonder if we're going to use a different place to level up there.
Possible. That was a comet. One more. Kashiwa. He's dead. Now, Kashiwa killed Tella. This is interesting, because I run very similar to JamesRuns. So it's going to be interesting to see these sort of small changes and how they sort of affect the situation for Team Chocobo and Team Mog.
And JamesRuns getting on that airship you love.
Airship cutscene, of course.
Alone throwing the elixir. Interesting.
I feel so there are some people in chat who are helping with pronunciation of the fiends, and I would like to say and apologize that I do pronounce them incorrectly on purpose.
We'll just call them Melirith, Lich, Kraken, and Tiamat.
Sounds like a good plan. Honestly, a lot of my splits, you know, are not. My split names are not exactly. Ooh, there's a Bacchus' Cider there for JamesRuns.
Yeah, so you can pick one up somewhere else, but you can also pick this one up. I think it's a little bit faster.
I think he picked up both.
Oh.
Yeah. So Bacchus' Cider, use it. Whoever uses it on themselves gets a berserked, which you use for a couple fights.
Alright, we got a Paladin on Kashiwa's screen. We got a Yang on Zik's screen.
We have finished Paladin percent.
And we're picking up a few things here on James. And going to... Oh, who is that? Is that you, Edward?
Oh, Edward, he's bedridden. You know, 2 people fell into the ocean where Leviathan was, and he kind of just sort of like fell on deck. But he's going to be bedridden for like the rest of the game. And he's like, hey, I can't help you anymore. Go save your girlfriend though. Here, take one of my harps. It's kind of like a cell phone. When I play my harp, that harp will also play. So like the worst part of me, you can have that wherever you go, where I play music. Anyways, here's Wonderwall. Kashiwa working on their grind on the way down Mount Ordeals. Level 10.
So for getting some nice chocobos, depending on which one you talk to, we have this flying one, we have one you can ride on, and then there's a third one that actually gives you some MP back, which is a nice addition.
Here in JamesRuns screen, we've entered the Team Tonberry, sorry. We've entered the magnetic cave. So Tella and Yang are wearing metal armor so that they cannot move. Meanwhile, Cecil is probably naked, and Sid's just got a wooden hammer. So we're going to use them to be able to get ATB so that they can run from everything here as we head our way to the Dark Elf.
But hidden weight mechanic coming in again.
Have another Hourglass and Spider Silk here. Tonberry. Still doing the grind. Meanwhile, Team Log going underground on their way to Captain Bigan. These fights for Team Tonberry can be a little awful. Anytime you see bats on screen, just, know that you're probably going to have a bad time. Here we switch that iron arrow in for Sid so that he's holding a metal object so that he's affected by the weight. We fully equipped Cecil as well, so the same applies to him. We start this fight, and we lose. Oops.
Believe it or not, time save. Who'd have thought it?
Game over, guys. We lost. But luckily, Edward's here. Well, not here. Edward's there. But not there. You know?
Looks like Kashiwa finished their grind for Mount Ordeals. Heading out.
Alright, let's see how Bigan goes. For Team Mog. They didn't do a lot of grinding and kept people alive, kind of just ran off Mount Ordeals. We'll see how it goes. The music that Edward played over our cell phone cancels out the magnetic force, so now we can just beat up the Dark Elf.
Cool how science works, huh?
Does get to take 3 turns in a row, which is kind of garbo, but...
Oh, 2 cool boss fights here. Finally able to reflect on Bygone.
Go the Hourglass, so we freeze the Dark Dragon. We'll defend with Tella. Cecil and Yang will swing. Might defend with Sid. That sets us up so that we can use auto battle for the next battle we'll be in. Throw in some high potions. Bigan.
Get that a free crystal there.
So easy to forget that Earth Crystal. Wow. 1,000 times I've forgotten that Earth Crystal and just teleported out and been like, oops, sorry.
Yep, so this is one of those games where we do get the teleport spell. Very nice for just easy leaving dungeons.
Interesting. So, interesting.
Down goes Bigan.
So Team Mog focused both the arms first, and then used... eventually, Bigan will cast a second Reflect on himself, which will go onto the other team. Or did he cast Reflect himself? might have cast Reflect himself, so that he could reflect another Thundaga to kill the main body.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of different strats from all three of our runners. So nice variations here and there.
Yeah, which is great. Hopefully Team Mog and Team Choco have some plans that are maybe a little riskier and save a little more time. They're all running the same thing. It's just who does it fastest. JamesRuns has great times. You know, expect him to do very well.
We're gonna see a bio here. Very
Bio,
nice.
Just enough mana.
And we've been dropped into the Tower of Zot here on Tonberry screen.
Basically, for Team Tonberry, what's going on in the story right now is, again, Rosa was eaten by Golbez and is now tied up. And in order to get her back, Kane has demanded the Earth Crystal that we just picked up. So they've basically taken us to the Tower of Zot for us to deliver the crystal and get Rosa back.
A really cool fight here. We are taking one of the chests, the Firing Hound. We use that Ice Claw that we bought earlier. Makes a really fast fight, and we get this lovely Flame Sword to just boost how much damage we can do.
Then you see I took everything off of Cecil again, help him with the running. Naked paladins running all over this place. Why does Kashiwa have a different font? That is because Team Mog and Team Tonberry are running on PS5. Team Chocobo is running on PC, is running the Steam version.
I believe the Steam version has the ability to change the font to that too, but by default, these fonts are different.
Yeah, they just added a bunch of the PS5 quality of life stuff they added to the Steam version. So if you have a good enough computer, there's not really any difference between them. It's just, you know, the PS5 will always beat my PC because it just loads faster, and there's so many load screens in this game.
Wait, are you saying console master race?
I would never say that, but I'm allowing you to say that for sure.
Well, I'm not really saying it, more like just asking a question. But...
All right. Magica Sisters. Or Magus Sisters.
Yeah, real cool set of enemies here. You don't see them a lot in the Final Fantasy series, but they are first seen here in Final Fantasy IV. Mindy, Cindy, and Sandy.
I like in Final Fantasy X-2 when they just absolutely murder you. Here, it's fun. We want to kind of kill them all about the same time so they don't resurrect each other. They basically just bounce spells off of their middle sister to hit you. None of them really do that much damage. You're not really in too much danger of dying. It's just getting them all to die at about the same time that's the trick. The middle one will die first. This should kill back one. I just need to finish off the last one.
Big piece while I pick up Flaming Sword and the Gaia Hammer for Sandy. Cleans up that fight a lot faster. Meanwhile, we have the Bygone fight on Kashiwa's screen. And a major plot point on JamesRuns screen.
Hands over the Earth Crystal. Like a sap. Tella with only 30 mana. Tella can be dead when you start this fight, and it will still it'll just come up at like 1 health. And
I think the best part is just the height difference that we're seeing here. They decided to make Golbaz so tall.
Well, he's actually got inserts. Do you know that?
Oh,
Oh, and he
still-
casts Meteor. Body can't handle it because he never got to 99 MP.
Golbaz actually 3 people with a trench coat.
Just falls over. I will point out, I do not believe that Team Log went to Balan. I know that Team Tonberry did. For a long time we went to Ablan and then we cut Ablan out, and now some people go back to Ablan. You get the mute arrow there, as well as the bomb core and 10,000 gold. So it helps with shopping. It helps with these fights that Team Tonberry just did. Ooh, we're on Knazo for Team Chocobo.
Oh, turtle defense.
All 3 of our runners have had different positions of their characters for this fight. And there it is.
Good fight. All 3 had good fights,
Good
though.
fight. Clean.
Very good.
Then we wake up Kane. Oh, I'm sorry. For Team Tonberry, Tella died. So sad. And we wake up Kane and we're like, hey, you good? And he's like, yeah. And then we're like, hey, where's Rosa? And he's like, oh, right. She's about to be killed.
Just in the nick of time. There's also, for the speedrun, a big point where you want to save, because you get an autosave earlier on, but it does not autosave after this very long text section, unfortunately.
We are going to be coming up on Team Tonberry's next split. This is the third of the Fiends, the Fiend of Wind. Tiamat. No.
Barbacoa?
Barbasol.
That's the one.
I think it's Barbasol. Then we're gonna get all our good stuff onto Kane. He's gonna be super important. We're gonna put some good stuff onto Rosa. And then we're basically going to Berserk Cecil and Sid, and Kane's gonna jump, and then Yang's gonna blow himself up, and honestly, Rosa's just gonna do the best she can. Now, it's gonna keep giving you this little dialogue that says violent wins. You only jump attacks will work. Not true. You can keep hitting her. It's just you're gonna get that text and it's gonna be annoying the whole time.
Yeah, so this fight, we're going to see a lot of tornadoes, which brings us down to very low HP, where they can just get slashed and die. Also that ray, which has a chance to start the petrification process. But the biggest
Slow on
piece...
Barbarisha?
Was there a slow there?
Yeah, you just cast slow on Barbarisha.
Yeah, so Barbarisha, very fast. We want them to stay open as long as possible, because that's where we can get the most amount of damage in.
Otherwise, usually Rosa just sits on high potions and just throws on auto. Should target the person who has the lowest HP compared to their maximum, but sometimes she can glitch out and she just throws it at somebody at random, which is really annoying.
But much better than the first 3. The first 3 would just, after you have the first throw, it just automatically targets the first slot.
Yeah, that is annoying.
Got Hourglass on Dark Dragon.
Dark Dragon fight, Barbarisha fight, my cat's attacking my foot. A lot of battles going on right now.
There's another one of those fights for Barbarisha. We might see Berserk out of Sid. If you can time it right, it works very well. But Barbarisha, by far, the most annoying of the Fiends. For just the timing of while they're spinning and whatnot. And down goes Barisha.
Great fight. That fight can go real bad. It can just be hectic. And she kills people, she turns people to stone.
Yeah, luckily we have Rosa for a good part of it. Rosa has a lot of MP, so we do have the opportunity to just play it safe, do a lot of heals and all that, and then teleport out in the last second.
And now, Rosa's teleport links directly to Cecil's bedroom. And I don't really ever know what to think about that. I mean, teleport should just take you right outside, the dungeon. That's how it should work.
I think it's because
for some reason Rosa's goes here.
Outside of the dungeon is safe, and it's the only place where she feels safe. So, in a way, this is the only spot that outside of a dungeon for Rosa.
That's so romantic. Give her the bomb ring. Okay, so Meteor broke Kane out of his being mind controlled. He was being mind controlled the whole time. He did betray us, but don't worry about it, mind control. So he broke out. He has joined our team now, and he's like, hey, there's also the Underworld crystals, and they're going after those. And I don't know how they're going to get there, but I got this cool rock, and they said this is the only way there. And we were like, oh, cool, bet. I'm going to throw it into this well.
Zik deciding to go for a lot of free rides on this Dark Chocobo.
Oh no! Did Zik forget the Earth Crystal? Oh, I put it out there. I put the bad energy out there. I'm so sorry, Team Mog. That's on me.
It's probably just one of those RNG manips we don't know about yet. Zik's pulling off here.
So dangerous. So dangerous. Because you beat him, you have to like walk in and then pick it up.
And we have a underground battle going on Tonberry screen at the moment.
Oh yeah. Choco and Zik 3 are now... Choco and Team Mog are now neck and neck. Team Tonberry, airship. Nobody counting the airships?
There's one airstrip on screen right now.
Yeah, but like how many all day?
All day? Wow. Well, let's see.
Grab the Earth Crystal. Fantastic. And we'll teleport out and head back.
Meanwhile, James runs to the Dwarven Castle. This is one of those pieces we were talking about a little bit earlier on hitting a certain level threshold.
Right, we'd love to have Rosa high enough to use Blink here. Not necessary, but it makes this next fight a little safer. Team Mog gonna take the Chocobo back home. Yeah, it is a weird field sprite for the Dark Elf, but I mean, that's just the one they used. I mean, they used it for all of them, right? Final Fantasy 1?
Yep.
Yeah, Astos.
Unnamed here, but you can almost imagine that this Dark Elf is Astos. It makes sense.
Had major glow up in Stranger Paradise for Astos.
Yeah, we'll finally get a nice story out of Astos. It's very nice.
Meanwhile, creepy dolls for Team Tonberry. Did you order creepy dolls? Because they're here. So we just need to kill the front three, the dolls in orange. So basically Cecil, Kane, and Yang will each get assigned one for them to deal with. Yang will not kill first try. That's okay.
This is an interesting one where depending on what dolls are left here, depends on what transformation we're going to see.
And now we kind of wait. We're going to berserk Cecil. We're going to try and just destroy Cal Cabrera. Probably don't want... There's a certain damage threshold where it'll go back to the 6, and we don't want that. So we're going to have Yang just defend and do this with Cecil and Kane. It is. Nice. Okay, chat. I looked away. Did Team Choco grab the crystal?
Oh, interesting. Is X using Bio against Safari Hound? I imagine no Ice Claw.
Probably just the lower level.
Hmm.
Here we'll fight Golbez, who did not die to Meteor.
This is an interesting one.
And then jump.
Why do we wait for a second, Pookie? Why? Tell us.
Because he's gonna kill everybody on the screen except for Cecil. But Kane's not on screen, so we want him to not die.
Well, what's this? Misbreath?
He's got the vapors. Who's that Pokemon? She is so
Iridia. Yep. Having entered the hyperbolic time chamber, has now returned a much stronger summoner.
With a whip.
And we have Team Og, Team Choco, both in the Tower of Zot.
So, unfortunately, Team Tonberry can't seem to stop this loose hand just taking the crystal and disappearing. Cecil is so bad. Cecil's just the worst. He cannot hold on to any of these crystals.
Probably just has a version to touch disembodied hands, I imagine. Got the Maga Sister fight going on here on Zik screen.
Team Choco also using the bio. I think because they're keeping Cecil without any clothes on. So he doesn't do any damage. They need the bio.
Lovely little buy menu for Tonberry. What is that? A secret entrance? How'd that get there? I'm gonna take this pot, and this pot holds all the HP and MP we ever needed. Moving everybody up. And we're just gonna casually take a stroll here. We got Team Choco coming up on Maga Sisters.
Let's see, did Team Choco go to a blonde?
I don't think so.
Why not here? He went Flame Sword, so no blonde. Because here you'd want Mute Arrow, but you see the Magic Sisters cast on themselves because their Reflect Sister is dead.
They know one thing, and that is a scripted fight.
Nice. Good kill for Team Mod.
Tower Babel for Tonberry.
Lots of towers going on right now.
Well, that's all this game is, just tower after tower.
Towers, airships, bedrooms. Final Fantasy IV. Welcome in if you're just joining us. This is Final Fantasy IV, the Pixel Remaster. Racing between Zik3 for Team Mog, Kashiwa for Team Chocobo, and JamesRuns, Team Tonberry. My name is LukeyPookieG. I'm commenting with
CaptoftheDorks. Thank you for joining us. What is that? Another Golbez fight?
This guy's everywhere. Kashiwa kills the front sister first. The back passes himself, bounces off the reflect. Good, clean. Down his tail. Our Team Mog and our Team Chocobo in the same cutscene right now. Well, Team Tonberry approaching. Oh gosh, what's his name? The Doctor. Dr. Lugay.
Yeah, probably one of the cooler fights of the game. If you remember that Thunderclaw we got, a very big piece. Definitely a quirky enemy here.
The guy who made the doll that we had before. Dr. Lugay, Dr. Luigi, whatever you want to call him, and his good friend Barnabas. You guys remember Barnabas from Final Fantasy 16 yesterday? Or earlier today? Here he is. He's a robot. He was a robot the whole time.
So this is an interesting fight. We want to kind of keep control of how we're doing our damage here. That way we're able to kill off both characters around the same time. Otherwise, we have another one of those transformation-esque bosses.
You want to kill Barnabas first.
Oh, very clean fight.
You want to kill him kind of at the same time, and honestly, fantastic. I feel like I always get self-destructed. And now, phase 2.
Do you remember FF1? This is basically FF1. We give the monk the power here. And everybody else is just an NPC.
The Thunderclaw that we bought in Baron, really important here. Does crazy amounts of damage.
Oh, very clean
Finishes
fight.
it off. A little bit of Flame Sword. Alright, Team Mog. Heading into Barbarisha. Last Cure's in. Here it is.
As every good evil genius does, if we are gonna go, we're gonna take the whole tower with us. So here we are racing out of the tower on Tonberry screen.
Interesting.
Oh, Hermes
shoes onto.
And a spider silk. No slow. Interesting. So we can talk a little bit about the orders in this game. So you can't single change who's front row and back row. You always have to have a kind of a split staggering. So either you have the first, third, and fifth in the front, or the second and fourth, and then it's swapped either way. So you kind of have to switch around your characters to decide who's going to be in the front, who's going to be in the back.
Spider Silk for Team Choco as well. Probably just one Spider Silk on Rubicante, I'd imagine. Rosa has gone down for Team Mog.
Got two Barbarishas here. Looks like they're using the same strat.
I didn't see if they used Hermes shoes for Team Choco.
We got that lovely glowing Sid, so I can only imagine.
Yeah, I guess they'd just be red if they were just berserk. Pretty well. I mean, my only thinking would be that when I run this, I feel like Sid misses so much. See, look, you just wow. Caster curse on that one. Sorry about that. And then they're having Cecil. So Cecil will, so as a paladin, he automatically defends anyone in critical health when they're being attacked by physical attacks. Then it's just a Kane and Sid show. Yeah. Oh, he'll only do that if it's important. He'll only do that if he's not himself in critical health. That will be important for when we fight all 4 fiends together later in the run.
Oh, we're falling.
Oh, Team Choco pulls ahead on the Barbarisha fight.
Choco. Meanwhile, we just got caught by this airship.
Team Rock.
Very
yes,
close.
we did
very
miss on Tonberry's screen. Yang did sacrifice himself to save us from the exploding tower. A cool little bit. He kicks you so hard that your entire team heals and comes back to life. If they were injured. So. Kashiwa doing great. Just submitted like a 240, I think, for this run, which is really good. You know, usually sub 3 is kind of the good ones. Ooh, Sid, you fell off the ship. This is what I call going out with a bang. Oh God, Sid. He's probably okay, right? He's probably okay. We're not gonna think too hard about that. Everybody's sad for a little while. All 3 of our runners landed in a different place outside Agar. Important, but keeping track. He went a little overboard there. I see what chat's doing. I see what chat's doing there. We escape from the underground for Team Tonberry, and we head back to Baron. We go and find Sid's apprentices, and we say, hey, can you do a quick silent comedy routine on our airship for a little while, and then afterwards we'll have like a hook on the bottom of it. Crane. In case you wanted to see a humorous airship scene done completely silently. After just losing 2 of your friends. There it is.
3 airships on screen.
3 airships on screen!
Yep, another high five there. Mog and Choco high-fiving Tonberry on the way out. Picking back up our land ship. It's going to allow us to enter a dungeon that we otherwise wouldn't be able to.
This is a slightly annoying part right here. If you go straight down, you can get across, but if you go over to where the rocks are, you can't go. Little little sneaky path that you can take. I'm gonna run here into the basically the remnants of Ablan.
Yep. So another Eblon, but this is the cave where everyone's kind of hiding out. You get some cool ice weapons. And
Now we're
also
gonna pick up a few
pickups.
items here. We got some elixirs, some I think another hourglass, and another spider silk here. Also, I believe he'll grab a dry ether down here as well. While creepy dolls for Team Mog and Team Chocobo. Ooh, here's what's painful. Here on Team Tonberry, you get these bats and they do this really long animation blood feast thing, and they all go at the same time, so you're kind of like turning off auto battle and turning it back on and trying to run, and it just takes forever.
Elixirs galore pickup.
PS5 is faster on average just because of solid state drive load times are faster on the PS5, but Team Choco is actually on PC and has great times on PC. I think they're second on the leaderboard.
Let's be honest, we're all having a great time here. So
we're meeting Edgelord Edge and Rubicante.
Yep, in this version, Malarith is the strong one. It has a really cool cape.
And that's it. I assume. A bit of a flasher fiend on this one. Looks like we're losing Yang. While Team Mogthorn protects onto our heroes. Eye potion.
Rose are paralyzed for Choco.
Bending. Weird Calcabrana down for Choco.
And we just picked up Edge on Tonberry, taking off all the clothes again, the fastest character in the game. It's really gonna save us for these first try fleas.
Unfortunately, Yang paralyzed here. But we get it down.
Very nice.
Now, Rubicante is the Fire Fiend, and he is a bad Mamma Jamma. He's at the top of this tower, so we're going to try and get up there to have... Well, this is the Tower of Babil again. We're trying to get all the crystals back, but mostly Edge wants to beat up Rubicante.
We got Kane off on Choco's screen, so we'll have Kane to join the fight.
Oh lord, it's the Vapors.
Zik also getting that timing off, so we'll also get a nice quick fight with Kane in it as well.
Ooh, tough ambush for Team Tonberry, but he gets out. Healing. Running out of mana.
Not gonna matter so much though, luckily, for coming up here. Or how much MP we save.
Yeah, Cecil doesn't need it. He's basically just a healer. Team Choco totally biffing it and letting a crawling hand. What's the hand from Adam's Family?
Is it Thing? No.
The Thing?
Yeah.
I thought Thing was the like hairy thing. No,
you're
that was
probably
like
right there,
that's
right?
is that Uncle Fester?
No, Thing is the disembodied hand from Adam's Family.
Thing is the disembodied.
No, Uncle Fester's
Doesn't
the
it?
pale-looking one. played by I'm blanking now. I'm not even gonna attempt to say.
Team Tonberry meeting Edge's parents. They look not great. This fight is just scripted. You don't lose it. It's fastest just to defend with everybody and let them light you on fire for a little while.
Pat knows who I was talking about. Christopher Lloyd. Yeah.
And then, as all good people do, they become more saturated, and that means they're good people now.
Yeah, something about Sepia that just really
Nefarious.
makes you mean. Yeah.
And the elixir and the power armlet for Team Mog. And the
Nice
Dwarven
Dragon
Axe.
Dwarven Axe for Kane.
And then we're facing Rubicante with Team Tonberry.
Yeah, lovely thing here though we get a nice little heal. Very very kind of Rubicante. Only wants to take us on at our strongest.
He's a good sport that way.
But this
Let's
is
see
probably the biggest piece here for the fights. A lot of timing needed. So we're seeing that those spider silks. Can you slow down Rubicante? And if you remember Barbacella from earlier, when they're open, that's when we want to do that damage. So Rubicante a little bit different. While open, we got this lovely Inferno, which is at this point going to kill whoever it attacks.
He will also counter any physical damage by casting Fyra on everybody. So you gotta be careful about rezzing the people that he kills. And like the timing on that. Now we're
Then we
gonna
got
wait.
these
He's gonna
closing
close,
cape.
do a hit, and then he'll open up again. And we want to do Shiva, Flood, and Jump. Shiva will hit. Shiva takes long enough that you basically have to do it as soon as he opens his cape. That's why we don't do it the first turn, because it's just like it's possible that you don't quite get it, and if his cape is closed, it'll heal him.
Yeah,
Just-
and then he also
bad.
counters with Blizzara there, and when he's open, it does damage. When closed, it will do a nice heal. So, pretty cool mechanic. That's why we pick up all those ice-oriented weapons. But timing, definitely important. You can play it safe, and just only do magic while he's open. But we have Cecil with that sword, we have Kane with these powerful jump moves, and Edge with some flood abilities. So, good practice here. We can get this fight down really quick.
Yeah, this closed cloak is a bit longer than the last one, so we have a little time to throw a little more healing out. And then we're gonna throw in Kira, kind of this Fyra. This should probably kill. I mean, I think the extra leveling on Mount Ordeals is really making this
Yeah, really paying
a
off
big
here.
deal. Big hit from Kane.
There it is.
Nice. Incredible. A great Rubicante. That fight
Yep.
can go so bad. And it's so long.
So this is one of the two fights that basically got sped up, and so JamesRuns 2 Spider Silks bring it to a slower fight again. The big change was the speeding up of the fights, making it very volatile, but very nice job from James.
And it's so important to keep in mind, like, who's going, you're juggling whose turn it is and the speed and, like, how much time do you have. So there's a lot of thinking on the fly that's happening. And, it's one of those that you really want to find a save beforehand if you're going to learn this run. And that one you want to practice over and over again. Because things can go real weird. The double spider silks really helps. We go in, oop, it's a trap, we fall through a hole. Meanwhile, Team Mog, Team Choco, both onto the Lugay fight. Oh, now onto the Lugay fight. Mog.
Meanwhile, James has to leave Tower Babil.
How do you get out? How could you? What could possibly save us from this dangerous situation?
Ooh,
Find
and
ourselves
what's in that
Team
mystery egg? What do you think's in there, Fuki?
If you're at home, I bet it's an airship. I bet an airship's inside that mystery egg. And I just like, let's take it. And they're like, wouldn't that be stealing? And it's like, what do you think's going on right now? What do you think what's happening in the world right now? Who cares?
Isn't that his parents' airship? So one thing we'll see here for the airship, this red airship can't go over lava, so we have to stand over that landmass.
It could when it was chasing us, but
Ooh, we get a berserk.
a clean Luge from Choco. Hope the best for Team Mog. Kane's dead, but we don't really care about that. Wasn't gas, don't really care about that. Oh, for Team Tonberry, did you think Sid was dead? You're wrong. Even though he blew himself up and took down a mountain, he's fine.
Did we see him blink out of existence?
That's true. We didn't see him blink out of existence. He just disappeared in a ball of fire. But I guess I'm just I guess I'm just splitting hairs. Another comedic airship cutscene for Team Tonberry. And while we're beating up the goblin captains for Team Choco. But it's too late. They're going to destroy the turrets, blow up the whole place. And Yang's gonna sacrifice himself to save all of us.
Oh,
Hiya! I mean, I think Joseph sacrificed himself better in Final Fantasy II, but I always thought when I started playing the Pixel Remasters, I played Final Fantasy II and I was like, man, a lot of people die in this game. And in Final Fantasy IV, a lot of people sacrifice themselves kind of constantly.
I mean, it's like
which is heroic.
copying homework. I'm just gonna have to write it just slightly different. Don't copy exactly.
Here we're coming into the Sylph Cave for or Sylvan, sorry. Sylvan Cave for Team Tonberry. The open grates, they will damage you when you walk over them. But unlike other games, you can also get into combat on those tiles, so gotta be careful. Hopefully we don't get turned into toads here. Unfortunately, we're being turned into toads here. Oh, but luckily we're being unturned into a toad here, so that's fine. At the end of this, all we really care about is Kane and Rydia being capable of doing things. Everybody else, you know, Edge would be good too. Team Tonberry switching to their character who... Oh, maybe not. Maybe they're just stuck on that one. Who is a frog, so the sprite on the field is a frog now. Which is ideal. All right.
Here, probably the most important pickup in the game. Oh, but there's monsters.
It's the Marlboros. Now we're going to hold here, see who they bad breath. Okay, it's just Cecil. That's fine. Phantom Hourglass. This guy's going to jump. Bree's going to cast Titan twice. And then we want everybody else to be dead, including Rydia, so that Kane gets all this XP. Now we're going to start just dumping experience onto Kane. That's what we want. We want him to be as high level as possible, because he's going to be our endgame character, because he's a Dragoon, so he can jump. The final boss has a lot of really nasty abilities, but as long as Kane is in the air, he's not going to get hit by him. So we're getting him high level. He'll be the only one doing anything at the end of the game. And we need him to be the right level so he's fast enough and strong enough to get it done.
We got the Avenger there, which is going to essentially, when held, it's going to put Kane into a state of Berserk. But as you know, Berserk, we don't get a pick who we to attack or when we attack, but do far more damage. Gonna pick up Cecil here, just for this running ability.
Actually, they changed it so now Cecil. So it's possible to low roll the first door that we're gonna try and fight. So we're gonna take a bunch of fights with doors, give a lot of XP. So it's possible to low roll with just Kane. So we bring back Cecil. He's gonna hit it once, then kill himself. Goodbye, Sid for Team Mog. I missed it for Chocobo. We find out that he's fine, so I'm not feeling too bad about missing the funeral. Nice. James runs through it.
So one thing to note, every time we do take a door encounter, it does reset encounters. So we might see some manipulation of that from one of our players, but we are pretty much only going to see the trap doors all the way down because we are filling in that encounter with this encounter, and then it's resetting for how many steps to our next encounter.
Now, for story-wise, Cecil has done a really bad job of protecting a bunch of crystals, and he came to the Dwarven Kingdom, and he lost their crystal, and he's like, do you got any more crystals? And they're like, yeah, we've got this one, and it's sealed in a magic cavern that no one can open, so it's sealed, and it's safe there. But maybe we'll give you the key so you can open the sealed cave that no one can get into, just so you can go and check to make sure it's still there. So we do that, and well, I mean, I guess we'll see how that goes. Okay, he'll come in here, he'll grab the light sword. This is a new little addition. That'll be, he uses that in the CPU fight later. It's a cool sword. It's a lightsaber, and later we'll just have Edge throw it at a computer, and that'll be the plan for that. Wow, Choco and Mog entering into Oblon. Gonna grab those items, meet Rubicante for the first time. Team Tonberry gonna skip one door. Come in here, get a really important item, the Black Cowl. Adds some damage and some speed. And we'll track back, grab this door. This is that manipulation that, Captain, you were talking about. Hopefully, we should be able to get to the next door with no encounters. He does it. Mad lad. That's a tough one. I still haven't made it. Here, hopefully get this without... Yeah, see him walking. Ooh, not quite. Come down this rope. Slide over. We'll probably be done with... we have one more door. And then we'll have found the crystal. If you missed the introduction of Edge, Team Chocobo, meeting them right now. Little flame ninjutsu. Rubicante's like, please, child, sit down. Bring back a Cecil here. We grab this crystal that was perfectly safe here in this sealed, locked cavern. Let's go ahead and pick that up and get that out of here. Somewhere safe, like with Cecil. Dick showing us how awful bats can be. Log. Here's Demon Wall. Basically just gonna whack it. I remember Demon Wall from Final Fantasy XII if you played in reverse order.
Or if you remember Demon Wall from our last game, Rebirth. Demon's Gate, actually, I think that one. Same gist, though.
If I'm being honest, I tried to watch as little of the last run as possible because I haven't beaten it yet. I'm still working on it. He's going to go ahead and go down because we don't need him getting experience. We just want Kain to get experience. If you missed the introduction of Edge, Team Mog, meeting Edge, Demon Wall goes down. Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall. And then we did. Team Tonberry will res everybody for the run back. Again, since you're berserked with Avenger, if you get a preemptive strike, that's actually bad because you'll just automatically attack. There's no chance to run. We'll bring everybody back just to help us run. We get a full heal when we leave the cavern. Now, you might be thinking, wait a minute. Don't we have the teleport spell? Can't we just teleport out of here? We've done it before. Yeah, but there's plot at the door, so we can't get there faster. We have to do the plot at the door. Maybe you should just be quiet. Stop asking all these questions about teleport. Ooh, a back attack blood feast. That's... hate to see that. But honestly, pretty good luck for all of our runners with their random encounters. I feel like I haven't seen a lot of ambushes, not a lot of back attacks. Speeds things up quite a lot. Now, Captain, we learned this run last year. Of the Final Fantasy IV boss fights, so the best part of the game, what's your favorite?
Ooh, my favorite's probably the one coming up here for the 4 Fiends. A nice back-to-back fight. Really takes, what you learned from the first fights and puts it all together.
Gosh. Yep, Kain betrayed us again, by the way. That's why we couldn't teleport, because Kain had to betray us and steal a crystal. And, but don't worry, he's not mind-controlled. He just really loves our girlfriend. So he's ready to destroy the world. And Cecil just keeps believing him. Cecil just keeps falling for stuff.
So what would be your favorite fight here?
My favorite fight? I mean, I love the final boss, right? I think the final boss is absolutely killer. But 4 Fiends is pretty fun. Rubicante once you get it. Speaking of which, we've got a Rubicante with Team Choco. I'll pay attention to that.
Well, we're gonna get 2 here pretty quick. And a lovely airship.
Comes the thing. Rydia's kind of low on ATB. I don't know. No, he's just gonna go with Blizzara. There's not
Probably
enough time.
safe move there.
Yeah. You see, paused on the Phoenix down for when Kain came down, so that he didn't res it. Critical HP for the Fyra. Another airship cutscene for Tonberry. Anybody keeping track? People are bringing up that the problem with the last boss is that it's a really long ramp up if you mess something up. And that's true. And I feel the same for Rubicante, which is why I kind of like them in that, like, once you get it, you know, it feels so good for all the pain that you went through about it. But it's casting Chiba a little early, which is probably really good.
I mean, if it fits into the open stance, you know, by all means.
Got a good sense for it.
Oh, and then Inferno too, so really good timing on that. And the
dang.
fight's over.
That's crazy.
Beautiful.
Good fight from Team Choco. We got a Spider Silk. I believe just one from Team Choco, because we used the other one on Barisha.
We got a drill on JamesRuns screen. Getting us back out.
This poor mountain. Open, closed, open, closed. Make up your mind.
And returning to Mysidia, where we're all friends now.
Inferno. Wait. Take a Cura. Gonna let Cecil lie. Okay. This should be a good Lazara here. Alright, looks like we'll do one more cycle for Team Mog.
Oops, some good hits there, well closed.
Luckily no deaths on that. Yep. Wait for the little flash. Means he's gonna flash. Ooh, Inferno on Iridia, that's unfortunate. Yep, not quite enough.
Meanwhile, JamesRuns screen, we are unveiling our next airship. Newest model.
Yes, the Lunar Whale. Going to the moon. But everybody in Mysidia got on the GameStop. Bought GameStop when it was low, and now they've held long enough, and their prayers have been answered with a spaceship.
Does JamesRuns pull in an encounter? Oh, so that the encounter will be delayed. The first encounter on the moon will be delayed.
Ooh. Okay. Team Mog scrapes through Rubicante, getting a little spooky there, but did get it done. Through, he'll be following up. While Team Choco doing their shopping before they talk to Sid. They do the shopping here because they didn't do a blonde. So that shop is only if you don't go to a blonde, essentially.
Meanwhile, super scary fights on the moon here. Pretty much can one-shot the majority of the party. So we're hoping for preemptives and first try fleas.
It's a bunch of like weird single cell organisms on the moon. Also, all of the naming ways are from the moon. Also, there's a space grandpa. His name is Fusoya. He's a Lunarian. Because they're from the moon. It's not not hard to figure out. Now, it turns out that Golbez is not really the bad guy. He's just being possessed by another Lunarian named Zemus, who's just like a really angry guy. Really angry. And he's on the moon. Well, he's currently possessing Zemus, or Golbez. So we've got to cast him out off the planet before he destroys everything.
Once again, we get a nice overpowered character that's going to tag along with us. You might ask, what type? It is basically another caster we're going to get.
Just better Tella.
Better Tella. Yeah. Tella, but from the moon. Moon Tella.
Already has enough mana to cast Meteor. And can cast Meteor.
1900.
Not going to throw a lot of shade on a dead guy, but...
we picked up the Lunar Curtain, which is going to be important later on for the 4 Fiends fight.
Crystal, go back to the planet. Moon's boring anyways. What you thinking? Gonna have 2 airship cutscenes on screen at the same time again? Yeah, there we are. Meanwhile, Team Choco getting the Avenger. Looks like it's gonna be successful. No big deal. No trouble at all. I like that. He doesn't have the people destroy themselves because Rydia will just kill them all right here. Saves
Oh, we have a
frames.
lovely robot coming out of the ground for JamesRuns. One of those projects I was working on down there in the dark.
Now, it is a real shame that in the FF Relay that chat is not on screen. And I guess it's also a good thing because these are some of the worst puns I've ever read. Go Tella on the Moonton. Penn and Tella. Nutella. Nutella. Yeah. Just terrible. But lost to posterity.
Nothing like a big bad to make the forces of the world become friends again. Team up.
The kids are back alive. I don't know if you noticed that on Team Tonberry. The children are back because the Elder restored them. It's never explained how, because we tried to restore them originally, but because they had cast it on themselves, they couldn't be Esened. But the Elder does it. It's fine. And also, Yang is alive. Yang's still alive. He was saved by fairies. You can go and find him. You can go and find him. And I think he has amnesia again. But he's just hanging out with the summons.
Yep, so naturally you'd find him when you're leveling up Rydia with getting all her summons. Ooh, a light sword.
Everybody you thought was dead is come back to life, except for Tella. Tella stays dead. And his daughter, I guess. Team Mog being turned into toads. Casual. JamesRuns entering a sort of the final quarter of the game. We've got 3 big boss fights ahead, and then that's the ball game.
Yeah, but absolutely riveting gameplay on screen right now.
Oof. Right, prepping for the Avenger fight for Team Mog. Here we go. The timing, hopefully. It's the one. It's the one. Good. We are going to need to... That's enough. Shouldn't be too big deal.
Yep,
And then Team Tonberry starting the fourth phase.
Yep.
Want to talk about this fight a little bit, Cam?
Yeah, sure. So it's a back-to-back fights. Essentially, we are going to use this lovely new toy we got called Fusoya to lead the way. But we're gonna do the same general things that we did before. But first, setting up here, so we're gonna pop on Hermes shoes to make Fusoya faster. We're gonna put Lunar Curtain onto Cecil to essentially just be able to tank things. And Cecil is going to be our guy protecting Fusoya, while Fusoya gets the job done. So a lot of elixirs going up against this undead stat here, while Cecil is able to kind of just block anything that's being thrown out. And it phases just into each fiend. So
Right, so the first one, Scarmiglione, he dies to 2 elixirs and a potion. Want him to be in the right order so that we can get Thundaga off as fast as possible into Kognazo. It's 2 Thundagas and 4 Rage of the Gods that we bought from the shop right before this. Meanwhile, that Lunar Curtain makes Cecil immune to all physical damage. Is how this is going. We're able to do this. Like 3 Thundagas and a Rage of the Gods does it as well. That's gonna make the MP a little awkward for Fusoya, but hopefully it'll be okay. Now we're getting up edge here because, again, Barbarisha, she can knock you down to 1 HP, and if she does that, she'll knock everybody down to 1 HP, and Cecil won't cover if he's in critical, so we need to have somebody to high potion him immediately.
Yep, so we're just managing our lives here. While we do damage, we're setting up for the other characters to throw, because essentially what we're doing here is we're going to set up Fusoya to cast a spell, so it immediately casts on this next fight. We are going up against, you guessed it, Rubicante as our last fiend, who in this version has still that very scary Inferno. So we want to be able to just damage down Rubicante as fast as possible. So we have that spell already cast up. We're going to give him some more MP, keep him alive here, throw a few Arctic Winds to get a little extra damage, and then just let the auto battle scroll here, keep Fusoya alive to get the job done with these Blizzagas.
Yeah, this Inferno should kill Cecil, but we should get one more. Should be a Fyro, low roll, and then
very nice.
Beautiful.
So
Tonberry.
if you don't queue up Blizzaga there early enough, we get a Faraga at the end there, and with no one to heal up, essentially Fusoya will die in that last step. We won't get the timing just right. So very, very important to have that queued before Barbacoa goes down, just to just have it ready for right away on the Rubicante stage.
It's a very scripted fight, very fun, very easy to, very, I guess, easy to learn the script, but like who's saying the lines is not always the same, so you have to be able to react to that, and JamesRuns did a great job. And now we fight the greatest villain of all, computer.
You might have been wondering.
Computer from Apple.
Yep, they just called it CPU, just right on the nose. This is where we're going to be using that dry ether later on, so that's why I picked it up. But we have to do a few things here. We got rid of that defense node. Meanwhile, the attack node is going to damage us down, and the CPU is just going to keep casting Reflect So we're going to be using Dispel with the Kinesis Staff and Flare with Fusoya. Trying to get the CPU's HP as close to the attack node. That way we can do one final attack here at the end and end the fight.
Now we've taken all of the equipment off of Rosa so that she's just fast enough that you can just auto battle through this. She'll throw the Dispel and then he'll throw the Flare just at the perfect time. We use the Dry Ether here so it keeps going. There is a chance. Oh, yep, it happened. So you want to turn off auto battle. The Reflect just came in right between the two. We'll just wait. Ace of Staff. Flare, no big deal, no big deal. We keep moving, we keep schmoving.
And the MP is going to line up perfectly here for us for this last cast.
You know it, you love it. 100 MP and a Dream of Meteor that takes forever to cast, so everyone will die, but that's fine. That's fine, because you remember, people who are not on our team gain the same experience as the people who are. So everybody being dead, more XP for Kane. Great fight by Team Tonberry. And then here, Fusoya casts the demon out of Golbez, and Golbez remembers that he is also a Lunarian, and not just any Lunarian. He's actually your brother.
Whoa. Kluya, I think?
Oh yeah, Kluya and Golbez. Best bros for life. And Golbez is like, well, I've got to go and stop Zemus. And Cecil's like, I don't know, I feel like being angsty again. But then remembers that he is a paladin now and not a Dark Knight. So. But they're like, let's just be edgy and sad here in this exploding tower. And then Kane's like, hey, we gotta get out of here. I'm not evil anymore. I'm sorry I was evil again. But this place is blowing up. So, we gotta get out.
Well, we got Demon Wall finishing up here on Zig's screen.
We get back to the Lunar Whale, and we're all like, we've got to go, and we've got to chase down Golbez and Fusoya. We've got to go and fight Zemus as well. So we're all going to the moon. And then they're like, sorry, no girls allowed on the moon this time. Rosa, Radia, even though, casually, you're the strongest characters on our team, gonna need you to get out of here. Because we gotta go to the moon, and the moon's no place for women. Which is just crazy. It's just Cecil just being stupid again. Like he does he has no character development. He's just an idiot the whole time. And they're like, yeah, boys, time to go to the moon. And they do the whole cutscene. Great music. Moon's got weird music, but
pretty poppin' though.
Alright. Boys' night on the moon, everybody. Oh darn. The women are here to save us again. Thank goodness.
So how does that work canonically? Were they just hanging on to the outside the entire way, holding their breaths?
Yeah, because that teleporter just leads directly outside. So I guess they must have just been holding onto the wheels? They don't really explain how anybody's able to even breathe out here, though. I mean, it's the moon.
We got Kashiwa getting the Lunar Whale, popping it out of the ocean.
Kane betraying us again for Team Log. You'd think we'd learn by the third run to get there. Another lesson from Final Fantasy IV is that the power of prayer works. Pray the lunar whale up.
Just believe very hard.
Believe very hard that there is a spaceship at the bottom of the ocean, and it will appear.
And you might be wondering where it would be going on the moon. Well, the evil was hiding beneath these crystals the entire time.
Yeah, you thought Earth had crystals. You're right, but also the moon. And they were what was basically sealing Zemus down deep below the surface of the moon, which is probably why he's so mad. And now that I'm thinking about it. Basically, we're just gonna run. We're gonna run from everything. The only thing we want is at the bottom of this lunar subterranean cavern. There is one elixir that we'll probably pick up just for safety.
There should also be an X potion here you could pick up, as well as there's the Masamune you could fight for, but we're not going to see that here during this race.
Ooh, quick reset for Team Choco. Did everybody die on the moon? Must have happened.
Yeah, this first part's a little more scary, as you only have 4 characters. So if you leave one dead, usually you're facing at least three monsters. So it just doesn't go right, first of all. And that's just a quick reset. Luckily, they're all short screens, 1, maybe 2 encounters. So good idea to at least have all 4 alive for this first part.
Working through a lot of secret walls before. Luckily, the Pixel Remaster has maps. Mini-map that helps you find everything pretty easily. This is the music from Final Fantasy IV. We cannot currently hear it. I can't hear it right now, but it is great music. The Lunar Subterranean, great theme. And honestly, the final boss, absolute banger. Team Choco meeting Moon Grandpa. Nutella, as chat would like it to be. Okay. We're into the cool bits for Team Tonberry. Now we're in the real core of the moon.
Yeah, which has a cool couple enemies for essentially Zemus's
Like,
agents that just
these
pop around.
cool dragons that are laying down for some reason.
Here's an elixir.
Cool mask that costs reflect. Okay, buy.
So we are probably the one area that's just the most unfortunate for resets. It's going to be this Zeromus fight. Just because that has a very long lead-in time. So it's definitely a spot for the other 2 teams to catch up, if anything should go awry. Do you want to explain a little bit how the fight works here, so we can see it in action.
Yeah, this next floor will bring us to Zeromus, and then we'll have a very long cutscene. But essentially, Zemus is not Zemus. Zemus is actually Zeromus. And so the fight will work that we need to use the crystal to unlock his true form. And we will do that at the beginning, and then we're going to try and slow him down as much as possible, and then Kane's going to jump a lot. He has basically 3 phases that he'll go through. The bio phase, the flare phase, and the meteor phase. The key is to manage ATB perfectly at the beginning so that you can throw 3 spider silks onto him to get him slow enough so that we can time Kane's jumps appropriately. The problem with is when we throw a spider silk, he will counter with flare somebody. And it might be somebody, hopefully it's whoever just threw that spider silk, but it might be somebody we really need to throw a spider silk. So if he flares 2 people that haven't thrown a spider silk, then we're gonna have to do a little trickery to get a spider silk thrown later in the fight. So that'll be hectic. After that, we're basically just gonna keep jumping at a very specific times so that we avoid the Big Bang ability, which will absolutely kill us. And then at certain points, he will cast Bio. Basically every 3rd jump, he'll cast Bio. We want to kind of hold off on jumping so that we also miss that one. But that's also our window. Once he casts Bio, there's a bit more of a break. And if we run buffer correctly, that's when we're going to have to throw Phoenix down onto edge, get him up so that he can throw a spider silk to basically save the run. But hopefully we'll just get the 3 spider silks. We don't need to worry about it. After a while of doing those jumps with the bio timing, he'll go into the flare timing. We'll know because he'll just full heal. There, we just basically let auto battle go. We keep jumping until we see him cast flare, and then we wait a little bit, and then we just auto battle again. Super easy. And then it comes to the final phase where he'll cast meteor on us. We will be hit by 2 meteors. It's just about the timing. Usually we can just sort of let it go. It should take 3. It might take 4 jumps. And that's basically the fight. Pretty hectic, pretty tight timing, but JamesRuns, it's his bread and butter. He's a chill guy. I believe in this. The kids are coming. The power of prayer works. They heal you. Tella is somehow alive again. Also, Edward's here. Praying. Sid and Yang, best pals. And then your brother and this guy you met today. They'll heal you up. So here's what it is. Cecil will throw the crystal, but we want Kane to have full ATB before that happens. So that's perfect. He'll wait. We'll throw the crystal. And now we're on to Kane. So now he's holding on the jump. So he's kind of selected Zeromus, you see. So he's holding this, so ATB is not progressing, but he's not going to actually jump. Nope. Well, usually you wait for... hopefully not ready yet? Okay. Fine. Usually we wait for Cecil to hit about mid ATB, but as long as... Okay.
Nope. Might be able to wait
now
in here to get Cecil through.
Oh. Okay, now this could be awkward. Not Kane. Okay, it's fine.
Very nice, very nice.
Now we'll auto battle. Ooh. Yeah, I think he really needed to wait for Cecil.
This should be okay though. He has a chance here to to heal up.
He'll just after this bio. So he'll wait here. So there'll be a shake, and then he'll wait a half a second, and then go. 4 Fiends starting for Team Choco. Let's not forget about that, but here's where he'll throw the elixir that he just picked up. Good thing he did that safety. And you'll basically jump immediately. It's tough to look away from the Zeromus fight to pay attention to Team Choco. Against the cover, he's all set up for Team Choco. He is bringing everybody alive, probably so that they can throw Rage of the Gods. And
He's got a sneaky little attack in there too. Nice collection damage.
Yeah. That same sort of window where he threw the elixir, you can sneak in and attack there, speed things up a little bit. I don't have the confidence to do it, but
yeah, definitely something that comes with a lot of practice.
Stick around. FF6 is next, and they'll be starting soon, as long as everything goes well here. Okay, we just wait for these jumps. We just wait for Zeromus to shake. Wait. And he's shaking. Auto battle.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back, Nightshade.
Thanks. Lukey.
All right. We are into the Barbarisha portion. Just need 2 holies and a Rage of the Gods to transition her to Rubicante. You want to be in the right position for it, though, of course. Bending, gets that high potion. Oh, we're on to the flare section for JamesRuns. So now that we've seen flare, we'll wait for the shake. There's the shake, and we jump. And just let it ride. So we see flare again. Okay. Kashiwa has the Blizzaga teamed up. Great.
Yeah, very nice.
Gets the Arctic Wind.
We should see an elixir go off here. Very nice.
It is. Nice. Great fight from Team Choco.
Now the clean 4 fiends while Zik's going into the fight himself.
Okay. Team Tonberry's going to wait, and there's the shake and jump. Let it ride. There's the flare. We wait. Jake. And this is it. You just learn it, and there it goes. Oh, meteor. All right, get ready. Get ready for Final Fantasy VI. It should be 3 or 4 jumps. Just let it ride. We're gonna be in the air for meteors. We're gonna be hit right here. He's gonna wait for a second. He doesn't, just in case this doesn't do it.
One more.
Good wait. Wait. That's time for Team Tonberry. Go.
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 Go for Tonberry.
Go.
Meanwhile, we do have Team Log fighting through Kignazo.
JamesRuns, by the way.
GG, great game, JamesRuns. Honestly, masterclass of Rubicante. Great 4 fiends. That's how you do it. Team Log gonna raise some people up for the Barbarisha portion.
You got Dry Aether for Choco. Setting up for the final flares and meteor.
Uh-oh. Kusuya went down for Team Mog. That's not great. Because you lose haste.
Yep. We're gonna have to play this game of getting up and healing now. We definitely want to get Cecil up in this scenario to start getting him blocking again. And we got Meteor off for CPU, and down goes CPU for Team Choco. We just have the final jaunt to the end.
We need heal onto Cecil. There we go. This is tense. Can cast haste on himself. We should have plenty of ethers for him. You'll get elixired after this anyways. We'll probably have to throw one ether so that he has enough to queue up Blizzaga. Need to heal here. Blizzaga. Yeah, throw the Rage of the Gods. Dude. Yeah. Arctic Wind. Get Elixir here. $9,999 damage. Oh man, and actually a great high potion.
This is somewhat Naga. There's Inferno. Looking good on HP.
Right here.
Beautiful save there. Very
Fantastic
nice.
save by Team Mog. All right, and he'll head to CPU. Kashiwa for Team Choco, kicking the girls off the boat. Classic. We'll give an ether to Kusuya for Team Mog. Bring back Rydia and Rose, or Edge and Rose.
And is it going into CPU fight?
All right, we'll see if they do the same thing. Now, it used to be that we just had Cecil alive here, and he just sort of whacked the CPU as best as he could, and you had to kind of do math.
Yeah. Get that extra damage.
No more math.
Yeah, pretty straightforward. Very nice with Rosa being it fast enough to get those autos in. That's for sure.
Now, James grabs the light staff. I didn't know if Team Choco, or light sword. I don't know if Team Choco grabbed the light sword, but Team Mog has chosen to just buy extra shurikens from the shop before for fiends, and that's what they're throwing instead of the light sword. It's one extra turn of Edge throwing anything, but he's gonna just throw a dry ether here and then a high potion next. So, no big deal.
And Kashiwa on the moon. Starting our moonwalking.
Man, we had Man in the Mirror and now we're moonwalking?
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, we get, but this race sure is a thriller.
Right, now it's just meteor away.
Yeah, health looks
Everybody's
really
gonna
good.
be alive. Kane's gonna be a little lower level for that, but not gonna be a big deal.
And down goes CPU. Hey, we learned Blink. Look at that.
Usually we would have learned that before the doll fight, like an hour ago.
All right, so we have some time for running around here if the 6 commentators want to introduce themselves.
You go first, Lion.
Okay, yeah, thanks so much, Cap. I am lionmusashi, and I am joined by...
Hi, I'm daspharaoh.
And we are going to be commentating Final Fantasy VI this evening, morning, afternoon, depending on where you are. So at least so far, Nightshade has just kind of begun taking care of the first boss. No real hiccups so far. He's gotten the leveling out of the way that he needed to do. He's in a cutscene, and really just kind of progressing as standard so far. So we're gonna see some pretty interesting new routing tactics, I think, from the runners this year for PR. There's been a few changes since last year's race. Honestly, I think one of the bigger changes, too, you may notice that we're 7 minutes in, and he's already up to this cutscene, because we no longer have to watch the 4-minute cutscene at the beginning of the game. So that was a lovely quality of life patch that I really appreciate Square Enix giving us. But yeah, he's gonna be progressing here, naming a couple characters. We're meeting our lovely treasure hunter / thief Locke. Gonna be naming him, then heading down to rescue Terra. Have a little 3-party action going on down there where we swap around and take out some beasts and the marshal.
Also control a bunch of Mughals.
Yeah, there's a little bit of lore behind those Mughals. It's a little more notorious in the Super Nintendo version, I'd say.
Yes.
Yeah, there's a lot going on with them in the Super Nintendo. Here there's not so much. We'll see them here, and that'll kind of be it. But I don't want to keep things with us because I know there's a lot going on. Close out Final Fantasy IV with both Mog and Choco. So we can get back to the 6 stuff in the cave here once you guys have your
they're just running through the cave for a while here to get to Zeromus. There's nothing. They're just gonna run from everything. There's nothing really. If you want to talk about how the Mog fight goes.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, we'd be happy to. You'll see Nightshade actually has just started this segment where he immediately switched off of Locke, got Locke out of the way and switched off to take care of this party with Mog as the lead. Now, you have to take a couple of the fights here. You can actually run through most of this segment, but there's a couple of forced fights. And by taking the first fight, we're going to learn the first dance that Mog gets, which used to be called Dusk Requiem. I don't remember if it's called the same thing in this version. But basically, it'll allow him to do some automatic battling, and he'll have a slate of attacks that he can choose from. And I believe it's 3 out of those 4 attacks will instantly defeat the guard leader here. So being able to get that, and that's actually the one we don't want. Yeah, Cave-In is the one we don't want. Will-O-Wisp will do about 1,600 damage though, and we'll end this instantly. Or 600 in this version. Sorry.
That is already something different. I don't think I've ever seen a dance before.
Yeah. So in Super Nintendo, we didn't use dance because you would avoid every fight leading up to the boss. So you would just have to physically attack the boss down. So now, because we're forced to take the fight, you can just use dance, and it's kind of nice. There's a little bit of RNG involved. It's about I think it's a 7 out of 16 chance to get Cave-In, which is the ability that misses. The other 3 abilities they'll all instantly defeat the boss. So this is what we're looking for. And Nightshade's through pretty easily. Like, you got the 50-50, you lost the first time, and then won it the second.
Yeah, so for now, there's just a bunch of movement and plot up until we arrive to Figaro Castle.
Yeah, the beginning of 6 is definitely got some slow parts as well. So we're kind of cutscene heavy here, and you're going to be cutscene heavy on Team Choco with the beginning of Zemus / Zeromus coming up here.
Yeah, it's a bit of a it's a bit of a stunt on a moment for Final Fantasy IV because Golbez and Fusuya are going to be here, just casting Meteor willy-nilly, even though it definitely killed Tella at the beginning of the game. They're just like, yeah, Meteor, bread and butter. I throw out Meteor all day.
It seems somewhat disrespectful in a way, honestly, but
Yeah.
just flaunting that power. Yeah.
There's just some in the moon dust, you know.
There is double meteor, just like it's nothing. Yeah, whatever.
We're inside the moon.
This
How
guy
does
doesn't
that
even
even happen?
die.
It's a fantastic question.
I'd say that Tella would be rolling over in his grave, but maybe that's a good thing. Maybe that's how he comes back to pray at the end to heal us. Maybe the summon, he just comes back and he's like, hey, by the way, I heard people were casting Meteor up here. You wouldn't do that to me, right? No, don't worry. We're just gonna have a guy jump over the literal Big Bang of the universe.
I thought you were my people. You're disrespecting my name like this. Terrible.
One thing we didn't point out here is we're going to see Golbez actually try to throw the crystal here. Pookie, you want to talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, he's going to use the crystal right here because Meteor heals. Unfortunately, Golbez's heart has embraced darkness, and he's too much of an edgelord. His sins will never be forgiven. So he has to die now.
That's harsh.
He didn't look in a mirror for a little bit, which is what you got to do before you become a paladin.
Yeah, first requirement, becoming a paladin.
In the mirror. Pick up the sword that's just slowly falling from the ceiling. That's also important. If you see a sword slowly falling, hilt first, that's important. From the ceiling, you have to grab it and become a paladin. We call that a call to action.
It feels like an unwritten law, to be honest. Cecil has shown us the way.
All right, here it is, Team Choco. Now, little praying. There's Tella. Hello. What about the whole meteor thing? Good that he makes up with Edward, who definitely is the reason his daughter's dead. And then we're gonna just hope again. Team Choco needs to get 3 spider silks off. And we're hoping they do it first try and not have to do the fancy footwork that JamesRuns had to do. See, now Team Choco waited a little bit. Ooh, oh, dangerous. Oh, that's gonna hurt. Oh, that's not good. So there, Team Choco queued up the spider silks. But if you're queued up and you die, it just consumes the spider silk without actually throwing it. So might be in a little bit of trouble here. So jump over the bio, and then I'll have to raise somebody.
Yeah, it's definitely not as clean of a fight.
Hopefully, okay, the spider silk's still there. It's still there. Now you can't throw it yourself because again, he counters with the flare. So you need Edge to throw it because Edge is fast enough, and then he'll just flare Edge. Okay, saved. I'm sorry that I freaked everybody out. Unless they changed that bug, it seems like perhaps they changed that bug. Wow, that was spooky. Is it paused?
I do see some type of pause here.
Uh-oh. Hopefully that's okay. I also see that Team Mog is is running out of battery on their controller.
Oh, yep. So I think that Spider Silk slowed down the game too much. And so it actually just... Yeah.
Gosh. I mean... Do we ever really know what's going on the moon? You know? Does anyone ever know what's going on the moon?
I don't know, we're kind of in the dark here. We're on the dark side of the moon. No?
I appreciate it.
I can't encourage
meanwhile,
really.
We got Zik starting out here. We're getting this opening cutscene here. And yeah, just to elaborate again, this part for Zeomis and Zeromis fighting Golbez and Soya, it's a part we can't speed up, so if we do have to reset the fight, we have to go through that all over again. So a big piece, as you might see later on with the Tears fight, where it's just a long point from save to the final boss.
If you like watching Final Fantasy IV, I encourage you to pick it up. It's a fun run to learn, and it's a fun game to play casually. Lots of great characters, lots of great stories, lots of great side content. If you like the worst parts of Final Fantasy IV, you can also play Final Fantasy IV: The After Years, which takes place 10 years later, but you do the exact same things over again, but with different people.
That's fun.
After like that.
Did you remember Octomammoth, that Kraken monster? You can fight that 4 times for the After Years. Do you remember when you did that stupid thing with the sealed cave and opened it and let the bad guy get the crystal? You could do that again, but as your son. Think about that.
Yep. And great resources again, speedrun.com. Great place to start out if you want to learn speedrun or just kind of get involved in the speedrunning community. Points to the Discord, which that Discord points to all the other Discords for all the other Final Fantasy games. So if you are interested in learning the run or just figuring out more about the game, there is your in route.
Another great pun. I'm sorry.
Oh, you're good.
I just saw somebody say that they'll get things working soon for Team Choco.
Chat is dishing out the puns while this is going on. Really appreciate that. Thank you, chat. I was just gonna check back in with Nightshade real quick. Everything honestly has been status quo. We made our way to Figaro Castle, got Edgar, took care of a couple more cutscenes, and then made our way through the cave, got to South Figaro, bought some sprint shoes, I believe, and we're gonna be heading out to our next destination, Mount Colts.
The sprint shoes allow characters to go faster, and it stacks with the natural speed up button of the Pixel Remaster, so it's actually a little bit hard to control your characters in this game because they go so naturally fast.
It's definitely tricky. So let's cut back over to Zeromis real quick, because you guys need to finish up with Mog.
It seems like nobody's gonna get the easy 2 silks, or 3 silks. We're just gonna have to work hard for it.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting also seeing Kane in that middle spot compared to Cecil. It's throwing me off a little bit.
Yeah, they all had different combos, which... I don't know, they come to open slots, but I don't know how they got all mixed up. Okay, did they get 3 Spider Silks?
I'm not sure. It looks...
I feel like they wouldn't have.
We'll see here for the bio phase. Yeah, so we're not going to see the difference where Spider Silks comes into play until the next phase, for the flare phase. I'm not seeing any change here. Huh. Must have gotten all 3 of them off. It just didn't seem like it.
Yeah, because it seemed like Cecil and then Rosa died. Usually Rosa would be 3rd. But if Rosa went 2nd, then... We'll just keep doing this sort of wait so that the bio comes. And then we wait through the black hole. And then we're going to wait for him to shake. Shake, go. Now, when he's shaking, ATB is not progressing. So, also, for the folks at home, we did have Kashiwa in Discord did finish. So, Team Chocobo has begun Final Fantasy VI. Just some sort of technical issues with their stream specifically. So, best selected Dair. Heading forward into Final Fantasy VI. A good run from Kashiwa. Great to save some time and get Team Choco like a really great run.
Yeah, definitely. Alright, we should have the next phase coming up here pretty shortly for Zik. Yep, there it is, Flare.
We wait for the shake and we run. Captain, it's been such a pleasure to spend this time with you and everybody in chat. Once again, thanks to JamesRuns, Kashiwa, and Zik3 for great runs, all 3 of them. Please run FF4. It's a lot of fun. And
yeah,
good
great
people,
game.
good guides, good characters.
Time is looking pretty good here for Zik, so yeah. I guess we can just assume the 3 Spider Silks didn't get off here.
I wonder how much the Mount Ordeals changed things. I'm really curious about that. Tough to tell because of the crystal.
Yeah. Hard to say for that one. Hard to compare there. Always great. Looks like we're on pace for sub 3 hours, which is a great time to beat.
Oh yeah.
For 4.
Waiting for him to pause for a meteor. Oh, there it is. Okay, we'll probably just let it ride since we're a little below half ATB, so he'll just jump. If it's like closer to the end, you want to like wait for a second. But when it's below half, you just let it ride. We'll get hit by this meteor. And
Get
he'll
ready,
probably wait for a second.
Mog.
Get ready, Team Mog. Hit it. Perfect. If he gets hit by another meteor, he's dead.
And there it is.
Time.
Go, go, go.
Thanks so much, everybody. I'm LukeyPookieG. This is my co-captain, Captain of the Dorks.
Yep.
Thanks, everybody.
Enjoy the rest of the relay. Take it away, Dawson Lion.
Thank you so much, Final Fantasy IV crew.
Thank you,
great set of
FF4 crew.
performances.
That was a great show.
Very, very glad that Kashiwa's technical difficulties did not stop them from finishing the run. So you hate to see that.
So for Tonberry, we just finished the first split. We just defeated. Oh, right. I'm supposed to be splitting. Oops. Choco is just finished the Welk, and Mog is about to go through prologue with question mark girl.
no worries at all. So yeah, we'll get caught up with Team Mog here. So this first segment, walking through the town, you may have just seen Dine take a little like squiggly movement through that big crosswalk area in the plaza. There's a forced encounter that happens there, and he's doing his best to just avoid that because it's just a waste of time. It's nothing that we need to take. It just takes a lot of extra time, and it's avoidable. So you're going to be seeing him and the other runners as well. They had the two soldiers, Biggs and Wedge, run away from these battles. There's a couple of enemies here that we need to get rid of before they can run. Once they are taken care of, they'll run away, and Terra will actually get all the experience herself. So the goal for this first segment is for Terra to get to level 6, both via these fights and from the ones that Dair on Team Choco is taking now in the Narsh Cave. So once you hit that level 6, you'll want to progress because basically hitting that level, it has an impact on how the next characters join you. So basically, Final Fantasy VI uses like a level averaging system where every time you get a new character, it'll take the average level of your party, and then based on who the character is, it will add a modifier to it, and the next character will join you at that level. So for the sake of saving some time later on, we'll level Terra to 6 here, just to get some levels early for some of our later characters.
So for Welk, like, it's not a hard fight, it's a little bit of a gimmicky. The thing is, you can't hit the shell, and sometimes it will go inside the shell. If you hit the shell, it will do a counterattack that deals more than half of your HP to the entire party. So yeah, that one. Yeah, that one, mega fault. So you need to be careful with how you cue your attacks, but if you're greedy like Dine tends to be, sometimes you just eat a mega fault to the face. But it should be fine.
Dine came into this fight with Terra at about 18 health, so that was a bit scary as well. But that's, I mean, that's just bad luck, getting hit with a bunch of criticals on the way in. And, yeah, scary stuff. All right, so that's Welk though. You have to hit the head 3 times with the missiles. Sometimes you get damage rolls and have to do a fire beam or something. But he got through. Everything is good. So he'll be making his way up through the rest of the cave.
Meanwhile, Tonberry is just doing the returners bit, where they are trying to convince Terra to fight for them against the Empire. And now she is going to choose to fight with them, and the Empire invades South Figaro, so they decide we need to like act now. And I think we're gonna go into the river, which is another interesting place. It's the first time we see Ultros, and Ultros is very fun.
Yeah. So one difference that has changed from, I want to say, between this year and last year, and then obviously this version and the older versions of the game, we will say yes to Bannon here when he asks if we will help the return. By saying yes, you'll be getting the Gauntlet Relic instead of the Genji Glove Relic that we would typically get from saying no. The Gauntlet Relic actually works properly in this version of the game, so what it does is you equip it, and it takes your weapon damage, and it doubles it, because you'll basically hold it with 2 hands. In older versions of the game, the formula didn't work properly, so it was just kind of a wasted slot. In this version of the game, it does work properly, and you'll get a pretty big damage boost for the next couple of bosses here. So we'll be seeing that as we ride down the river.
I think that the fights here are random, and you're gonna have a bunch of them. For most of them, you just auto crossbow with Edgar and fire with Terra if needed.
Yeah, the first 2 are guaranteed. These 2 are fixed, and you'll always see them. After this, there are several spots designated on the river that have a chance of firing a counter off. The chance is very high in PR, but there have been times that we've seen runners avoid certain encounters just based on RNG. I don't recall if it's been determined exactly if there's a way to do so. I want to say no, because I feel like we would be reducing the encounters if we could. But as it stands, yeah, we're having to take these, and typically the encounters with the two lesser Loperos, you'll often have everybody but Edgar run away, so Edgar absorbs all the experience himself. And then for the other ones, you'll just leave the whole party there because it takes more time to have them run away, and the experience you get's not worth it. So NiGHTshade opting to have Bannon stick around for this one to get him a little bit of extra HP. That'll help a bit for the boss that's coming up, just so it's a little bit of a safer strat. Definitely argue that.
For sure.
So as you...
I was just gonna say that for
you...
Choco, we're just leaving Narsh, and Nine is about to fight. It's going into the long cutscene with the Terror flashback, and then we're gonna fight with some Mughals again.
Yeah, so I believe Dair didn't really have any issues with that segment as well, which was pretty good. I did not notice for Team Choco and Team Tonberry if they got the gear off of Mog. So during that fight, you will actually typically take the weapon and the shield both off of Mog, because you can actually interact with Mog's gear during the encounter. The rest of the Mughals, you can't do anything with them. But Mog, because he's actually a party member later on, you're allowed to manage his equipment in combat. So the Mithril Pike and the Mithril Shield, you can take both of them off, and they're a pretty nice boost to Edgar's attack in this early portion, and then to, I believe, both Edgar and Sabin will use the Mithril Shield at times. And it's a pretty big defensive jump versus what you've got normally. So very, very helpful to grab them.
I think NiGHTshade is about to go into Ultras 1.
Yeah, that's correct here. So I think we've got one or two more random encounters. He's going to be hoping to not have Bannon get hit a lot here, as you saw Bannon did already get hit. Kind of unavoidable. Hopefully it won't happen again.
The important thing about Bannon is that if he dies, you just game over.
So yeah, that's anytime Bannon is in your party. If he dies, you game over. It's not just this river. It actually happens later on during Terra's scenario, in the 3 scenario split segment as well. So if you get very unlucky, you can have some pretty bad things happen.
This encounter is done. Bannon is full HP. Bannon does have Bray. I think it's a version of Bray, which is a very good heal, but he's also very fragile. So our Hope Ultros plays nice.
Yeah, so this fight, that gauntlet setup with Edgar, this is where it'll be coming into use. We'll be having him physically attack every turn. Sabin will be using Aura Cannon every turn for a pretty big amount of damage. And then for the beginning of the fight, we'll have Terra and Bannon defend. Terra will defend because of that tentacle that you just saw, so she will survive that pretty handily. You'll do some auto battle here for a little bit, and then I believe it is on turn 3, Terra will typically use fire. As if you get some low rolls in this fight, you can unfortunately get into the next segment of the fight where Bannon becomes the target of a solo tentacle, which will often just immediately drop him. But that was really cool.
That was a decent fight.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So there's a scary bit there where that party tentacle comes out, and then Ultros will do another follow-up attack. That time it was Ink, which is what you want, because
Ink is a cool attack because it just gives people cool shades.
It's true. It's true. In this game, those shades actually do something. The darkness status does do something in PR. It's still only physical attacks, so it's not a huge debuff for someone like Terra who's using magic. It doesn't matter. But if it goes on Edgar, it's a little bit annoying. So Dine got a cave in during the Marshal fight as well, or the guard leader fight. I think everyone got a cave in during the segment. So four cave in. Nice.
So we start with Sabin Scenario because Sabin Scenario is the first one that gets access to a shop, and we really want smoke bombs. because they allow us to freely escape any encounter or almost any encounter. Saving scenario is also the longest. We need to go to a bunch of different places, start with the Imperial Camp, then Doma, then Phantom Train, and a bunch of... we will get 2 more party members in this scenario. But first we need to go through the Imperial Camp. We learn that Kefka is a jerk. No one, even in the army, likes him.
No. He's an eccentric.
Oh! Yeah. For we're going to go into a fight on Choco, which is also important because casually you would start using magic with her because she's the only one who can do it. You can't actually use magic with her until you get to Mount Colts. If you do that, you trigger a pretty lengthy cutscene. So all of these fights are done without ever touching fire.
Yeah. I think that's a fairly notorious cutscene for anyone who's played the game before. It's the magic cutscene, and it is 30 plus seconds of Edgar and Locke whispering to each other like children, and it's funny, but it is not good for a speedrun.
Yes.
So we'll definitely avoid that. So we've got a couple different things going on. Team Choco is up to the M-Tech armor fight. So these 2 Magitech armors chase us on Chocoback, and ultimately Edgar will just auto-crossbow them twice and they will drop. Yeah, he's going to get through with no deaths there, so that's good. On the Team Tonberry, we have the Guard Captain encounter, which is a 1v1 versus our lovely Samurai Cyan, where you'll either use the first Bushido ability twice, or you'll use the second Bushido ability and counter the Captain and instantly kill him. There's an item that drops from that fight. You have a 7/8 chance to get the Black Belt item, and you have a 1/8 chance to get a Phoenix Down. If you get the rare drop, the Phoenix Down, congratulations, you got a rare drop that really doesn't help you at all. And if you get the common drop, then congratulations, you got what you need to get to have a much more comfortable, I will say, Imperial Camp. So the segment here we're going through, that black belt we just got, we're actually going to be throwing it on Sabin here very shortly. So we'll be hoping to not see any Phoenix Down.
Yeah, Dair is just starting Mount Colts. This is a place where you want to take a lot of encounter. Oh no, this is going to South Figure okay first. Oops.
Yeah, so we'll just do the quick pass through. Auto crossbow will drop pretty much every enemy formation here. You can get very unlucky damage rolls. If you roll the bare minimum for auto crossbow, one of the enemies will live with 1 HP. So that's fun. That's always one of those things that runners have a good laugh about when it happens. But it doesn't seem like that's encountered, or that's been an issue at all. Hopefully. Team Mog's still going through some cutscenes. This Figure Out Castle segment is pretty long.
Mm-hmm.
Team Choco is grabbing their sprint shoes. As Pharaoh mentioned earlier, they stack with the natural running that you can activate in this game to get like a 4x speed, and it's crazy fast. Okay, you're gonna see the magic of the black belt on Team Tonberry's screen right now. So with Sabin having the black belt, he will hopefully counter these physical attacks. He's getting a little bit unlucky. He had a very good start, and then a little bit of a messy second half of that fight.
That HP got low.
Yeah, it can get a little scary. I think we saved in this part last year because Sabin was like a level lower, and if you get very unlucky, you can actually just die to those guys. Nightshade did indeed save, which I think is smart. Like, you saw his health was like 60 something, I believe, and it's like, yeah, you can get crit, you can have some yucky stuff happen there. It's not good. We've definitely seen fights where the counters just go off every time, but yeah.
And Mount Golds, did we mention that we really want Edgar to be level 10?
No.
The levels, yeah. So we want Edgar to be level 10, Locke 11, and Terra 8, so that Sabin joins at level 11. And this is the main reason why we just fight everything in Mount Gold, so we can get that experience on everyone.
Yeah, so it's very important. It goes back to the like level averaging that we were explaining earlier, but basically by getting levels 8, 9, and 10, it'll set your level average 10, and then Sabin will join at party level average +2. So he'll join at 11, and then it just kind of sets everything up comfortably for the rest of the game. So it's pretty vital. I think if we have good encounters, you might be able to run for the last one or two.
I have seen some runners have to grind encounters right in front of Vargas because they still don't have the levels they need.
Yep. Yeah, if you get really unlucky and you don't get like these packs that that Team Choco that Dair is getting now, you will possibly have to take one, if not more, extra encounters to hit the levels, which is very annoying. Terra is at a little bit of a scary HP right now, but she's gonna be okay.
Yeah, Terra has cure, so it's fine.
Yeah,
we can just heal for free.
Yeah, thankfully she has both Poisona and Cure. So in the event that you get Bane touched by these Trilliums here, you can just heal off the poison.
Oh, I think we got a lifted 1 HP, guys.
Yeah.
Rude.
Yeah. Yeah, it happens. Once Edgar gets that last level, it's not so bad, but like right now you can have that happen.
Meanwhile, Tonberry is going through the Imperial. The rest of the Imperial is just fine. We got Cyan joining. I don't think you can control Cyan because he's too angry to be told what to do.
Mm-hmm.
So he will just slide all of these, but you also don't really need to tell him what to do because everything dies in one hit.
He's too mad to listen to anything. And you
can't really blame him, yeah.
No. He's actually got a built-in black belt during this segment, which is kind of nice. So like he can counter anyone that hits him. This fight, that's kind of unfortunate. I think ideally you'd want him to use Dispatch, or the equivalent name for the PR, on the captain there, because otherwise you're in a situation where you have to hit him quite a few times for him to go down. Usually it's a waste of time, but there it can be kind of helpful. But the more counters during that segment, the better.
Mm-hmm. In the meantime, Choco is just starting Vargas. There was a funny split name with this. What was it? What's that? It's something with 2 bears. Anyway, you have to kill the bears first. You have to kill the bears first, and then Edgar took a dirt nap.
Oh boy, yeah, that's a little concerning. And
Terra is about to get a dirt nap too.
Yeah, that's
okay. It's over. We got through.
Dair was willing to risk that a little bit.
Yeah. You can't actually beat Vargas with the 3 Stooges. You need Sabin, so he will just cast everyone away. Sabin is the only one left standing. And on SNES, this fight is actually really interesting because this is supposed to teach you how to use blitzes, but if you already know how to do the blitzes, you can just do pummel immediately and the fight will be over. On PR, they fixed it, so it's actually slow. You need to do 3 turns, and then the game will tell you, this is how you do pummel. And then you do pummel and it's over.
It's a bit annoying. It basically forces you to go through, as you mentioned, it forces you to go through a few turns to just kind of be like, hey, this is your tutorial. This is how you do blitz, and then it teaches you how to do pummel. And so you do Raging Fist, the version, and then Vargas will complain that Sabin already knows how to use Raging Fist while he doesn't, and yeah. I see that Dine had to reset.
Oh.
I missed what happened. I'm assuming that he got crit by one of these things.
Yeah. Just unlucky.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, seeing
They just
pincer
got
mammoths.
unlucky.
Yep. Pincer mammoths will do it. And Terra
Yeah.
died. Yeah, I figured it was probably Terra dropping from something. But yep, that's the beauty of PR is that we have quick save. Because otherwise that would
Auto
be
save. So the PR
very
games
bad.
will auto save when you enter any new room, which is so convenient for safety.
It's so good. The Super Nintendo version is very dependent on step route to get through most of the runs quickly and as painlessly as possible. Resets, console resets will mess up step route. Taking any steps off the route will mess up step route. Deaths will, a death there from Terra would basically cause you to have to restart the run. Because she has to be alive through this whole segment. Everybody has to be alive through this whole segment. And it just becomes a headache. Massive headache. So, grateful to not deal with that here.
Also, I mentioned that we got 2 new party members for saving route. I guess I lied, because I don't see Shadow anywhere. Is that something new as well?
No, you didn't lie. We'll see the second party member later.
Oh.
Shadow is not recruited.
Now I'm interested. Interested.
No, Shadow's not recruited in Pixel Remaster because what he offers is just not worth it for the time it takes to recruit. So we just don't pick him up.
Fair.
Yeah, we were for a while, and then I think we all just kind of realized that it was not worth the time. So we'll see him a bit later, but he
no
will be on the
swag
sidelines.
interceptor counters
Right.
feels bad, man.
That is the sad part, honestly. Like, the interceptor counters are so good. Shadow's theme is so good.
Shadow's theme is amazing.
Yeah.
Oh well.
No. We've had
Sacrifices must be made for the sake of speed.
Absolutely. That might even have an impact on the suplex of the train that everyone so wants to see, but we'll see.
Mm-hmm. We'll see.
You'll actually note that Dine had to take that extra encounter before Vargas that you were talking about because he had bad fights. So he just got his levels. He's going to enter the Vargas encounter now. And again, as you mentioned, there's the bears. So these 2 Ipus need to be taken care of before we can even touch Vargas. They're a little bit rough, but fire and auto crossbow will take care of those in due time.
I was so invested in everything that I completely forgot to split for Vargas, for Choco. Oops.
I will do my best to remind you of the splits as well, because
for Mug I'm ready.
Mm-hmm. It's a little weird because the timing for some of or for the runners is a little off.
Let's just do this so I don't forget the next one.
Yeah.
Okay. Think I'm good now.
So no, Dine's fight has gone pretty well so far. So Sabin will be remaining here, and we'll be getting a nice tutorial about how to blitz.
And meanwhile, Choco is just starting the river.
Oh yes. We're seeing a lot of auto crossbow.
We're gonna keep seeing auto crossbow.
Yeah, auto crossbow carries a lot of the early game.
It's such a good tool.
It's so great. Edgar is a champion. Like he is used so much through, especially the World of Balance. But like we'll even see him during the.
Even casually, the Figaro's brothers just hard carry the run for the game for so long until Celas and Terra become the magic powerhouses they are.
It's true. It's true.
Should we talk a little bit about the Phantom Train?
There's the
we're almost
Vargas,
getting
by
there.
the way, for Team Mug.
Oh, thank you.
Yep. So yeah, Nightshade and Team Tonberry is getting the end of the Phantom Train. He actually did something a little different that I wasn't used to doing. He went into one of the last rooms on the last car, fought a monster in the box, and used a Phoenix down on it to get the Hyper Wrist from it. So a little bit of optimization that we're doing now, I guess, to get another accessory.
Oh, he's going to do it? He's going to do it!
He's going to do
Let's
it.
go!
People demanded it, and Nightshade has delivered. We're a bit lucky because he only got a wheel attack in the beginning, so that is a fan favorite right there. Nightshade coming through clutch.
Nightshade, the hero of the people.
Yep. All right. So last
But yeah,
year,
the Phantom Train, it's very easy to kill because it's an undead enemy. You just Phoenix down and boom, it's done. But it can troll you so hard before you can actually throw that item. It actually is a little bit scary.
It's a scary fight. The attacks it can open with, the Evil Toot is the scary one because it drops a bunch of status effects on your party. And it's all sorts of messy things. If you get berserked, you can't suplex. If you get confused, you can suplex. If you get imped, I don't think you can suplex. And if you get... trying to recall what else there is. There's just a bunch of messy statuses, though, and it makes the fight a huge pain. It's got a couple of very strong attacks that it uses, Acid Rain, Saintly Beam, and it can just be very exhausting. So it's very good that we can just take the Phoenix down route and get out of it quickly, because otherwise it could be a mess, and especially like low level like this, it would be a big mess.
So Choco is going down the river nicely. Venom is still healthy. He should be getting into Ultra Swan soon. And Mog is on the returner space, just talking to the people he needs to talk to.
We're making the rounds there. There's that treasure room up top that you'll see that Mog had gone to and grabbed everything from. A bunch of useful items. A couple of things we'll just sell for money. A couple of things we'll actually utilize. Just, it's a quick detour and it's very much worth grabbing all. So Team Choco here, wrapping up the river. They're going to probably run into one or two more encounters. I think Bannon's going to gain his level here, probably from this last one. It should be right here. Yep, and there it is. So Bannon will level up. That will help keep him a little bit safer.
And Tonberry just finished going through the Phantom Train cutscene, so now we're gonna take a dive down the waterfall, and we fight during the fall. How? I don't know. It's magic. I don't have to explain it.
This whole segment is full of just memorable sequences, I think. Like the waterfall jump, the suplex, the train, just in general. Like it's a lot of very memorable bits. So you're gonna see Nightshade's actually gonna just wait here for a while. This fight is based on an internal timer, so killing the waves of enemies doesn't actually help. He's gonna wait just long enough. Yeah, and he'll get the Rizopos to show up. The Rizopos will go down with 2 Aura Cannons and I believe a physical attack from Cyan. You can use Fang to just make sure that it actually ends it. Because if Rizopos gets his second turn, you can encounter a lovely move called El Nino, which will basically instantly kill your party. While that's going on,
it has a lovely name.
It's very nice. While that's going on, I just need to mention, Dair survived the Ultros fight with 6 HP on Bannon. Yeah. So that's the scary bit about getting tentacled. So thankfully, Dair is through the fight for Team Choco, but that was very close to being a reset. Very, very terrifying.
We call those calculated.
That's exactly right. That's 5 more HP than you needed. You're fine.
So after, oh yeah, I forgot we do have a second party member.
Yep.
On second scenario, I completely forgot about Gao. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, a lot of people do. Poor Gao.
Yeah. And this is also where you get that shot I mentioned, I think.
Yeah, for
But
this.
we need to get
Yep.
the dried meat here so we can recruit Gao. Oh, it's not here yet. It's a little bit later. I don't really remember the mechanics of Gao, so I will hand that one over to you.
Yeah, no worries. So Gao will show up at the tail end of random encounters. He can only show up from normal formations, so if you get a back attack, a pincer attack, side attack, he cannot show up from those. So there is a 5 in 8 chance that he will show up from a standard formation like this one, so we're about to see if he shows up. And he did not.
Unlucky.
So that's a little bit unlucky, because you can get through this segment in this version with just one encounter. So Nightshade's now going to have to force another encounter. He actually didn't. It popped up for him anyway. So that's kind of good. Hopefully we'll see Gao here, because otherwise we're going to have to fish for one. Yeah,
there he is.
Wonderful. Gao, aka, is that backslash? Backslash. Okay. Yes. Sometimes we mash through the naming screens. So this cutscene is not skippable. You can hold down the buttons on your controller or on your keyboard, and it'll quickly advance through the text, but you just gotta kind of go through it.
I'll forgive it because it's a cute cutscene. You can see two Oonga Booga Mans bonding.
It's very cute. This is a really nice little like personal moment for the beefy guys, I feel like.
In the meantime, Choco is just starting the Imperial camp. He already finished the Sabin solo fight, and the Mog is going down the river.
Doing that lovely leveling grind while we're getting through all the encounters. When we were first routing this, we were debating running away from those fights, and it just takes so long in this version that it wasn't worth it. So we're not really doing that anymore to have the full party. We'll hope that Ultros is kind to Dine. His bandit did not level up. See, he's only at 120 HP. Which, if Team Choco, if Dair had been at 120 HP, for bandit would have not.
It would have been harsh.
Yeah, so be interested to see how this runs. All the runners have done this fight a lot, but there's definitely things that can be a little bit scary. Tentacles got random targets, and damage rolls can be just enough to set things out of whack. So you'll see he took a bandit heal turn, but okay.
They went for Terra.
Yeah, so we're alright. The scary thing about using Prey is that it takes Bannon out of defend. And if you get the double tentacle on Bannon when he's out of defend, he will drop.
But everyone got through with Bannon still
very
alive,
good.
so we're fine.
Yeah. Very, very that's probably the first really sketchy point of the run. It's mostly just set it and forget it, but you also kind of have to hope that it cooperates with you.
Now we're going through the trench, because Gao has a shiny item, which is a diving helmet for some reason, and they all share the same diving helmet, don't question it.
Yeah.
We have 3 or 4 forced encounters on the trench, and believe it or not, we're almost done with Sabin scenario. It's by far the longest one.
It feels very quick in PR, honestly. It's not really, but it definitely feels quicker than it does otherwise. Casually, yeah, this scenario takes forever. Casually, I feel like. But some people like to hang out on the Veld. You know, you farm for some rages.
Some rages, yeah.
We're not doing any of that.
We're not doing that.
No, forget that. Gao's gonna have like 2 fights with us and then stay on the sideline the whole game. So.
He'll be cheering for us.
Yeah, exactly. So, alright, so first danger in the trench, that first fight can be an encounter with a single enemy called an Anguiform. If you get the single Anguiform encounter, it has a 33% chance to use the ability Aqua Rake. or Aqua Breath, as it's referred to here, it's very dangerous and will almost wipe out your entire party. So typically we'll kill those when we see solo Anguiforms. They usually only show up as the first fight. Any other encounter we'll just run from, and we're going to hope to not get back attacks and pincer attacks.
Mustache man child, I believe in you to get me this black belt from the enemy commander.
Thank you.
Thank you, Butine. Beautiful.
That was a special request to get the Mustache Man song, a long-standing part of the community. A very clean captain fight there, and I saw a black belt again, which is good, very good.
I think everyone got the black belt, yeah.
Mm-hmm. I believe so. So Nightshade just got a nice side attack, which was really easy run, and I think that's his last fight of. Oh no, it's not his last. Yeah, it is his last fight of the trench, because after he makes it through this cave, you don't get another encounter. So with the route we take now, I believe there are 3, because you go through both caves. You're gonna grab the green beret from that chest. It's a very nice helmet that raises your max HP by a little bit. Extremely useful whole game. And we'll get on onto there. So interestingly, we would usually not do the second cave in previous versions of Final Fantasy VI, because the Serpent Trench animation, like when you're actually traveling through it, was very quick, and the walking segments through the cave were comparatively slower. In PR, it's actually flipped around. The Serpent Trench runs slower, and the walking segments are much faster. So here's that shop you were talking about, by the way.
Yes. So, how many smoke bombs we want? Yes.
Yes. That's right. Yes. So we grab a couple of Magus hats. We'll sell off a bunch of stuff that we had. And then you'll basically spend all of your money to buy as many smoke bombs as.
Yeah, Nightshade got stuck on a few NPCs there before. Everyone hates those NPCs in Nikia. They are so troll.
They're notoriously aggravating. It's bad. So ultimately, though, not a bad saving scenario, I would say.
Yeah,
pretty
was
drama free.
Mm-hmm. In the meantime, Choco and Mog are both on the Imperial camp, just in slightly different parts of it.
I think Dine
seems to be going well.
Getting some good counters, and they've slowed down for him too now. So yeah, sure enough, seems like that's kind of the general idea here. I'm very curious to see how the last 2 encounters here go for Team Choco for Dair, as there seems to be a very high pincer / side attack rate / back attack rate on these last 2 encounters. It's much more common than it feels like it should be. So I'm curious to see, because it can be a little bit of a time swing. It's not huge or anything, but there you go. See, that's the back attack. So you definitely lose a little bit of time here compared to the alternative.
One really funny thing, I know it's like this on SNES, I don't know if it is on PR, but the Magic Tech armor status is a debuff. So when you're doing the sketch category on SNES, because you get every single debuff under the sun, you also get a Magic Tech armor debuff. Yep. It's so much fun.
That's absolutely right. It's really funny. The game records Magic Tech armor as a status effect. So depending on who has it, basically that status effect going on Terra gives her access to additional things that any other character doesn't get. But yeah, having the status puts you in it and puts your sprite in it and everything. It's pretty funny.
Yeah. We're almost done with Terra scenario. We just need to go through this puzzle. The puzzle is always the same, so always the same solution. Dair's about to enter Phantom Train, and Dine is just wrapping up the poisoning of Doma.
The little Sentry Light minigame there that Team Tonberry just did works a little bit different in this game as well. You actually have to time it, which means you face the light and you press the confirm button. In older versions, you just hold up and hold confirm, and it would automatically do it for you. So it's a tiny skill check now. And if you mess it up, you get in a really nasty fight. It's to the point where, like, when I run this, sometimes I just run the like, follow the light and don't mess with it. Kind of spooky. Oh, that's a nasty back attack for Dair. Thankfully got out of there without.
Yeah, he got out of that one, thankfully.
Yeah, that was those whispers especially are very gross because their animations are long and they don't like to let you run away. So thankfully nothing too bad there.
I think Nightshade just finished their scenario with no issues. Smoke bombs are OP.
Yeah, they're so good. They're so good. Terra scenario is very short.
And now we go through lock scenario, which is very fun if you're doing any glitched SNES route, but here we need to play it fair.
Yeah, we actually have to go through it. There's a number of ways to glitch out this segment in Super Nintendo that are all pretty notorious, depending on what route you're. In this route, we have to do the lock steals the merchant clothes, goes through the cellar, does everything, which is boring and plain. No fun. First try steal, that's really good. So that steal has about a 50-50 chance of succeeding. And so you can kind of get stuck there for a little bit trying to get that to work. So very, very nice for Nightshade. I know he did mention he sold the Air Lancet in the shop. So he'll be down a little bit of offense during a couple segments here. It means he's going to have to steal from the second merchant he's going to run into. And we're going to hope that he gets lucky again. So that's about to come up, and we'll see how many times go. Imperial Camp so far, 14 Mog, going pretty standard quo. No drama so far really. The Magitech armors can fire beams back at you, and that can be a little scary if your HP drops a little bit too low. But we got one more fight here. He's just going to do a little bit of equipment shuffling. Good to go. See if he gets a back attack as well. Yeah, sure enough, he did. And then for Team Choco.
Is it just me, or are we getting a lot of back attacks, all three runners?
That fight is a little spooky. Ooh, excuse me. Yeah, that fight has a very high back attack chance. So Dair actually in Team Choco just ran into one of the scary fights that only happens on this car with a couple of enemies called Oversouls. They can petrify with their Dread Gaze ability.
No.
As you see, Cyan is petrified. For the sake of the run, it's actually not a bad thing, because now only Sabin needs to run away. And that can kind of speed things up. It can also make things a little bit scary, because, you know, if he drops, you just lose.
One interesting thing about Petrify is that characters that are petrified can still be targeted. This is really important in other pixel remasters, especially FF1, because you want to have lots of petrified characters, so because they don't get experience, but they still get targeted. So the more you get, the more they get targeted, the better. But of course, we don't want anything bad to happen.
For the Chaos Casino is definitely one of the spots that it's notorious for. How many times will he hit your petrified character? I hope it's enough.
Yes, I hope all of them.
Oh, or else you might lose 20 minutes. Yeah.
So Tonberry is just going to save Celis. She is going to be our main carry for World of Ruin.
Yeah. She is vital. So during this early segment, we're gonna have her on and off here for a bit. She's not gonna do a ton for us, but later on we'll be leveling her up. Her to be our main damage dealer, and as Pharaoh said, our main carry for.
Dair also got the suplex
suplex.
in.
Oh man, the people, everybody getting suplexes today.
And hopefully Dine will do the same. We'll be able to. We'll see.
We'll see what happens, because I remember last year Dine was going to do it and ended up getting evil tooted and was not able to do it. So I know he definitely wants to make up for that if possible. Yeah, someone mentioned in chat, but that scene with Celis is definitely pretty heavy especially for this time when it came out in gaming. There's definitely some dark themes that are present in Final Fantasy VI.
Oh yeah.
That there's a lot of discussion about death and about just very, very negative overtones.
No, just this cutscene where Dair is on right now,
Yeah.
Cyan is watching his wife and son legit going into the afterlife.
Yeah, that's rough. That's heavy stuff.
Yes. And he just wants to go after them.
So, yeah.
It's
If they go,
dark.
it's painful.
Mm-hmm. So thankfully, Celis got poison there, but thankfully she also has Poisona and Cure, so we'll be fine.
Yeah, she's not going to be using that MP for much right now anyway. You're going to see that little detour to grab the Thunder Rod. For this fight coming up, we used to use the Thunder Rod here. We don't do that anymore because we want to save that Thunder Rod for a later fight where it ends up being a lot more useful.
I use the Thunder Rod here casually.
Yeah.
Screw this guy.
Yep. No, this fight's annoying. You don't know how this fight works, or even if you do and he feels like being a jerk, it's not fun. We're gonna see the alternate strat here though, which has become the normal strat. The Celis will get the gauntlet that we picked up earlier. Celis will attack the tunnel armor for over 500 damage with a rune edge a couple of times, and tunnel armor will die, and that's that. Locke
took a dirt nap,
took a
but
nap,
that
yep.
is fine. Don't worry about it. We're not.
Locke is good at taking naps. That's one thing that just kind of.
Mm-hmm. So, Nightshade is done with all the scenarios. Now everyone just gets together and we do Kafka at Narsh, which is one of the. It's very popular. It was at least a very popular quick race category. It's just getting to this next boss fight.
Yeah, this is one of the.
Oh
pretty well-
no, Dine got hit with the debuffs.
And for the second year in a row, he is not going to be suplexing the train. On top of that,
I don't think he will even live this.
This is just this is a wipe. I believe both characters got berserked, and that's terrible. Wow. Okay. Well,
Yeah, that's unlucky.
Reload and go next.
Damn, feels bad, man. In the meantime, we just named Gao for Choco. We'll see if this time he behaves. Wheel is okay. Oh, he's still going for it?
Yeah, he's getting his revenge.
Harsh.
Absolutely. Must do it.
Okay.
Put the train in the dirt.
Put the train in the dirt. Screw you for berserking me, train.
Oh no, that's terrible. All right, so all 3 runners with the train suplex. This is all for the people today. Gotta love it.
There's gonna be a second thing for the people later on, and boy, it's gonna be great.
We runners have some fun stuff in store this time around. We'll be getting there fairly soon. I think we're about 20 or 30 minutes out. But we'll talk about that when we get there.
Right now, I think Choco is on the first try for Gal. On the first encounter, at least, to see if Gal shows up.
Yeah, Dair just went and picked up the dried meat from the mobile shop. We're taking the walk down.
And there he is!
Perfect.
First try.
So that is definitely ideal. One thing that we've done in the past is grab a couple of dried meats, because I'm pretty sure most of the runners of this game have, by mistake, had the dried meat go to the wrong person. So you just kind of get stuck sitting there, and you have to hit Gao, and you have to go back to town. It's just not good.
Yeah.
So
the Mughals fight where you have to split your party into 3 groups and then just fight a bunch of people. It's exactly the same thing here. I don't know if you have to fight anyone other than Kefka. I know in SNES you don't have to, you just wait for everyone to leave and then you push through.
You do not.
Okay,
it's actually slightly easier to avoid the running guy that's right in front of Kefka, because we can sprint through here, which you can't do in other versions. As you just saw, yep, Nightshade just did that. That's perfect. So we just avoid everybody and
zoom
we go right
in
to the fight.
past him.
Yeah, it's zooming. So we're gonna set this up where everybody's gonna use their strongest abilities here. So Cyan will use Fang, Sabin will use Aura Cannon, Edgar will use Auto Crossbow. Celis, I believe, will attack once. Miss, that's unfortunate. And then we're just gonna auto battle and hope that we get through without getting destroyed by a level 2 spell. Yep, there's another attack. Good. Celis clutched it out.
And he ran away. Hey.
Good fight. Very good.
Yeah,
fight,
really
actually.
good fight.
That can go south in a hurry, because if Kefka gets his 3rd turn, Kefka will sometimes use a level 2 spell on the whole party. And it will kill 3 of your party members, and it will kill Sabin if he's not at full health. If Celis hits, it's a 2-round fight if she hits both times. So, you know, sometimes it goes that way.
It's still very nice.
But still through. Yeah, still pretty clean. Can't complain too much.
Mm-hmm. So, Dine is just getting rid of the Rizzo Pass. I think he should be done now after that Fang, Yep. And in the meantime, on Tonberry's screen, we see Terra talking to this crystallized bird thing. And something very interesting is going to happen. She's going to scream very loudly. No, first she's going to transform into a pink thing, then she's going to scream very loudly, and then she's going to fly away!
So this beast might be familiar to Final Fantasy XIV players out there, because it's had a recent cameo, Valigarmanda. Little fun coincidence there. But yeah, it turns out Terra is not quite human. She's definitely something different.
Mm-hmm. And we're gonna find out what it is soon-ish.
So she's gonna jump scare us and then go screech off
somewhere in the distance. Yeah. Choco is just doing the trench. Yeah, still. Oh, we got the single Anguiflar, but it's a side. So he's going to fight it.
Yeah, no reason not to. It's quick. That is the scary fight. You can get back attacked by it, which is tremendously scarier. Side attack means you basically
side attack is fine.
Yeah, you get a free horrible. You just kill it. It's nice and easy that way. But yeah, that fight's scary.
Dine still needs to find Gao. He hasn't found him yet.
No, Dine Dine is
Dine is
reliving.
getting very unlucky this run.
Yeah. It had to come back around eventually for him.
Oh, he didn't show
yeah.
up. No, Gal,
We're-
please. Don't be shy. We love you.
The relay gods are putting it to him. They can't show up on this fight because that's a back attack. So, whew, rough. Going on number 4 or 5. Number 4? I don't know.
I think 4.
Okay. See what this is. Nope. Can't
Oh
show up on
no,
this
it's
one.
another back attack.
Yeah. All of those back attacks we've been seeing during the game are catching back up to us here. Like this is pretty painful.
You
While we're
can't
waiting
even
on
run
that,
away from it.
no, because it's magic armor. So Dair just ran into a double Anguiform. Now thankfully the double Anguiform cannot use the Aqua Breath attack. They only use it when they're down to a solo mob. They do have a very high run value, though, so it takes a long time of sitting there and trying to run away from them.
Maybe this one.
It's possible on
The
this one, for
promised
sure.
one.
Good targeting for R Cannon. Needed that to put a dent in that thing.
Yeah, because one thing about blitzes is if there are multiple opponents on the screen, you cannot choose a target. It's random.
Yeah.
There he is.
Oh, finally. Make sure we use the dried meat on the right person. Very good. Okay.
Okay. We're
We are through. Yep. All right. I'll do a little shout for Team Tonberry right now. So Nightshade just went into a shop in Figaro Castle and bought a couple of tools. The drill and the flash, both of which are tremendously useful. The drill is a very strong single target tool, which pierces defense, provides physical damage. Flash is a multi-target magic attack that does not split damage. I believe it doesn't split damage. Maybe misremember. It ignores magic defense though, so it's very good. We'll be using those both a bunch for the next, I don't know, hour probably. See them a ton. I see Team Choco is getting trolled by the NPC child.
I think everyone is going to get trolled by Dan.
It's terrible. It's terrible. Sometimes I just run around the other side. Like, I don't want to deal with it. It's just bad. So, Dair bought a bunch of smoke bombs, went through some inventory, and is now going to be sailing off to Narsh and finishing up the Sabin scenario. Not too bad there either.
Mm-hmm. Oh, we're just going into Terror scenario. Terror scenario is very short. All you have to do is finish going down the river and you're done. I just need to cross your fingers and hope Bannon doesn't get hard targeted by anyone.
Yeah, so they can be kind of scary because these low pros, they can crit, like the physical, they use physicals, so they can crit, and they can target Bannon, and we've definitely seen it happen where they've crit Bannon more than one time in the river. And as stated, if Bannon dies at any time while he's in your party, it's a game over. So that holds true here. Yeah, it can be really rude. We have one room in the Narsh Caves that's a little bit worrisome because the enemy spawns there are much stronger than they are everywhere else for some reason. They have like leveled up rats and some other nasty things, and they hit very hard. So typically you want to try to avoid getting attacked there because it can be a pincer and it can be a 5-pack. Again, weird things, like really, really unlikely, but this game has a lot of really unlikely ways to lose runs that people seem to encounter. So, yeah, I'm sure like you've seen some of the ways that
FF6 has a way of screwing with people.
Yeah. There's a lot of little unkind things that can happen that 90% of the time, 95% of the time, you never have to worry about. But then it happens, and you're like, wait, that can happen?
Yeah. What do I do now?
Yeah, you reset. You hit the reset button.
You hit the
That's
reset
it.
button.
Yep. So we're having the final jump off into the Serpent Trench here. So the common community lore is that Sabin doesn't need the helmet because of his training. Gao doesn't need it because he just rages something, and then Cyan actually gets the helmet, so he.
Okay, that's a good.
So,
That's a good explanation.
It's not canon, but it tracks. It makes sense.
It's canon in our hearts.
Yeah,
That's the most important thing.
Exactly.
For Tonberry, we are going through Zozo, which is a town of bandits where everyone lies.
Oh yes.
We're just going to auto battle smoke bombs until we reach the boss.
Oh, you're good. He didn't die.
Yeah, I was worried there for a second.
That was a little spooky. Yeah. The only encounters here that are truly, truly scary are the solo slam dancers, because the solo veil dancers, they have the. Now he did die.
I love.
So, okay. They have an ability. Well, they have the ability to use Ice 2 on your full party, but only when they're solo. So if you run into a solo veil dancer, you need to make sure you're getting out of there really quick. And hope you're not
that.
Okay, hope you're not having that happen. It is any tier 2. I guess I was just corrected. Thank you. Oh yeah, there we go. That is a game over. That's
the wipe.
So
this is that autosave.
The beauty of Zozo. Those things are a little terrifying. But you know what? I think Locke is going to be alive again. And
I think he gets revived.
Okay,
yeah.
Right? He's got 13 HP again. It's fine. Now he's dead again. It's
fine.
less
He's
fine.
dead again.
Playing with fire there. Is Commentator Curse? Yeah, it's probably Commentator Curse. You're welcome. We're just trying to help. So, Dair is currently starting lock scenario up, gets a successful steal on the merchant, so didn't have to sit there too long, which is good. I believe he does still have the air lancet, so for the second merchant, just hack him instead of having to worry about doing the second steal, which is kind of nice. Nightshade had some fairly good luck, so it seems Tonberry only had to do the single steal on both fights, which is.
Okay, so now we do the boss for Zozo, which is this big bulky guy. I know in SNES it's a very hard fight. In here, I think you just Q spells and Oonga Boonga auto battle and pray.
Yep, that's right. You just hit your 4 attacks and set auto battle and hope the fight works out. That's it. Thinking
that's most of PR actually.
It's one of the things that's we've kind of come to realize in optimizing this version. Yep. Okay, so there's one of the unfortunate things that can happen in that fight, and I'll explain it later. But yeah, a lot of PR is just setting up your attacks, hitting auto battle, and watching the magic happen, and hoping it happens how it's supposed to.
Hoping it doesn't ever go off script, because if it does, I hope you're good at improvising.
Yeah, there's definitely a few times in this run where you'll see the runners have to improvise.
Oh my god, talking to Terry is impossible!
Oh, it's so hard. It's so hard. You're running around 4x speed, and you don't know where you are yet. So on that fight, on the Dataluma fight, you're queuing up the 4 attacks, and then you're hitting auto battle. If Sabin is the last one to go, for whatever reason, Blitz has a chance to hit any enemy on the screen, even when it's been auto-battled. And you probably noticed that Dataluma, about 80-90% of the way in the battle, called a couple of buddies. For whatever reason, when your other characters have their auto-battles set up, they'll just keep hitting Dataluma. For Sabin, he will blitz whoever he feels like. And so it ended up wasting a little bit more time because he decided to aura cannon one of the little goons. Just little unfortunate optimizations that the game doesn't like to play nice about.
Thanks, Sabin.
He's a good guy.
He tries his best. We all do.
It's all we can do, I feel like, in this run sometimes.
Mm-hmm. the meantime, Choco is just saving Celis, and Dine is doing the little light puzzle. So, a little bit of downtime for all three runners. I guess one of the things I can also touch upon is auto battle is so crucial here. Like, we do play on ATB wait, and ATB waiting is a thing in this game where if you open a menu while your character has full ATB, you will pause everyone else's ATB, including the enemies. But because we use auto battle so much, it's not nearly as important as it is on SNES. It is still fairly important, especially for Kefka.
Yeah.
But for now, it's just auto battle and pray. Everything goes smoothly.
Pretty much. There's a few fights we'll use it on. The Super Nintendo version used it like just as much as like Final Fantasy IX. But as you mentioned, like this version of the game, it pops up a few times, and it's important where it does. But we can just auto battle through a bunch of the fights here. Less thinking, more auto battle. So Dine's caught up to the end of Terra's scenario now. I believe Dair and Team Choco are getting through Lock. So we're out of South Figaro through that basement, and we're going to be heading to the cave, making a detour to pick up the Thunder Rod, and then going and fighting Tunnel Armor. So we'll hope we don't get any, pincer attacks, back attacks, just little time wastes that we don't really want to do. The Tunnel Armor fight can be a little funky, because if Tunnel Armor gets a very quick first turn and decides it wants to hit Celis, and it can hit her pretty hard, there's a chance she can drop before she gets both of her attacks off. And it ends up just being a reset and a small time waste, like a lot of the things in this version. And it's fairly uncommon, but we'll see. We'll see how the luck is for Team Choco here.
So just going to heal real quick.
Yep.
You're supposed to use Celis's runic. This fight is supposed to showcase what she can do, but give her an OP sword, and we don't care. Look, who's that, Lamau?
It's true. She hits so hard.
She hits so hard.
That was a very clean fight. That's how you want that fight to go. Great fight for Team. Watch Dine just murder a merchant in cold blood for his bottle of cider. That seems illegal, but we'll just ignore it. Don't worry about that.
That's fine.
Yeah. So I see Nightshade did the most important menu in the game correctly. So as you're leaving Zozo, you get a party menu. And you have to put Edgar and Sabin in your party to join Locke and Celis. And if you don't, you get to walk back to Narsh.
Funny.
That's totally never happened in the relay, by the way. Totally never happened in the relay. Totally never. Yeah. So in this version, it's just a time loss. You don't lose like step route because there's no step route, but we don't want any of that drama. So Nightshade did the party menu correctly. So very good. We've got the group.
Oh, bye, Celis.
That's fine, ultimately. I think I almost commentator cursed Nightshade again, so my apologies.
Should be good. Yeah, we're fine.
Yeah, Celis dropping here is okay, because she doesn't really need to like level or anything here. And then when we get to the Opera House, she's not going to really be in the party anyway. So we're going to make a quick detour to the shop, get her a white dress. That'll be used for both her and Terra for quite a while. That gives a nice magic boost. And it's just very, very useful piece of armor overall. And then we'll head up to Owzer's Mansion, get a lovely little cutscene where we get introduced to the world's greatest gambler.
one of the best characters in game. I really like Setzer. I don't know why.
He's so great. No, he's
It's
a
fun.
great character. Mhm. He's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
He's not the best from a combat standpoint until later, and you get some really goofy stuff. But he is.
That
fun.
really live up to the gambler name. Fixed dice on Doom,
Yeah.
yes please.
Oh, it's so good. So
I've never even
Setzer.
seen it work, but the chance it might work is so enticing.
There's been a couple runs over the community life where we've had some fun encounters where they've barely been saved thanks to fixed dice. It's a little messier in this version because physical evade works. So to even get him to the point where you can hit Doom with them, you have to attack multiple times. But yeah, there's nothing like it. Like feeling doomed and then rolling the dice and getting like 6,000 damage. It's so good.
So Dair is just wrapping up the group part to start Kefka at Narsh, and Dine is making his way to Tunnel Armor.
Nice clean movement there from Dair.
Yeah. In the meantime, Nightshade is convincing the impresario that Celis is an amazing singer and she can totally do the opera because she looks like Maria. Plot twist, she actually is an amazing singer because Celis can do everything in this game.
She's really something.
Yeah.
So Edgar got dropped in the Team Choco Kefka fight. That's rough. Saban's gonna join him. And we're gonna hope we get through with what we've got, and the Celis crit is gonna get us through again.
The Celis crit, wow, coming in clutch there.
Yeah, she is clutch. I believe Nightshade can hear me. Did you make the change? That it is the sound. I think we want to get the sound on Nightshade if possible.
Yes, please.
Because one of the little changes that we were trying to, or little fun things that we were trying to do. Pixel Remaster, the opera, is a cutscene, like a very full cutscene where it's voiced, like there's an actual singer
fully
involved
voiced
in it. And it's got the like fun 2D 3D animation, and it's just so well done.
Yeah, it's gorgeous.
So what the runners wanted to do this time around was they wanted to give you a little different taste of some of the different languages that the opera is done in, because it was fully voiced in multiple languages. So we're going to shut up here and let the opera play, so you guys can enjoy this.
I think we still need to change the language because I still see it in English, but we do have a little bit of control before it starts. Yeah, we gained control of Hero Flock because we need to cheer on Celis. Yeah, and Nightshade is going to quit so he can change the language. Because you can only do this from the main menu. In the meantime, Dine is just going through Kevkat Narsh. And there he's making his way to Zozo. So that one. He's getting all of his attacks in. Cal made the rage, which is good. Celis hit the first attack. And Kefka is behaving, so I think this is going to be another clean fight. Yeah, very nice. So Nightshade pick Italian. I think Dine is going to go with Japanese. And I don't know what's the language that Dair will choose, but either way, it's going to be great.
All right. Yeah,
Beautiful.
It's so cool. Like, we're gonna hear a couple other renditions as well. As the other two runners there, but like, it's just such a nice enhancement that got made to the version. The Italian one is the one that's kind of notoriously like really impressive. But yeah, they're just very cool.
You think NiGhTBoX is going to play the rest of the run in Italian?
I don't think so. But I mean, there's a chance.
There is a chance.
He says no, but we'll see.
So Dair is doing that Illuma. Hopefully it won't summon his friends. Oh, he did. And Sabian said, "Kill the buddy."
Actually gonna one more bit of the opera here.
That's done.
And that is a Dataluma for Dair. Let the rest of the opera play. All right. So
yeah.
Now,
No, you go.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, we've got a little bit of a hectic run we've got to make now. Let's get some googly eyes first. Thank you, NiGhTBoX. We're getting all the fan favorites, and we're going on the stage.
We're going crowd surfing.
Hey guys, can we just take the shortcut? No. Get out of here. You don't belong down here. So we get booted out. We have to take the long way back. So I know NiGhTBoX does need to switch his language back. Yeah, we're gonna go hit the switch first, I think. Take care of that. So, and now we have to make a break for the rafters. We'll have to head over to that room, hit a switch, and open the door to the rafters. Because keep the lock on the other side of the balcony. I don't know.
The thing about this segment is Ultros is going to drop a 10-ton weight like the ones you see on cartoons on Celis, but it says, "Oh, this is so heavy, it'll take me 5 minutes to drop it," and that's the timer on the top right corner.
Funny coincidence.
Funny coincidence.
So Dine just survived a Veil Dancer with 7 HP on Celis alone. Just by the way. That was terrifying.
Calculated again.
Yeah, exactly. So NiGhTBoX is running all the rats in Italian. I kind of appreciate that. We're getting Flasher instead of Flash. I know he was hoping to only get 2 rats. He's already had 2 rats, and they're both 5-packs, which is not exactly best. So we'll see how this goes. I know he doesn't want to take more, but that one just wants to pick a fight with him.
Dine had Zelda's Key Runic?
Yeah, I don't think that
I don't think she's supposed to do that. No,
Not
it's a crit.
supposed to be doing this.
Oh, he did a potion.
Yeah, now I'm thinking maybe you should have let the Runic fly, because it would absorb that protect.
Oh no.
That's pro strats. No, it's fine. Hopefully we get through without the goon squad getting called.
Yeah,
and we did.
The goons.
So
nice.
So that's a fair trade, I think. So the buddies didn't show up, and instead we just got through with one extra turn. So.
Oh, he's also going to do ultras in Italian.
Yep. All right.
All right.
We're just going for the whole thing. I kind of appreciate that.
So,
right.
for ultras, it's a side attack fight, and you do get extra damage from hitting it from behind. So we want to alternate the attacks between Sabin and Edgar and Locke, so that Sabin always hits with the back attack, and he has the flame claws on, which give him fire damage. He's gonna be hitting for 4 times normal damage, and Ultra should be a very quick fight if all goes well, thanks to that.
Huge boost. There's a couple ways that we had set up this fight to go. You can have Locke on one side. I think you can have Sabin on one side. Because you can kind of force Ultras to turn specific ways based on the order of action here. So Nightshade has Edgar on the one side, so what we're probably going to do is we're going to use, I would assume, Drill. He's going to turn around, and Sabin's going to hit him in the back for almost 1,000.
Yeah.
And then we're going to do it again. We're going to hope Sabin doesn't miss, and he didn't miss, so we're out of here. Very good fight. Very good.
Really good fight. Bye-bye, Ultras.
So that's basically ideal. Yep. We'll see you again, buddy. That music track that we get there, grand finale. This is the only time in the game that it plays. It's so good, but that's literally the only scene we get it for. It's kind of sad.
So this entire thing about the opera is Setzer is crazy about Maria. Celis is not Maria. Don't worry about it. And at the end of the opera, he just kind of kidnaps her, which was all part of the plan, because he kidnaps her into his airship, and she's just going to use the chance to get everyone else on the airship and to say, hey, buddy, we love your airship, please join us. And he said, yeah, you kind of look like Maria, so I guess I will join you. And you can use my airship.
Pretty funny. He just kind of goes along with it. He's like, all right, I guess so. He's a gambler.
I'm gonna gamble with my life.
Yeah, there's a pretty cool quote that he has here. That we'll see if he says. I don't remember if he says it in PR. But it's.
Oh, he's saying it in Italian. So.
Oh, that's a good point, actually. Yeah. We are still in Italian. So. See what he decides to do. Yeah, we're in kind of a bunch of cutscenes right now with all 3 runners.
Yeah.
Team Choco is going to be naming Setzer here. Team Mog is, they've gotten to the top. They beat Dadluma, and now we're talking to Ramu, who just turned himself into Magicite. So that's that's fun. We met this lovely old fellow who just yeah.
And the Edgar is going to gamble. No, Maria, Celis is going to gamble with Setzer with the 2-headed coin.
There's a really fun little nod here where if you have Edgar and Sabin in your party, they'll make a comment about or Sabin will make a comment about the coin. If you have done the little cutscene, the extra side cutscene in Figaro Castle before now, you can do most of that and kind of get the backstory about what the coin is about. How Edgar and Sabin had this coin flip to determine who was going to have their freedom, who was going to stay behind and take the
throne to Figaro.
Exactly, the right to the throne. And Edgar actually had a 2-headed coin, so he could assure that Sabin would win and be able to seek his freedom. So
Dair is going to do the opera in Japanese.
Okay, yes. So we're actually.
So if we could switch audio to Dair, that would be awesome.
Thank you so much, production. Really appreciate you. They're just very, very cool. So while we wait for that, the cutscene's happening. Most of us, I don't think, can read what's going on. We're not gonna be able to for pretty much any of the other. Some of us are probably able to, but I know I can't. So Dine is doing the post Zozo menu. Going to be heading to Jidor and getting the Setzer cutscene, grabbing the white dress, and then heading on to the opera as well. While Nightshade, I think, is doing his reset here. He's going to be saving and switching back to English because I don't think he can play the rest of the game in Italian. He's a man of many talents, but I don't know if that's one of them.
I'm the one here whose language is most similar to Italian. I still don't understand the thing about it.
No, I am always deeply impressed by people who know multiple languages. It's so difficult, like fascinating. So we are back in English. So Nightshade's going to be heading to the Magitech factory. We'll talk a little bit about that, probably with the other runners, because we're about to have the opera for Dair. So we'll let that go. You guys can enjoy. but that is the Japanese rendition.
So we just learned that the Brazilian opera isn't voiced,
Nope. There's no audio.
which is sad.
Or Portuguese. So yeah, I think it's especially sad. I think he chose that one for you, and there's nothing there. So better luck next time, I guess. Yeah, there's nothing for Portuguese.
Oh well.
So we'll still let the rest play in Japanese. Or actually, I think we're back at
We're back on
Tonberry.
Tonberry.
Audio. Okay. So yeah, that's...
And we're about to reach the next split on Tonberry actually. He got the Shiva and Ifrit fight without Shiva coming in, which is very nice. I think I wasn't paying a lot of attention to Magic Master, but I think it went fine. So now we just have to do the cart, which is very fun. Except
mostly,
not really.
Mostly drama free. Yeah. I mean, the segment's a little bit annoying.
Yeah.
You get to enjoy the lovely visuals that are somehow upscaled from the even lovelier visuals from Super Nintendo. But yeah, this segment definitely has a little bit going on. So we're gonna do some quick gearing up of our 3 remaining characters, because Celis had to save the party by warping Kefka and his soldiers out before they were able to cause some shenanigans. So we're gonna have a minecart ride that Sid's gonna push us along. He assures us it's safe. We're gonna run into 5 encounters. These are purely random. We can't actually do anything to set them how we would like to in this version. So during these encounters, we're going to have Edgar use Phantom basically right away to keep us safe from the first attacks of these Magna Rotors. And then you're going to have Locke attack because he hits pretty dang hard, as you just saw with that Flame Saber that we got. And Sabin use Aura Cannon. In the event that we get multiple fights or multiple enemies, Edgar will be using Flash. So for this 2, you're going to see Edgar use Drill, I believe. And then Locke is going to attack. Because I don't think Flash is doing quite enough damage, but that's still a pretty clean fight. Setting Flash is fast as well, and you can just use it for everything. So Nightshade's taking that option to just kind of auto battle and forget it, which I kind of agree. Once Edgar levels up, Flash will kill the blue ones right away. So yeah, we're gonna be hitting that right now. Beautiful. Okay, so as you just saw, now it takes care of them. So no problem there. So we're gonna get through those 5 fights.
Dair was trying to avoid the group of rats, but he couldn't, so that's an extra fight he had to take.
Did avoid that one.
And he's trying to avoid the next one. It hit him.
That was the pincer is a little unfortunate. That was a good dodge though. We did avoid the 1. Ideally, we kind of just want to take the 2. You need to get some MP, some magic points from taking fights, in conjunction with taking fights on the way to the Opera House, to get a couple of spells on, I believe Locke especially needs a spell for the Ifrit and Shiva fight. I'm trying to recall if there's another one, but I know you at least need that for that fight. And then you need Sleep on Locke for the 024 fight.
Or Magna Rollers.
Yeah, so the blue ones aren't bad. Like you kill them pretty quickly. The red ones give you more gold, which is kind of nice. So it would be nice to find a couple of those if we could, but no such luck. So I'm at the boss here, and I think Choco and Tonberry both encountering bosses here. This boss, this 128, can be a bit sketchy, depending on how he wants to act.
Oh, he got both arms.
That's nice.
Very nice.
So that spell has a chance to petrify 0, 1, or both arms. Now, unfortunately, the arms being petrified just puts them back on the respawn cycle, so after about 30 seconds they'll come back anyway. You see Sabin decided to take care of that one himself. But we basically need to get enough HP down on the body, so we're hopefully having blitzes go on the main target. That's a good fight.
Over.
Yep.
Yeah, that was really clean.
You can 128's a bit weird because it has a bunch of nasty attacks that it can sometimes use. And if it takes off your phantom right away, you just have a bad time.
I think Dine is also gonna do googly eyes.
Yes. Yes. Do it for the
So
fans.
dark and spooky.
So when Dine gets to the Ultras 2 fight, a couple things I want to bring up about it. It's actually a really funky fight, casually. It causes a lot of headaches for people. But we have a little bit of time before he gets there.
Alright, now we're gonna start Reigns. Setzer joins with the other three, and while they are trying to escape, Kefka just summons these two giant arms, and we have to fight them.
I always can't help but feel like Setzer could have just, gotten us back on the airship and then just left. But
Yeah.
I don't know.
Gotta put an extra fight after the whole gauntlet for reasons, I guess.
Yeah, just wasted too much time, I guess. Dawdling too much. So this fight is really notorious. In some versions of the game, this fight is probably the scariest fight in the game. In this version, we have to survive the first 2 turns, which just happened, and we're pretty good. And now we get to blow up that Thunder Rod that we got back in Figaro Cave, and instantly destroy the right crane. Just super, super quick and from there, we will do some abilities.
Oh, he missed it.
He did, but it's not the end of the world.
Yeah.
The solo cast Bismarck on the left crane does a ton of damage, and then you can do a 7 flash to usually just kill the crane, but as it stands, yeah, we'll just use another attack. That's the next split, actually. So good fight from Nightshade.
Yeah, pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the Mysidian Rabbit is it's not so bad to see in this version. Like, Edgar just got dropped on Dine's Rats fights. He got a back attack 5-pack, which is really, really not kind.
Oh no!
And, oh boy. So
they are not being nice.
No, this might be. This might get really ugly in a hurry. One of the Magicite that we get from Zozo, the stray cat, Kate Sith Esper, sometimes we'll actually equip it on someone here. So in the event that we get a nasty 5-pack, we can use it and confuse all 5 of them. It's a kind of more of a safety than anything. It doesn't really do anything for us otherwise. But you're seeing why it can be actually helpful to have in the event that it comes up. He will hopefully get through. Yeah.
That looks like the last attack.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Just a mess, though. Ugh.
Ai, de graça! I'm sorry. That's so funny. Okay, Dair is setting his language back to English.
Big thank you to the runners for being willing to mess with all this language stuff.
Yeah.
For the relay. I know we were talking about it a little bit. Had some suggestions on some fun things to do, but this is definitely one that people aren't so familiar with. And it's kind of cool to show it off. All right, so let's talk about Ultros 2 really quick. So Team Mog, so Dine's got the same setup here, where he's got Edgar on the left and Locke and Sabin on the right. So for this fight, Ultros, if he doesn't go down in the first like 2 turns, he'll actually dive to the stage and then come up somewhere else. So the way this fight works is every spot that Ultros comes up has a separate health pool. So if he leaves and he comes back, he will have 3,000 health again. Or 2,000 health again. 3,000. It's something like that. So every time there's like 4 separate spots, he can leave and come back and he'll have a new health pool. And so it ends up becoming this big war of attrition if you down him immediately. And on top of that, he's got this little fun part of his script where he'll auto-counter blitzes and Bushido techniques with Imp Song, I want to say. So if Cyan or Sabin tries to do something to him, they will get imped for it, which is the biggest reason why we use Sabin's physical attack here. On top of it being the 4x damage that you mentioned before, Pharaoh. It's just much stronger to use the fire base because Ultros is fire. But yeah, it can be a really messy fight casually. It's very, very, very scary. Oof, that back attack for Choco is kind of messy. The big armor can be scary if it lives for a while and starts firing lasers, and it's causing much drama. So, let's get a revive there and progress on through. All of the runners tend to pick up some Phoenix Downs when they're in Figaro Castle getting Edgar's tools. So they'll usually be enough to carry us through about half the game. There's a couple other shops we'll do where we'll restock if as needed.
Yeah, here we're listening to Kefka's evil plan, while at the same time, oh no, what's that? The Emperor's stealing a baby? You don't do that. Baby thief, give it back! Oh, she got smacked.
Ouch. And that was the last we ever saw of Madonna.
RIP. Yeah, this is basically Terra's backstory. She's the daughter of a human and Esper, so she's half Esper, and that's why she can transform into the pink thing. And she can also communicate with the Magicites in some way. She can communicate with Espers to some extent.
Yeah, the main one being Madwin, because Madwin is her father. She's got a special link to him, obviously. But just in general, she can still communicate. Hence all the back and forth with Valigarmonda, Narsh. Makes a lot more sense now. Alright, so we have that fun Ifrit and Shiva fight coming up for Dair. This thing, as you had mentioned, we're really trying to not see Shiva. Similarly to the Ultros thing, Ifrit and Shiva have separate health pools, so if you see Shiva, it's going to take a lot longer. We used to have some old tech in the Super Nintendo version where you actually would kind of not fight this because you could run away while the 2 enemies were apparating in and out. So in this version, yeah, that's a little unfortunate. Celis really needs to be up if she can, because Blizzard is a pretty hefty source of damage in this fight.
I think Shiva might show up just because of that.
It's potential, yeah, or there's potential for that. We'll have to see how it
goes.
Okay, that's fine. Edgar will survive that. And then Locke is just on this fight for this part. But yeah, you're typically going to want to use a mix of Blizzard and Drill just to get through this. And then at the end, Sabin can throw a pummel, and then you just kind of auto battle. Just let it go.
Well, that's
hopefully you get
gone.
through. Yeah, I believe Shiva's just on a timer in this version, so you can
okay, it's
get
over.
through. Yeah, so Dair still got through. Definitely a little
That's nice.
janky, but not bad. Yeah. first try. It's definitely an iffy point of the fight or of the run. If you have bad luck or get stuck in a battle. So it is attack number based is what I'm hearing. Thank you, Shade. So we used to have other tech that we had to do. There were only certain attacks you could hit Ifrit with, or else he would react in ways you want. But that's been refined at this point. There's been a lot of refinement of the PR routes over the last couple of years. A huge part thanks to the Japanese community. You know, Muchiha is a very well-known runner of this, who's also in the relay again this year. Big shout-outs to Muchiha and Shigeru for doing a ton of the routing on 6PR. I'm sure there are other names I'm forgetting as well, but they have been a huge part of figuring out a lot of the intricacies of this. And they found some, or Muchiha has found some more recent tech, I believe, that we'll be explaining here in a little bit that involves Terra and the ability that she just got, and then we got her back, called Trance. So once we get to the first usage of that, I'll dive into that a little bit more. But just know that there's some fun tech now involving that ability, which lets her output some pretty obscene damage for a lot longer than she's supposed to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for now here on the Silt Cave, there is a big grind that we are going to do here. All of the enemies here are undead, and instead of throwing Phoenix Downs, we can throw Holy Waters, which are much cheaper to buy, if I'm not mistaken. So, when we get to that room, we're just gonna start throwing them. And we'll just watch Terra gain levels. Oh, because we also want to run away with Locke, so Terra absorbs all the experience.
Yeah. Locke is here to help throw them quickly and out.
Yeah, that's it.
Alright, so we're at the 024 fight for Team Choco. We got the good steal right away. So you typically want to open with a Locke steal and hope you get the Rune Edge. It sells for a lot of money. Very helpful. And then we'll be doing a few different attacks. So Sabin Aura Bolt as usual. Edgar will throw either a drill or a flash. And then Locke can cast Sleep on 024 to prevent him from doing too many. That is a little unfortunate. That Sleep came up after the barrier change. So we're going to hope that the barrier change was to something good.
No.
It's
still blocking damage.
Yeah, so if you get lucky, you can get it to a weakness where Aura Cannon will do like double damage. But it did 0, so we're going to have to use physicals, and Locke will have to use Sleep every turn to keep 024 occupied. So, still not a bad fight, though, even with that happening. Like, pretty tame, ultimately. Dine is currently dealing with Ifrit. Edgar got roasted. So he's gonna take a quick nap. Probably have to get him back up. And Celis puts out some decent damage, so that is good.
He is not. He's just healing Celis.
No, he's just gonna roll. Okay. Yeah, I guess if it is attack based.
Shiva got
okay.
in.
So.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
Shiva absorbs Blizzard.
Because yeah, obviously Blizzard will not work on Shiva. So this is now Sabin doing all the damage, and I don't know where we're gonna go from. I'm sure he'll figure it out, but this definitely gets a little bit
Just
messier.
trying to get to keep everyone
Yo,
alive.
that's-
Oh no!
that's
Yeah,
a reset,
that's
yeah.
bye bye.
That is a reset. So that's
This
exactly what we wanna do.
run has been rough on Dine.
Yes, yeah, he's had some iffy luck.
Yeah.
For some of these segments. But you got it, Dine. We just what you did there. Just don't do that part again. It'll be fine.
Just have Ifrit behave and don't use a tier 2
Exactly.
spell.
Exactly. Like,
So Ifrit, please behave.
just get along. Good. All right, fire is okay. Fire is good. You can heal through that. Drill's gonna do good damage. Sabin's gonna throw his Raging Fist. Fire again. Fire is good.
Yeah, fire is good as long as it's not on Celis again.
Right, so that fight's looking definitely a little bit better. Nightshade is actually... Oh, there's the fire
There's
up.
it. Yeah, bye-bye. But
Might
it's
be
at
okay,
that,
though.
it might be okay because it's been a while now.
Let's see if the blizzard here ends the fight. I think it should. Maybe we get one more. Maybe it won't. Oh,
Not yet.
No.
What?
Ow. We're more behind than I
Ow.
thought. Oh,
Holy. That looked good.
that felt like a damage roll. Jeez. All right. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Nightshade is wrapping up, and that's gonna be another reset for Dine.
Oh
Brutal.
no.
Brutal. This is the concern about this fight. This is why we were worried about this fight, because it can go south. I know he was wanting to avoid this as well. Nightshade made his way through Sealed Cave. We leveled Terra up to level 20 under the Modwing stat boost, which gets her a +1 magic every time she levels up. That's going to let her be our main carry through the end of the World of Balance. So as we were going through, you may have noticed, I believe he switched at one point. He switched his on-screen character, specifically over to Locke from Terra. We'll talk about why that happened in just a little bit, but just note that it happened. Alright, so we got Team Choco going down the minecart, and we got the Phantom up, which is good. We're hoping to get through these fights all very quickly.
Third try for Dine.
Alright, Dine got through that time. Edgar didn't get roasted. Like, we getting through. That was a rough segment, though.
That was a very rough segment.
Yeah. Magitech Factory is one of the pain points of this run, because between that fight and the 128 fight that Dair is coming up on shortly here, there's just a lot of things that are wrong quickly. The segment can be very painful if you're underleveled too.
We'll go out of the frying pan and into the fire because the minecart can go south very fast as well.
Yeah. Oh, that's the truth.
On SNES, this everything from Ifrit to Cranes is so scary because here on PR at least you get the free one shot with the Thunder Rod. On SNES you don't even have that luxury, so you're just holding tight to your chest the entire time.
The only fight on Super Nintendo that's not very scary is 024. But if 024 opens with Overflow, it can suddenly get scary. Every other fight, things go wrong. And honestly, in this version, it's the same. Dine is on 024, and 024 did not open with Overflow, which is good, because that confuses one of your party members. And depending on who it hits, you can get some really nasty things happening immediately. If he confuses Edgar, and Edgar uses Flash to reset. So, yeah. Fun things like that. But so far, so good on that fight for Team.
Nobody got to run play.
Alright, that's good. So we're at the 128 fight for Team Choco now. 128 did not open with anything particularly painful. It opened with a physical, which is exactly what you want. Katobopas hit both arms, which is again exactly what we want. So we can set up Aura Cannon and Drill for a little bit here and get one drill, set up Auto Cannon on Auto Battle, and then Edgar will switch to Flash because the arms will start coming back. Then you don't have to worry about his targeting. Just hit everything. But the start of the fight's been pretty much exactly what you want. You got one character visible off of a Blizzard spell. And okay, now our targeting is getting a little funky, so hopefully this will end it. And it did. Okay, good. Nice fight.
Yeah.
128's got attacks like Atomic Ray, Gale Cut, it has net. Just a lot of things
I replayed this game casually. The hardest fight on this entire segment was 128. Because it's such a huge troll.
Yeah. It's very, very difficult. I guess to note too, the reason that we use Phantom is twofold. One is to make it so the enemies, the Magna Marauders on the way to the fight, hit you. They will use spells on their second turn, but they can't do anything but physical attack on the first turn, so you don't have to worry about that. Second reason is because number 128 has a counter called Blood Feast. It's a physical attack, and it does a huge amount of damage in this version. It pierces defense, and it heals 128 for the same amount it hits for. So if you're invisible, it's not a concern. But the moment you become visible and you start getting hit by those, the fight goes south in a hurry.
That's so rough.
Yeah, so hopefully Dine doesn't have to deal with that. Dair and Nightshade both had a fairly tame 128. So Choco is now going into the Crane's fight. So, as it was for Tonberry, we're gonna blow up the Thunder Rod on the right side, and we're gonna use a couple abilities, including the Bismarck Summon, to take care of the left Crane. I'm gonna hope that... Okay, good. Physical attack for the first is exactly what we hoped for. That's perfect.
Oh, we even give it a potion for our troubles.
Nice. I think Tonberry stole the high potion as well. All the runners are trying to steal from the right side because the right side has a rare steal that is one of Edgar's tools, the Debilitator, which we have to buy later on. So if we can get it here for free, it's kind of just a nice thing to happen, and we get to skip a shop. Okay, that's less good, because that is a buff on the Crane. Oh, we're just... Okay, I think I know what happened. I think we auto-battled physicals instead of the abilities. So we're through. Cranes...
Yeah, well, they're through.
Cranes are down. So that was a split for Tonberry, I believe. Or not Tonberry. Chocobo. Excuse me. Team Choco. I swear I know which team is which. I've ran for Team Choco. I should know Team Choco.
Interesting. Team Choco is the only team I haven't run for.
Oh, okay. So we've never been on the same team? No. I'll have to fix that sometime. So, Nightshade is currently making his way through the Imperial Capital. So he's been tasked to talk to all of these soldiers. So you're gonna see up and down the corridors and in these side rooms, there's a bunch of NPCs that we have to... Now you'll see as he talks to them, you're gonna get this prompt of 13 soldiers, 14 soldiers, etc., etc. You get a number of points. You get a point for talking to every soldier. And you get multiple points for talking to and defeating the soldiers who fight in battle. You need a certain number of points from this entire sequence to get a number of rewards at the end. One of which is a very important relic called the Charm Bangle. Another of which is access to a weapons base, which has a tremendous amount of good loot that we need all of. So going back to the sealed cave, when we were in the sealed cave, we had Locke become the display character. For whatever reason, and this is more tech, I believe, that was discovered by the Japanese players. If Locke is the displayed character as you go into the Kefka fight, you need to talk to a total of 21 soldiers. If he is not the display character in the Kefka fight, or as you go into the Kefka fight, you have to talk to more soldiers. So you'll end up having to talk to all of them. So it's a total of like 24, I believe. We're not sure why this happens.
That's very interesting.
It's really bizarre, but it's been like, we knew there was an inconsistency since day one of this version, but we just weren't sure why. 21 with Locke, 22 without, and then there's 24 total. So, yeah. It's very, very peculiar. I just have to say, Insta-baby.
Insta-baby.
Sorry. Has to be said. We missed it the first time, so...
So, Dine is going through number 128. I didn't see if Catoplepus got both the arms.
I believe it did get both.
Okay, that's good.
And all of
And
his
it's
party
down.
members stayed invisible. That's a really good fight. That's about as good a fight as you can hope for. I guess that's the offset for the Ifrit and Shiva's suffering.
Oh, and we can see Terra going into trance the first time.
Yes, so we can talk about this. So trance, as you see, is a buff that Terra can activate on herself that causes her to do more damage by quite a bit, and gives her this little, like, it places her ATB meter with a green meter that descends based on how much trance power she has. So it was discovered somewhat recently that if you have your auto battle on, and her trance gauge is still has at least a little bit in it, so it's not completely empty at the end of a fight, the game refunds you all of the trance gauge that you spent in that fight. So we have had some inconsistencies, and we had wondered why certain people seemed to have more trance gauge available to them. And, you know, some of us ran into issues on Floating Continent, some of us ran into issues on Ultras 3, and it's just like, this is very inconsistent. It's very weird. So it was found that, yeah, if you are on auto battle and your battle ends with that meter still having anything left in it, you get refunded everything. So that tech is vital to basically every boss fight from here to the end of World of Balance, because Terra's involved in pretty much all of them. And I don't know how comfortable the runners are with that. I know there have been issues holding the meters. It's difficult. It's a difficult piece of tech that I only know Muchiha is very good at. Because yeah, he's been very consistent in having a bunch of time savings to that. So we'll see how they do with it.
To be fair, Muchiha is like the pro of Pixel Remaster.
Muchiha and Shigeru are both incredible at like all of the PR games, so it's no wonder.
Yeah.
All right,
So
Dyne,
Dyne's doing cranes now. Just deleted the first one, Bismarck the second one.
Yeah, we got a slot.
We got a bunny.
He just let it rip, and whatever. Mugu for the people. Yeah, Bismarck and the
And
drill.
It's dead. Bye.
There's your last crane split. Very good. Bismarck and drill just end the left one, and the right one is just Thunder Rod. So the fight is gainless in this version. It's kind of nice. All right, so Nightshade just took his detour to the Imperial Weapons base, picked up everything that was there. It's a lot of money. It's a flame saber. It's like elixir. It's just a bunch of different things that are all going to be very, very handy for the rest of the run. So that's another integral part of accomplishing the banquet correctly. So he's going to be getting through. He's finally meeting Shadow first off, so we get the Shadow theme. But he's going to be in Cutscene City here for quite a while. This is one of the notorious parts of the game. As we sail from Albrook to Thamasa, Thamasa is known for having a ton of cutscenes, very little gameplay interspersed. So, kind of nice that he'll be doing that segment as the other runners will be going through Sealed Cave and such. Yeah, they are they're running shoes that are in the weapon space, and they give haste in battle. Which are very useful. So after we go recover Terra from Zozo, so we bring Madwin back to Terra and Zozo and gets her back. We head off with her to Narsh to talk to the Elder and the Returners, basically try to figure out a plan to to determine our next steps, we're gonna go to the sealed cave and we're gonna try to talk to the espers. So hence why we go fly over there. Pay quick attention to Dine's stream.
Oh, we get to do it again. The Insta baby.
Insta baby. Drama. One final Insta baby.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, her name is retranslated, I think, to Madeline or something. Forgot. Oh,
It was Madonna, and now it's Madeline.
Mm-hmm. I can only remember her as Madonna. Just I don't know. It stuck with me from the Super Nintendo one. So yeah, so Nightshade's gonna be on a boat, talking to General Leo.
General Leo was my bro in Opera, that's all.
He's so cool.
Mm-hmm.
I appreciate that he's good in like the side games that he was available in, Record Keeper, Opera Omnia. Like he's dope. He got the short end of the stick sometimes, I think. Like
in this game, he definitely got the short end of the stick.
He got the pointy end of the stick.
Mm-hmm. The stabby from the back.
See, Terra doesn't understand what emotions are and just trying to get some help. The struggle is real, I understand.
Oh no. Dair used the holy water on Terra.
Oh yeah, we've I feel like we've all been there at some point.
PR and targeting during auto battle.
Yeah. The only reason that's unfortunate is because that life shaver went off and now Locke is full again. Thankfully he's not the one who needs to live. Like, so it's kinda whatever. But yeah, you can't actually just set auto battle in this scenario, because when you set auto battle, it'll retarget the holy water back on yourself. It'll save your targeting if you do it manually. So you'll basically like activate auto battle to get to your next turn and then turn it off right before it happens. And then you can mash through it. It's just a weird little inconsistency that happens though. So Locke needs to run and then we'll get the holy water back on the last zombie there. Yeah, Sealed Cave is just a strange place in general.
I do like how it's so easy to farm or encounters in it.
Yeah.
Because they're so easy to kill.
This is one place that infuriated me when I was a kid and when I was playing through this casually, because these things hurt. Like, the Ings use Life Shaver, and it refills their HP back to full. And so if you got hit by it, you would just lose like 400 health and instantly die. Like, it's really, really irritating.
Because I play...
Oh, there's Locke. Yep. Good night.
Bye-bye.
Oh boy. Alright, so this is a little spooky now. Yeah, I kind of agree with that, honestly. It was fine until
Bye-bye.
Terra... Yeah, it was fine until Terra became visible, and then not so fine. Not so fine.
I guess we can just do Phantom again and then continue the grind.
We honestly...
we watered on ourselves.
That's unfortunate.
So this is the problem of auto battle in PR.
Yeah. Okay, we grab the Ultima weapon. Yeah, that thing's gonna be useful a little later on. So right now we just kind of keep in the inventory, but don't forget that we grabbed it here. So the Re-Phantom is not necessary, but it's a nice safety. So I definitely don't blame Dair for doing it.
Yeah, and we're not talking about Tonberry because this is a Thamasa cutscene, which is notorious for being extremely long.
It's got really good music right now, though. Realm's theme is so good. So good. And we're just talking over it, so sorry. So the holy water thing isn't usually too big a deal, because when we go to Figaro Castle, we grab, I want to say it's 24 or 25 holy waters. And unless you get very unlucky and you don't get any holy water drops from the enemy, because both the outcast and the zombie dragon drop them, you'll always get enough back so that even if you waste 1 or 2 on yourself, you'll be okay. I've had a run where I got 0 drops and I was actually at 0 holy waters at the end of this segment.
Spooky.
It's not great. It's a little uncomfortable. You can use Phoenix Downs, and if it comes to it, you just will. Like, it's better than not using anything. But it definitely can put you in a place where you're a little tight on resources. So hopefully we'll avoid that completely. So Team Mog is heading into the sealed cave, going to be doing that grind to get Terra to level 20. And then Team Tonberry.
We're going into the flaming house.
Oh yes. Now, this part is just kind of a lot less technical than it used to be. Like, there was a whole big manipulation you could do to avoid the encounters in the flame house, screen transitions and things like that. Now,
it's SNES only on PR.
Yeah.
Just go forward and pray.
Just go. Like, PR has this interesting thing where any enemies that are on screen that are like moving take like 3 seconds to start moving. And while they're not moving, you can kind of shimmy past them as long as you don't like face them and touch them. You'll just go past them. So between that and the ability to move past enemies while they're moving, and skip encounters, you can get through these rooms without getting into too many fights. It's very hard to avoid them all. I do believe it's possible, but it's not easy.
The lore in Tamasa is that, like, in the past there was a big war between people that could use magic and espers, and after the war, the people that use magic were sort of cast away, and this is their last refuge. So that's why when the house starts going on fire, and because Realm, the granddaughter of Strago, is stuck inside the house, he says, "Screw the customs, I'm gonna use magic to try and save my granddaughter," and he fails! Because they haven't used magic in so long that it's become very weak. So we have to go in ourselves and try to get her out there.
I was always very amused by the fact that their Flames Be Gone spell just made the flames worse.
Yeah.
You gotta practice. Like,
at least he tried.
He does try. They all try. It's kind of sad, honestly. That's not a fun back attack to get with the 6-pack. These encounters can be either 3 or 6. And typically you just want to see the 3 like that. You can just smoke bomb. Lock is very fast and will typically get away pretty quickly. So there we go. There's the movement while you can just get right past them if they cooperate with you. So Nightshade's having a better run through the rest of this house. You'll notice that they picked up a flame rod. I don't know why we're keeping flame rods in the house, so it might explain what's going on here. Not the best decision. As we get deeper in the house, we're going to go in this room. We're going to get an ice rod, which clearly didn't help at all. So maybe we can use it and make it better. So, all right. Last couple of rooms, not so bad.
So this is the flame meter. What we are going to do is transmit Terra and throw a rod on his face, and it's going to die.
So I see a I see a comment in chat about the flame rods being kept in the house because we need them for 5. Yeah, so rods are really strong in this game as well. We will be buying a bunch here very, very, very soon. So we have a shop coming up for Nightshade in the next, like, I don't know, 3 minutes or so. where they'll be buying like 30-ish, 40-ish rods with all of the money that we have saved up until this point, and we're gonna be selling a bunch of different items. Those
Did
rods.
Dain ran out of holy waters?
Possibly.
I think he did, because his Terra
so.
jumped to level 21. I think he ran out of holy waters. Well, it was just the last encounter, it's fine.
Yeah, it's not a huge deal. Like, but again, that's the fear that can happen if you get no drops. No, I think you're right though. I think he ran out. Yeah, you get no drops and you have bad fights. It's just go through them all. Tough break.
Terra does have one extra level, so maybe that will be nice for Floating Continent.
Yeah, I mean the Terra levels are good to have. The main boss on Floating Continent is really rough. So
yeah.
Any extra buffer we can get is
I remember the last relay.
Oh, Atma. Yeah, that fight.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, you know, it happens. It's okay. I had a rough go, but like it's the kind of thing, it's just like,
yeah.
If he doesn't like you,
if he doesn't like you, he's just going to kill you.
Right, you just get quaked and you just die. And that's the beauty of Ultima Weapon in PR. He has no script. It's just whatever he feels like. So we'll see. Hopefully none of the runners have to deal with that drama. Because yeah, it can be really nasty. So
also I like what? Oh, he's going to trans. Okay. In some fights here, you have to actually fight them. In others, you can just throw a smoke bomb and the game will still count as you have won against them. It's just very funny.
It's pretty amusing. This guy, I don't think you can run from. Or even if you do run from them, I think you have to fight it. But yeah, I think the other like single soldiers that we're gonna see, like they're just gonna smoke bomb away from them. You're gonna see Dair do it here when we go into this room. It's really funny. Like you just leave and they're like, oh, I guess I see where you're coming from. Really? Okay. Well,
thanks. I guess.
Don't fight. Just run away. You've convinced me. And see there, they smoke bomb and leave, and then he's like, oh yeah. Not bad.
Not bad.
Right. Pacifism is the way to go.
Yes.
So, alright. So, Team Tonberry is gonna be starting this mess of a menu. This is one of the largest menus in the game, or shops in the game, I should say. We're selling off everything we don't need, and buying all of those rods. So we're going to be selling a bunch of weapons, we're going to be selling most of our helmets, we're going to be selling a handful of accessories, we're going to be selling some random items like consumables that we don't need, tents, things like that. And then we're going to be buying 11 flame rods, 10 ice rods, and however many thunder rods we can afford.
Yeah, I think he sold a flame rod on accident.
Oh yeah, that's why he rebought it. Okay. Yep. So he's fine. He bought the 12th flame rod to replace it.
And that's money for everything.
Yep. That's perfect. That's exactly what we want out of that shop. It can be a little funky because you're going through and selling all of your weapons, and you need to not sell the one weapon you just picked up in the house. So yeah, I know we've all sold a bunch of weird things before. I remember one year, I don't know if it was during the relay, it may have been during a race. I sold my whole stack of elixirs.
Oh no.
Yeah, so I got 6 GP for my 6 elixirs. I was like, alright, that helps nobody. So yeah, you can do things like that. That shop can be fun.
There are a few FF games where there's a big menu where you have to sell a bunch of stuff, but not everything. And if you sell something you shouldn't, you're kinda screwed.
Yeah. There's really no takebacks. It's either reload or, well, I hope you have a backup strat ready.
Yeah. At least in PR, because it auto-saves when you enter the shop, you just do it again, it's fine. But there are some games where you don't have that luxury.
Yeah, exactly.
Looking at you, FF9.
Oh god. Oh, FF9. FF9's inventory management is brutal.
Yes.
Oh, it's so rough. I have so much respect for the 9 runners and menu management they have to do with their inventory. Oh my goodness.
Mm-hmm. So this is Ultros 3. In SNES, I think this fight is pretty straightforward. In here, I think in here too, because you only skip this fight. You only skip this fight when you skip the muzzle altogether.
Yeah, this fight is straightforward, but this fight is one of the first ones where you're going to be seeing that the transgauge tech that I was talking about earlier, where Tonberry will have to end this fight with some gauge left, so Terra still has some for the next set of fight.
Oh,
Choco,
they're reloaded.
Yeah, Choco just had a freeze and a crash, and I'm hoping that the autosave is after the banquet. It looks like it is, yeah. Or it's between. It might be on the fight. Okay, yeah. So I think Dair is gonna have to go. Go check the guard just to make sure you don't have to refight the guard. I would say.
Because it's hard to say when.
I assume the save would have been there. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's what I was worried about. So glad we checked that. Yeah, autosave can be a little funky. So all right. So we're going back to Nightshades. We did get through the Ultros 3 fight with that gauge left still for Terra. So we should be good to have that get refunded, and she should be set for the rest of the way.
For floating continents, at least.
Is there any way to know for sure ahead of time? As far as the gauge, not really, unfortunately.
Yeah, we get Realm for Ultros 3, but I don't think we ever use her again.
No. Ultimately, it's. I think it's just that fight, and you take her gear, and that's the end.
Yeah. Realm is the star of the sketch run, but nowhere else.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. So Nightshade actually mentioned in chat it can only be messed up now on Ultros 4, because you're going to be using Trance 2 more times. It'll be on Ultros 4 and Ultimate Weapon.
Oh yeah, we have to do
yes.
REF. We have to do REF.
Yeah. So yeah, I think Choco's banquet got messed up a little bit thanks to that crash and a weird fight. So we'll see. As long as they got the Imperial camp with the treasure room, it's gonna be okay. So we're gonna see what they've got here. Troops withdrawn. There's the weapons base. Yeah, no charm bangle.
No charm
which
bangle.
Is kind of unfortunate, and it's gonna make the rest of the run will have a few more encounters. But it's not nearly as bad as missing it in Super Nintendo, because you're on step route. So just a few more runs you'll have to do. It's not the end of the world. Real quick, let's talk about the banquet. You'll see here, because we didn't really talk about the other two. So Mog is answering a bunch of questions that the Emperor is asking. There's a very specific set of answers you have to answer with, in conjunction with talking to the amount of guards that we were discussing earlier, so 21 or 22. By answering all of the questions correctly, you will earn 90 points out of a possible 93. So we need 90 points to get the Charm Bangle, which is the last reward. So you have a tiny buffer in the event that you make any mistakes. But there's, I believe it's about 12 questions that he asks, and you must answer them all correctly. So Little
And on top of
interrogation.
that, you need to do enough soldiers.
Yes. Yeah, so you didn't talk to all of them, and you have to talk to all the ones that fight you because they give you more points than the others. So you cannot avoid those. Again, I believe Choco's bank got messed up either with one of the questions before the autosave or with the one of the things that happened on the crash. I'm not certain what it was. We're gonna see here
I'll
what
just finish the banquet.
we're gonna see here what Dine gets. Make sure he gets everything. So
Oh, he also missed it. Oh, there's the war
no, he
bangle.
got it. Yeah, it
Yeah, he
takes a
got
little bit
it.
of problems. Okay, so there's the war bangle.
I forget that you get all the items and you don't get it replaced.
Yeah. When it's the full list, it's a long, long list of items. So we'll get that on right away. The ward bangle decreases random encounter rate, which is obviously hugely useful. There is a better version of it later on that is Google exclusive, but until then, we'll be using this one to lower it the best we can. So weapons-based trip, grab everything, including the elixir.
I think Nightshade went out for a break.
Nightshade may have forgotten that Leo has to move during this segment. Nope. Oh, he's okay. Nightshade is having controller issues. Never mind.
Oh no.
Yeah. Okay. No, we're good now. I saw that
Okay.
flickering on the map. That was fun. So yeah, in the middle of all of the cutscenes in Thamaza, you have to move.
You have to
Leo
move Leo. Just a
and
few
take him
steps.
to this fight. This would be the best time ever to go like take a bath, make a sandwich, walk the dog, come back and still have the cutscene.
Oh, shock for the fans.
Oh, shock for the people. You gotta love it. So shock is a slight time loss, but it is a swag game for sure. So we'll always take it.
So yeah, that's not the Emperor, that's Kefka.
Well,
And he just gets the stabby by Leo.
there's the pointy end of the stick after all.
F's in chat.
Press F for Leo. He deserved better.
He deserves better. Do we do the fire game? For
In
shits and
PR,
giggles?
in
Oh
PR,
yeah, on
if we do
PR
the
there
fire
is no
game,
fire game. It's
you either
always
know
the
it or you
same.
don't. Mhm.
Blue.
It's very sad. So there's this little
Sketch for next relay so we can do the fire game.
there's this little game the community likes to do, but it doesn't work with the PR version, where Kefka's gonna get in a random encounter, not a random encounter, but he's gonna get into an encounter with Ifrit's brother, Ifrit, here in a little bit, and Ifrit 2 will be using free fire spells, and there's about a 60% chance of Kefka blocking them, and it's just a fun little, roulette for the viewers to guess how many times Kefka's actually going to get hit by fire spells. In this version, it's fixed. He always gets hit by one. So it is unfortunate. No fun to be had.
PR hates fun, at least that's what I've been told.
Yeah. There's some fun things about PR. It's definitely come into its own since all of the routing changes have been found out. So again, I keep saying a huge thanks to the Japanese, especially for some of the things they found in this, because I know a lot of the Western Final Fantasy VI community really preferred to run Super Nintendo, and we just kind of like what we do. And there were things about PR when it came out, we don't understand how this works. This doesn't seem to make sense. There's a lot of changes between the two versions because the mechanics are different. You know, the engine had to be reprogrammed, and it just didn't work the same way. So as the community has started playing it more and started uncovering things, it's had its own twists and turns put into it. You know, you have your own routing like differences that happen. A lot of things have become more consistent, which is huge because that was one of the first things. I hated how inconsistent some things were. But yeah, it's really come into its own over the last few months, and the run itself is pretty cool now, I would say. Like, I think the Final Fantasy VI run is a little bit daunting for people. It's kind of why Kefka and Arsh, that you were talking about earlier, was a thing. Because it was just kind of like this nice introductory hour and a half. You know, do you like the run? Do you like the game?
It's pretty short.
Yeah.
It gets you into all the key mechanics.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you got to
6
do
is
some
a
fun
pretty
stuff.
long game.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, like the PR version, I want to say the world record right now is just a little over 4 hours, and then obviously the other versions are longer. Like this is the shortest one for like the full game run. Sketch and no sketch on the Super Nintendo are a little shorter. 3
But they're
hours
also heavily glitched.
They're very, very glitch heavy. The glitchless run for Super Nintendo is the world record is just under 5 hours, and the average time I would say when you're picking it up is probably closer to 6 plus. So it can be daunting. Like, it's not quite as long as the PS1, PS2 games, but it's certainly longer than most of the older games. So Kefka and Arsh being an hour and a half, it's nice. So,
everyone is in Thamasa at the same
it's
time.
all cutscenes. It's just
It's
all
all cutscenes.
So yeah, so Team Choco is going to be heading to the firehouse here momentarily. Team Mog is meeting Strago in Realm, and then they're going to be taking a nap and doing the same. And then Team Tonberry is, Setzer and crew just flew back from Vector. And they've confirmed that they knew that they found out the whole thing was a farce, a ruse. Of course it was. Shocking.
Of course, they are
but
evil. They deceived us.
I mean, we should have all seen it coming, and they did. They really did. Edgar and his slick tongue was able to coerce the information out from his server or someone, I believe, at the bar, and so they were tipped onto the trap that was being sprung. Hence why they came back here in the nick of time, just after Leo died. Yeah, they tried.
They did. And now the real key thing plot-wise that happens here in Thamasa is that Kefka manages to lure all of the Espers into Thamasa, and then he kills all of them and absorbs all of their magic because he manages to discover that the real important thing that he needs is the Magicite and not throwing the magic directly. So he turns them all into Magicite, gets all of them, and he says, cool, now I'm going to use all of this power to awaken the floating continent where the statues of the Warring Triad are. The Warring Triad are the literal gods of magic, and his goal is to absorb their magic, and he himself becomes a god.
It's his goal, at least. So we'll see how that comes along. I'm sure, I'm sure we'll foil him.
Yeah, I'm sure. It'll be fine.
Yeah. He and the Emperor, decided to step into the sealed gate with their newfound power, find the actual Warring Triad statues. Start doing some really messy things to the world. So that part of the continent with the sealed gate's just gonna fly up into the sky. One of the things I always thought was cool was if you went to certain towns during this phase before the Comet, you could actually see the shadow, and the town would be all dark. It was just a nice little touch.
Yeah, that's a very nice detail.
Yeah, it was always cool. Alright, so we're going to be seeing, I believe Team Choco is going to take a couple fights in the burning house because they need to get Terra one more level, I want to say. I know there was some discussion of what to do here. Aqua Breath destroys balloons one cast, which is...
Yeah, so Strago is the blue mage, the non-official blue mage of FF6. I think he can learn a few more magic from the monsters. He does start with Aqua Breath, which here is a godsend, and I think this entire house is supposed to showcase how good he is, but like we've said, we have Terra and we have a rod, so we're just gonna use those to deal with the boss.
Yeah. Yeah, Aqua Breath is extremely strong, and the concept of Strago, I think, is pretty good. Oh, that's a iffy fight for Log, getting surrounded.
Oh no, surrounded.
Like, smoke bombs will still go off, but it just starts their turns in still. It's kind of a mess.
Yeah, blah.
So that's unfortunate. Wow. Actually, looking at it now, Mog and Choco were literally
they're
the same
pretty
screen.
close.
Yep.
And in the meantime, Tonberry just started the Imperial Air Force, which is doing Imperial Air Force things, which means killing everyone.
Yeah, so this segment's fun. So there are 6 forced fights in this segment, and we need... Terra has to survive them all, because Terra's the only one who can kill them. And Celis needs to survive them, because Celis needs to get experience. And she needs to get magic points, or AP from her Espers.
Oh. Team Bog just overstepped Team Choco, because they're just Fiend Eater.
Yep, that is official.
Bog is catching up.
Wow, okay. We are neck and neck now with these two.
And Flame Eater goes on for Choco as well.
Good clean fights for both. That's good at least. So this Air Force segment is unfortunately kind of on a timer. You just have to sit and wait between battles, and they'll eventually come and fight you. Ramu with Terra will pretty much kill everything. As you saw there, it won't always kill all 3. Sometimes it doesn't do enough damage, and you need to follow up with a Blizzard spell or a drill on the Spitfire to knock it out. Oh, that is unlucky.
Oh, Terra died.
Okay, yeah, I think Nightshade tried to greed there a little bit, and we're all guilty of that, for sure. But yeah, that's an unfortunate. That isn't.
Yeah, the Imperial Air Force is no joke.
Okay, so catching back up with what happened, a crash messed up Dair's morph, like, trans gauge. And the reset, I think, like, with how it crashed, it caused it to go back to 0.
Auto battle, sorry to cut in.
No,
auto battle is really, or autosave, sorry, is really funny with morph. So autosave or autoload doesn't reset every value in RAM. So it'll use Terra's current morph meter, not her past port meter. So anytime you have to load an autosave after morph is being used, you lose a good chunk of it. So unfortunately, since Dair had to reset, he lost about 30-35% of his morph bar, which makes it go down very quickly after that.
That's a huge loss, especially with how tight that game is. So thank you for the information. Much appreciated. I knew there was some jankiness involved with it, but I wasn't sure the technical details. So that helps explain, for sure. So yeah, thankfully the runners are communicating and trying to get through this all together. One of the things we really love about this community is everyone's very friendly and very, very happy to help out, especially for weird things like this. This is a really unfortunate circumstance that happened because it crashed. Game crashed. Like, what are you gonna do? So both Mog and Choco are on the shop now, grabbing their rods, selling all their items. I'm going to be heading out to the Esper meeting grounds. While Team Tonberry wraps up this segment of fights against the Imperial Air Force. It's been kind of rough. I've seen a number of absolute zeros. I've seen a number of deaths due to probably back attacks that are just unlucky. Because sometimes it happens. That propeller, that really hurts. And then the Magitech laser also on Celis, so she just dies.
That's great. Yeah.
Yep. That's Air Force.
The most vivid memory I have of this segment is Dine's grind of no sketch before we could skip this. Oh my god, he lost 2/3 of his runs in this place. It's bad.
He had a counter he was keeping while he was trying to get that world record. And I think the counter of IAF runs lost was near 170 by the end. It was absolutely cool. Like, you would come here at a very low level, and if the Spitfire, which you would find in all 6 fights, I think, if the Spitfire ever used absolute zero in like the first 3 fights, you would just instantly die and reset. Like, that's the end of the run. Awful. So, anyhow, alright, we're gonna have double Ultros going on here. We have Ultros 3 on one screen, Ultros 4 on the other screen. So, Ultros 3 we saw Tonberry do a little bit ago, which is just a few rods and trying to maintain that gauge with some good ATB weighting, as you see right now, Dyna. And then Ultros 4 will have a similar thing happen after we trance. So we're going to use, I believe, a rod, and then we're going to have Ultros call his buddy.
Typhon.
Yep. Mr. Typhon.
Sneaks people away.
He's kind of gross, actually. Just cover your mouth. So we're going to trance, and we're going to fire off an ice rod, which will do max damage to Mr. Typhon. We're going to use Blizzard or a Thunder or whatever Celis has got there, and we're going to get sneezed off.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Yep,
That's the end.
That trance gauge is still good to go, it looks like, and that is the end of that fight. And then we're going to get knocked into another fight.
Directly into the next fight.
Oh, and this fight's rough in this version. Yeah, you used to get an auto heal between these 2 fights. You don't get that anymore.
What, you wanted nice things? In my FF6 run? Nah.
Apparently not. Yeah. So, because it can use Atomic Ray, and Atomic Ray is basically just a reset. You need to use Thunder Rods on Air Force to kill it, and you need to survive long enough.
I think I counted 2 Thunder Rods.
Yeah, you have to use one on the group, and then you use one on Air Force proper. Because the solo one does less than 8,000 damage, if I recall, and Air Force, the main body of Air Force, has 8,000 health. So there's no reason to not kill the 2 adds along with it on the first one. They have a lot of nasty stuff. You have no ward. You got ward. Did you put ward on someone else? Ward on Terra by chance. It's on Strago. That would do it.
Yeah.
All right, so now we have we have no ward bangle for floating continent, which is a little unfortunate.
That's going to be interesting.
There are fights that have to get taken here, so it's not the end of the world. We need some experience on Celis to get her up where she needs to be.
Yeah, we can just get preemptive strikes all the way.
Exactly. That's a
That'll be fine.
tentacle on Dair on Team Choco, but we're through Ultras 4, not 2. We're Ultras 3. Excuse me. So yeah, so this is the reminder that during this segment, you have a lot of talking, and once all the talking is done, you need to unequip your characters who you aren't going to be using anymore, because the game is not kind and will not unequip them. So, yeah, Ward Bangle will reduce your encounter rate by 25%. So it's pretty nice to have. Again, it's not a complete deal breaker. That is unfortunate for Team Tonberry there. They Katoblapas is used to farm most of these fights. Oh, that is a lot of damage. Okay.
Overkill.
Yeah, that's spicy. But it can miss. Like, Petrify does not have a huge miss rate in this game. It's pretty reliable. But when it does miss, it means that you have to do something additional to get your speed. And you don't want to waste a Katoblapas cast because it costs like 45 MP. So, okay. You want to talk about Gigantos a little
bit? I remember Gigantos.
Gigantos hits hard.
Gigantos hits hard. That's the only thing I remember about it.
He punches. No, it's okay. He just punches, as you're seeing. He punches a lot.
Yeah, he punches a lot. Oh, I remember now. Yeah, we want to have everyone dead after this fight, which is why we have Phantom on Celis and we remove Phantom from Terra. And now we're just going because he only has physical attacks, he's just going to job to Celis, and now we are going to do the rest of this fight, of this grind with only Celis.
I believe we're gonna revive Terra here for a little bit.
Yeah.
Just to help out with the first fight or two. I know at one point we used to have her only get to level 22.
Yeah.
But I don't know if Nightshade's going to get her to like one more level or something. I know he's having some weirdness going on because I think his audio is not working properly. And yeah, that's very awkward. But yeah, Celis is going to need all the experience in the Gigantos fight because Gigantos gives a ton of experience. It's like 7,500 total. And if you only have one person alive, that person will get everything. So she just gets a huge, like, 3-level jump.
Yeah.
And then from here through the end of the floating continent, she will level up some more. So she'll ultimately need to land on, I want to say it's level 22. But that number has changed over time. And I think that the runners may not necessarily have the same level they go to. So we will keep an eye on that.
Does Snort work? Oh, it does.
It does. it sure does.
That was funny.
So yeah, that dragon
Nella's away and then smacked her and she's gone.
That's that. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, that dragon's got nasal flare-ups sometimes. And sometimes it just doesn't want to see you anymore.
At least it happened at the good point, it looks like, because Nightshade isn't reviving Terra anymore. He's just doing the grind with Celis. Yeah, Terra got level 22. That's all we needed from her.
Yeah.
So now we're just gonna get a few levels on Celis using the Katobla Plus. Oh, we're out of MP.
Yeah, that's why we have a stack of elixirs, but that is unfortunate. There's that Phantom going away again because of a dang life shaver.
Oh, the life shaver, yeah.
Always. Mm-hmm. Even if it does 0 damage, it's still magic, so it's still... Yeah. so you're gonna see a bunch of Demon Eye. Celis is gonna use this to get levels. You don't get the Madwin like magic point bonus with it, so you won't get the +1 in magic on the levels, but you still need the levels, and this is the only way to reliably get through fights quickly. That's unlucky.
Oh, that was a smooch.
Smirk is a stop. And so that is now going to be reset.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Yeah. So that... Go ahead.
It is worth noting that because the damage formula does use levels, even though, as Lion just mentioned, that Celis isn't getting the magic stat, the extra levels, the game kind of like bell curves at a point where levels are more beneficial for damage over stats. So she might be getting 3 or 4 non-existent levels, but because of the level multiplier, it will end up dealing still quite a good significant chunk of damage.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the levels, the magic power, and by the magic power I mean the character's stat, the magic stat, and then the spell power as well, all go into determining the damage output. So all very vital to the formulas and to outputting enough damage. So as you can see from Team Mog and Team Choco, the Thamaza cutscene goes on. It just
For
goes
a
on
while.
forever. It's 10-11 minutes of cutscene. It's just, it's grueling. It really is. This is the part that runners typically tend to not like, because for some of it you can't even like get up and take a break because you have to move for that one segment with Leo. But this is a good bathroom break for the parts you can. Thankfully Final Fantasy VI has a few of those decent bathroom break points. I believe Nightshade's still trying to get those last couple of levels on Celis here. Yeah, that's auto battle doing its thing again. There we go. Okay.
There we go.
Yeah, auto battle is weird with summons and with a few like other abilities. It just doesn't always react right. With like certain items, certain summons, certain skills, they just don't. They don't like the auto battle logic for some reason. Just another Final Fantasy VI quirk.
So Celis 22, we should be good now.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the end of the leveling.
Yeah, you just queued up a smoke bomb.
Yeah, perfect. So we'll just make our way to the end of the area, and get ready for the next boss.
Atma weapon.
We'll hope that this
It
beast
behaves.
Yeah. So, for Ultima Weapon, we are going to do a couple of quick equipment changes. We're going to revive everyone, get everyone back to P, get Celis back MP, etc., etc.
Get some MP, optimize magic for Terra.
Oh, yeah.
And give Edgar some defensive gear just because. And then enter Atma and pray. Ray doesn't quake. Ray doesn't do anything that's too nasty.
It really doesn't. It doesn't. So Terra's gonna be our main damage carry here. This is the fight where the trance gauge refund really is because if you don't have enough gauge for this fight, you will not be able to get 3 ice rods off before her gauge runs out. As you can see by that damage roll, that's a rough. As you can see by that damage from the ice rod, the tranced ice rod does 8,000 plus. She will survive that. But yeah, we're gonna see some of the nastiness that Ultimate Weapon can do. All right, so that's gonna be.
Oh, my Dair.
Ooh, that is a brutal attack. That's 1100 damage. So we have about I don't know, 7,000 HP left on Ultimate Weapon. Yeah, you're seeing how this fight can go off the rails. Mind Blast is one of the worst things that can happen, and this might just be game over. Okay, it's not.
Terrible
but it is gonna be it's gonna be a reset. So this fight, in other versions, Ultimate Weapon has a very, very specific script where it won't start doing nasty attacks until you hit certain damage thresholds, or a certain number of turns have passed, or other situation. In this version, it's just got a huge list of attacks, and the AI script seems to be randomly roll an attack. You can get Quake on the first turn. You can get Flare on the first turn. There's Flare.
Like that.
Yeah.
SLS.
This stuff just kind of happens. And there's not really much you can do about it. You just kind of have to tank it and adapt. Hence why having all 3 ice rods under
another full power.
Full power is not it's not very common either. So that's a rough one. This is what happened. This is what you were referencing that had happened to me last year. I got quaked in 2 straight fights, and Quake basically just ends the fight immediately and causes a reset. Okay,
done.
Got through. Very
Second
nice.
try.
Ooh, that's actually that's pretty good. That's a terrifying fight, and I'm sure he's not happy with that one. But at the same time, second try for that fight, whatever. Just whatever. We take that. Fight is awful.
It really is.
Yeah, it's just so tough. So we can use 4 ice rods there if it comes to it. Sometimes we'll use 3 in a thunder. You have to use at least 3, and having the last one is like when we get the 18 thunder rods at the shop, it's partially to account for that potentially having happened. So it means we won't have one to use somewhere else later on, but it's not going to be like a breaker.
Yeah,
right.
So we get rid of Atmo Weapon, but Kefka and Gestalt are in front of the Warring Triad, and Kefka is just showing his true intentions by saying, "No, I want all this power to myself. Screw you, Emperor."
I'm sure Kefka will be fine with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a level-headed fellow.
In the meantime, the Imperial Air Force seems to be going fine for Dyne.
Yeah, the first fight had a bit of excessive damage, but Celis lived, which she was in critical, but other than that, yeah, it's been okay. That's really all we want. We just kind of want everyone to survive. Edgar can take a nap later on. It's not the end of the world.
Yeah, Edgar's usefulness is dropping fast.
Yeah. He's here, and he's here to learn Vanish, I think, and not much else. There was a route we were doing for a while where he wouldn't even get us to the floating continent. We would be using Strago instead, because Aqua Breath damage actually helped out for both the Air Force here and for Ultimate Weapon if things went south. So he's relegated again. We're back to using Edgar, but it's not like the third person here does a ton. Either way.
Yeah, so we see that the Emperor is throwing a bunch of spells at Kefka, and he's just wagging his finger, telling him, no, you're the naughty little person. And the reason why the magic isn't working is because This fight is implied to take place inside of the Warring Triad, and all magic inside of it is nullified. So Kefka Kefka, for some reason, gets to control them, and he tells them, "Hey, I want you to kill this guy," and eventually they do it.
Start randomly firing bolts of like unlimited power at this old dog man, and then they hit him.
And he just kicks him off the floating continent.
It's so bad. He just boots him.
Yeah. So like, for how this game looks and the art style they picked with the pixel art, there's a lot of gruesome things you can't imagine is going on.
Yeah, there's parts of this that I feel like if we did get like a full remake, they'd be a little more brutal than people expect.
Yeah. I think so. Choco going through IF.
That's
dying.
a tentacle on Bog.
Oh. Okay. Snort to the way. Bye.
Celis is gonna be very low.
Celis is low for
I think it's
the
fine.
last guy.
I think it's not a big deal. We just need to not see Atomic Ray here. The missile needs to not be on Terra, and it wasn't.
It's fine.
Yeah, it does not
A
kill.
laser.
That will. Okay. So that is the
Okay,
alternative.
we're done. Thank God.
Yeah, you can do that instead. And it's a little risky, because if Celis gets hit by something there and drops, you still need to take Terra's second turn. Edgar Drill can probably do the same thing and the fight that, but I think it's just runner's choice in a way. You save a Thunder Rod by doing that.
So Nightshade is leaving the floating continent. There's still a little bit of gameplay while this entire thing crashes and burns. We do have a fight coming up at the end, but all of the fights here are pretty straightforward. We're just gonna stun Dara, and that's it.
Yeah, there's a couple of these that happen in fixed locations. There's a couple that just pop up. It's like this one here is fixed. Freezing Dust ability is a little annoying because it freezes one of your characters. The only way you can take it off is by a fire ability or a fire spell, like either like hitting someone with a flame saber or the fire spells, things like that. So if they're on Terra, because Terra's aren't damage dealer here, you're wasting. Because you're guaranteed to have to take fights. And unfortunately for the fans, you probably know that if you sit around here and you wait until the timer's almost up, Shadow will show up and we'll save him and he'll jump off with us. Yeah, we're not taking that time. We can't afford it.
Yeah, we can't wait for Shadow.
So unfortunately, our ninja friend is going to be heading to the floating continent in the sky for real.
Yeah. Oh my God. Play all characters and Aspers if you want to see Shadow survive.
It's true. It's true. That's a fun route. It's fun. Interceptor does not die. Interceptor never came up to the floating continent. So if Shadow dies, Interceptor actually stays with Realm.
It's assigned to Realm.
Yep. So I was always grateful for that because I worried the very same thing. I was like, oh no. But yeah,
Not my butlers.
He's hurt, so he never comes up to the continent. And you actually will notice if you do get Shadow here, he will not have the Interceptor counters. He will not use them. So again, neat little
There's
gameplay.
so much detail put into this game. It's great.
Fun things like that, just like that's smart, like really smart. We're gonna take a little interlude from Tonberry as the world is exploding, and we're gonna catch back up with Choco and Mog here. I believe Dair is about to enter Ultras 4.
Yeah, there's supposed to enter Ultras.
So hopefully this will be a pretty cooperative Ultras 4. Ink on Edgar is about the best thing you can hope for. Definitely a wasted turn. Don't worry about. So that's good. Get Mr. Typhon pop up.
Funga!
Yes. We love Mr. Typhon. Final Fantasy XIV players may not love Mr. Typhon. As a player of both, I kind of understand both sides. So yeah, there's that Terra Transgage. You can see that thing just. Ooh, that's okay. That's unfortunate. All right.
Oh no.
I was gonna say I think Dair is gonna reset there because that was a fire rod, and Mr. Typhon absorbs fire.
Oh no.
So yeah, it's okay. This is why always save before Ultras 4. Because if something goes wrong on this fight or the next fight, and you did not, your autosave takes you to the beginning of the IAF save.
Yeah.
There
are no screen transitions here, so
nothing.
You have to quick save.
It is all over the notes for the PR version in this segment. Save before Ultras 4. So, I see another question in chat. Is pro bass fishing still a thing in PR? It sure is. The way you do it, however, is not random. Or it's not it is random. It is not a very specific like step route and NPC value that you have to pay attention to. You just kind of go until you have all the fish. But you do still save Sid, and you do need to get all the fish. So.
Oh, he opened Flare on Terra.
Flare. There you go. Yeah, turn 1 Flare. So yeah, cool guy, Ultimate Weapon.
Cool guy, thanks.
All right, and oh jeez, Dair got the nasty opening on.
That's on me, Cray.
Yep. There we go,
yeah.
And that's the other reason we save before.
Oh,
Ultras
there's
4.
another Flare on Terra.
Oh my goodness.
This Atmo weapon is not joking around.
This is rough. There's
and
Quake.
the Quake to finish it off.
I think that I think the girls will live because they're full, but whew. Yeah, this is the kind of mess you can get with this fight. All right, Rasp means we should probably be good to finish this fight off now. Okay, one more.
Stop!
One more Flare for the road, I guess. Oh no. Oh, this is.
There we go.
Okay, still through. Wow.
How many was that? 3 or 4?
It was 3 Flares, a Quake. That's just a mess. This is a mess.
That's more weapons, wild ride.
Oh my goodness, that's an understatement.
Oh no, Celis is dead into Air Force. That's not good.
Yeah, so we're gonna have some
Choco.
fun. She's just gonna fall through the sky. Like you don't get revived here.
By Edgar.
Yeah, so we're gonna hope that the same thing doesn't happen again, and we don't get we have the missile. Okay.
And Atomic Ray.
Yeah, Atomic Ray.
Damn,
so
this Air Force is going really rough for Choco.
Yeah, this is a very unforgiving segment with a lot of RNG involved. Not getting the heal between the 2 fights is just it's tough. It makes it so tough to deal with. If you get a bad stretch of luck, you just go into Air Force or into the Air Force boss with like no health. So Nightshade is through pro bass fishing. It didn't look like it was too bad. I did not catch every screen, but I know there were a couple there where he had everything he needed. So that's good because it was 4 cycle, wasn't it? I thought so. I thought it was pretty good. Yeah, that is about the best you can hope for. So he's gonna be real happy with that one. All right, so back on Team Choco, we're out of the Ultras 4 fight with everyone alive, and we're just looking to avoid atomic ray off the
No
off the hop
atomic
here.
ray, please.
Oh
Oh my god.
Okay, that's commentator's curse, and I'm sorry. This is my
This
fault.
guy's just not fucking around
And,
today.
and atomic ray again. Very nice. Very nice. You absolutely still got this, Dair. This is cruel and unusual punishment that you don't deserve, and I'm sorry.
Definitely.
You've done nothing wrong, and you don't deserve to be treated this way. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, nothing is being done incorrectly here, really. It's just a matter of...
It's just the RNG.
Yeah, it opened with the one move that you really don't want to see, and it's just... Oh, it's just ugly. So, we'll go back to Tonberry for a bit here. We are in the world of Ruin, and now we are left with our, I guess, second half main character. So Celis will take over from here. After we're off the island, we're gonna take a walk over here to this Chocobo stable. Because we've got a long way to go, and thankfully this guy and his stable are still here, and he's like, "Hey, good to see people.
You want a
You wanna
chocobo?"
take a choke?" And we do, for sure. We just don't want
We
to
really
in
do.
the 3D riding mode because it's very, very slow. So thankfully we will be able to switch the map over to this view and take a nice ride. So, casually, if you were to go east here, which we're not doing, you could go all the way to Mobliz, and you could start the Terra side quest. Alternatively, you could be going to Zen, and you could be picking up Sabin. We're not doing that either. So we're just getting the Chocobo, and we're going... Oh, real quick, Dair did successfully get
got
through,
through.
thankfully.
Dang.
Oh. That is a brutal fight, and he really tried to end this run, like, for you. So well done. Way to persevere. That was.
Yeah, this guy doesn't joke around.
No, that fight's just awful. Like, it's just terrible.
And the fact that you can't save before that because you don't have a chance right after Ultra's 4 is...
Yeah, it's
But
rough.
it's over. It's going to be a first try at no weapon, I believe.
Yeah, I believe too. So, again, repeatedly, make sure you save before Ultra's 4. For anyone who picks this game up, that is probably the most important manual save you can make in this game. Or in this run, because you just get punished so badly for nothing. So on Tonberry, we're seeing some weird-looking fellow there who happens to look a little bit like a certain royalty member we know, but he's wearing like brown and navy. That can't be him. So I don't know. We're gonna stalk him though because he looks suspicious. Something's not good about that. So we're gonna take the boat. This really awkward colored sea. It's very concerning, but we'll ignore that for now. We're actually gonna end up in South Figaro, and we're gonna continue trailing this suspicious man.
Who refuses to acknowledge Celis's presence because it's definitely not Edgar.
No.
He's...
Who?
What's his name?
No. Coincidence.
Nah.
Sure.
Coincidence. Gerard. Yes,
yeah,
it's not Edgar, it's definitely Gerard.
Right. Case of mistaken identity, my dear. So, Team Choco is doing the Gigantos fight now. So we're gonna be seeing Edgar and Terra both get, or both take a dirt nap themselves here. Ooh, that's an unfortunate. I know exactly what happened there.
Yeah, I saw that too.
That is a misinput because of the order of the ally killing. So if you target your allies in the wrong order and one of them dies before the other, the spell will actually go to the wrong person. And so instead of that Thundara going back on Terra, it hit Celis. So yeah, that happens. It's unlucky. Like you can prevent it. It's just easy to make the mistake. So yeah, there we go. That's exactly how you want to see it. And so yeah, we'll just knock out Gigantos, who is poisoned. Ticks for a ton on each poison tick, so this Blizzard can do it. Maybe one. Oh, we might have just set the poison to go for a little bit. So that's fine, just for stability's sake. There we go. So Celis is going to get 4 levels. Gigantic. We're back on track now. Yeah, that's exactly what you hope for. Terra's going to get revived here because we do want to get her to 22. She's currently at 1, so she'll get 1 more level. While this is all going on, I believe Team Mog escaped the floating continent with a pretty smooth escape. I didn't see anything out of the ordinary. I know the little like mini boss fight. There used to be a chance for you to skip the Doom cast because the boss will cast Doom 4 times, no matter what, and it's a huge time loss. But it's extremely hard to skip it in this version because it's based off of like starting ATB of the enemy, and it's very. You wanna talk about tentacles? Tentacles are a good time.
Oh, tentacles. Yes.
Yeah.
So, we do use bio because one of them is weak to bio, and then we just ice rod them and hope they don't pick up Celis. They can pick up Edgar after he does what he's supposed to do. That's fine. If they pick up Celis, it's a reset because there's nothing we can do while they just choke away the life out of her. Terrible. Slowly.
This is another fight that's really awful casually. I think it got alluded to, but you're gonna see here. That was actually a very good fight.
That was a very good fight, yeah.
Yeah, Celis has the running shoes equipped here, because if you are permanently hasted, you actually can't be grabbed. What happens is the tentacle will use the ensnare ability, or I believe that's what it's called. The first time, it slows you, and then when you're slowed, it can pick you up. But if you don't get slowed, it can never actually pick you up. So casually, the fight can be fast. In the run, we typically will avoid that unless we messed up our gear. But we do still have to watch out, because Edgar obviously can get grabbed and choked out, basically. But the tentacles will also cast bio, and they'll cast poison, both of which do a pretty healthy amount of damage. And they can single target because your 2 party members are on opposite sides. The single target chances for them is basically if the cast happens, it's single target. And they do a very good chunk of damage, and it's actually easier than you'd think to lose to it. And if Celis goes down, you basically just fight.
Yeah. Because Edgar right now, he's just an extra body. He's not doing damage anymore.
No.
Even Celis right now, she's very iffy. We are going to do the Super Saiyan grind for her soon. But before that, we are trudging along very carefully. We still have 1 more character to pick up and 1 more dungeon to do before we go on that grind. So that's the last really scary part. And then after the grind, we become very overpowered.
Yeah. Ooh, Dine is not having the nicest fishing.
Oh no.
This is taking its time. The patterns are not the best. So what happens for fishing? That's a better one. There's 4 different places that fish can spawn. So we refer to them as just be top left, top right, bottom left, bottom right. Top left and top right fish are good and worth picking up and worth giving Sid. The bottom left, bottom right are not, and you will actively avoid them. So if we don't get the fish on the top, this takes a bunch of time. So those last couple were good, and Stein is now through fishing. He is the pro bass fisher now. Nightshade had a very, very good fish. I think it was only four cycles. It's basically perfect.
Almost as good as not messing up step route.
It is almost as good. Yeah, fishing in Super Nintendo is brutal. It is awful and like one of the hardest things to do correctly run. It's so tough. Because you just have to be frame perfect with like everything you do for about a minute. Like movement, button presses, everything, and it's very hard. So not having to deal with that is kind of nice. Like being able to lose 30 seconds just because RNG didn't like you is less nice. But you know, I take the good with the bad there. So all right, I believe that Dair is up to Ultima Weapon.
Yeah.
See how this treats. Hopefully it'll be better than it treated our other runners.
For that we got through first try, it was just a wild ride.
It was a wild ride.
And meantime, Nightshade just started Daryl's Doom. We are going to just go through the dungeon normally while throwing smoke bombs, interact with a few switches to try to get to the end. There are a few things we need to get here. The most important one is the growth egg. Like in other Final Fantasy games, the accessory with the same level doubles the experience gain of the person that is equipping it, so that's why we have to do this before we do the grind with Celis.
It's a massively important item in general, but it is vital to the speedrun. Alright,
so
we have Ultima Weapon for the last time. Alright, so far so good. Celis is getting all the abuse, but nothing she can't handle. And I believe that's our second Ice Rod, I think. Lake is a little messy. We have a lot of health, so it's okay. Like Edgar is definitely, but we're still are. Nightshade actually just picked up that growth egg that you were referring to, so that is going to be huge.
Rasp is fine.
Rasp is one of the things we like seeing. And then that'll do it. Good. Nice. Okay. So
first try.
First try. You did call it. It was first try. Very, very nice.
Hey.
All right. Good stuff there. So that is our final Ultima Weapon, I believe.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Got that done. Very cool. Very good. All right. So we've got Team Mog catching up to this Edgar impersonator. You know, I'm sure it's just a lookalike.
Yeah, it's just hard. And
oh, okay. Yeah, we have a boss coming up on the shit side.
Yeah. We need to do it, Ulahan.
This is a fun little fight.
So it's weak to fire, so we are just going to use Carbuncle to get Reflect going so it doesn't do anything nasty to us, and we're gonna spam fire rods.
Pretty much it. Scariest part of this fight is the first turn. It uses an ability called Level Holy. That question mark is based off of the final digit of your gold. So when you're doing the shops in Nicaea and Figaro before coming, you actually have to spend or pay extra attention to your gold just to make sure that it's not ending in a value of like 1 or 2. Because based on what your level is, it can be really bad. Because if that ability hits you, like 800 damage party.
Clean Dulahan. One thing to note, at the very end of the fight, right before throwing the last rod, Edgar cast Vanish on Celis. This is instrumental for the grind, because of course we are going to grind our character to a very high level, and we're going to do it on very high leveled enemies. So the best way of abusing this is going against enemies that only have physical abilities, so they can't really hurt us. But we also want Edgar and Setzer to take a dark nap, so Phantom isn't the best option here. It's why we won't vanish on Edgar, so we can just do the single cast on Celis. And yeah, they are both going to die on the first fight of the grind, and then Celis can just rip everything to herself.
Yeah, Setzer and Edgar both are pretty much done with their leveling. So we'll see them a little bit for the final stretch. And they'll hang out, but like, yeah, Celis is taking everything for the next like 15 minutes. All the experience, all the magic, everything.
No, Celis becomes the hard carry of the run.
Yeah.
From now on.
Absolutely. So we're gonna have a little bit of cutscenes here. Gonna get some more backstory about Setzer. Lost love more or less. Daryl. This is a really cool segment. The music's great. It's just got a lot of feelings. So A+ segment. We're gonna get the airship, basically the other airship, and then we're gonna head off to our leveling grind with Celis. So we got a few minutes of cutscenes there, so we've got cutscenes there, we've got cutscenes with Team Choco. So let's go see. With Team Mog, we're making our way through Figaro Castle.
Yeah, we're just gonna fight tentacles again.
Yeah, so there's actually, on the way to this fight, in that cave, there are a couple really nasty fights you can encounter. They can see you, they can be back attacks or attacks. A lot of the enemies have confuse spells. So having to deal with those confused spells, if you get confused while you're trying to throw a smoke bomb and you get stuck, they can just easily wipe you. Nice reset point. So, didn't have too much of that, thankfully. So in this fight, we actually used to route Edgar learning Doom before here, because the bottom left tentacle is susceptible to instant death. So we would just have Edgar use death on the last, or the bottom left one, instantly. Now we just use the fire rod, in conjunction with Edgar using the bioblaster on the tentacles, because they're super weak to poison. And you see how fast poison ticks go in PR with auto battle going. It's insanely quick.
There was just numbers on the screen for a while there.
It's crazy. It's like 300, 600, 1000. Like, what? And they're dead. So yeah, learning how poison worked in PR was definitely interesting. And then realizing we didn't need Edgar to learn Doom was also really nice. Just because it's a bit of a slog. Like, it's a low learn rate. You have to take a lot of battles with him on Floating Continent. And not having to deal with that is it's just nice. Like, you just don't have to have him do much at all.
Oh, yeah.
So, pretty good tentacles, though. Out of there without too much drama. Team Choco making their way through the end of the Floating Continent. Again, we're just popping Thundaras on all of these enemies because they instantly defeat them. And we're going to be using, there's the Doom cast, unfortunately, but it's kind of unavoidable. So you'll note here,
slow.
Yeah, it just takes a while. Like, it's annoying. You'll note that Edgar still has the Reflect Ring on. The Narapa there, the enemy, also has Reflect. So if you try using Thundara or Fyra or something on it, it'll just reflect back and blow you up. So by having Reflect stay on Edgar, you can just bounce the Thundara off at Edgar and instantly boss. Really nice and easy.
Oh.
Right.
So Edgar had the Reflect Ring on when he shouldn't, because in that first fight, you are supposed to Death Setzer, so he dies, and Flame Rod Edgar, so he dies. So now we have to do it on this fight instead, which is fine. Oh, it missed!
That drill will not miss.
No one wants to die.
That's
They all
crazy.
want the experience.
Thankfully, cactuars don't give experience, but it just means okay, that will certainly put him in the sand. Yep, that'll do it. So yeah, this is why Celis needs to be
There
banished,
we go.
because these slagworms hurt tremendously bad.
So we do want both slagworms and cactuars, because after this grind we do need a lot of money, and cactuars give a healthy amount of money. And after that we are going to do the second part of the grind, which is going to be the forest instead.
Yeah, I think so I was talking to the runners beforehand, and I actually don't know if Nightshade leaves the desert.
Oh.
So there, you can definitely just do the grind here if you want.
That's interesting.
Yeah, it can take a little longer. You end up with a lot more money, I'm pretty sure, because every fight, like with a cactuar, even though it takes longer, gives you 10,000 gold. So I'm gonna, I'm interested to see what he ends up doing, because as you said, usually you'll get to a certain point here, and then you'll leave and head over to Doma Castle, and fight some encounters there because they give a ton of experience. And you can kill them all with either like a single rod, or you can kill them with a couple of casts of Vira, I believe. There's a couple different
Start with rods, and then you throw fires and blizzards as Celis gets stronger and starts being able to kill them with damage.
Exactly. Yeah, so, okay, so yeah, Nightshade's saying if it's cactuar heavy, he leaves. I think this is a fair strat for Marathon, just because you can end up with a ton of money. And I know that he had some weird stuff happen earlier, which meant he was down a couple of rods, so the more money he has by holy rods with, the better, I would say.
Yeah, for sure.
Holy rods are going to be a huge carry for the final dungeon, alongside all the rest of the rods we still have. So they're just used for the whole kit, honestly. They're very, very good. They're not as broken as Final Fantasy V's, but they're very strong.
You see Stein making his way through Dair's tomb, and Choco is doing fishing.
Pro bass fishing, that's right. Hope that Choco gets some good patterns here to get through fishing. We'll have to talk to Sid after we grab the fish every time. Cycle and go get some more. There's no reason not to do this. Now, there used to be debates in other versions of this game whether or not it was worth saving Sid or killing him, because if you don't feed him, he'll eventually pass away. The nice thing about that is it's consistent. You always have the same time dedicated to it, but it's also much slower. So,
the cutscene is brutal, but it's extremely slow.
Yeah, it's a very heavy cutscene. Everyone who plays this game should see the cutscene at some point. It's very powerful. But it is slow. It's definitely a lot longer than the alternative. So pro bass fishing is going okay over there. This may be the last cycle. Mog's fight with Dullahan is pretty standard fare so far. I think it's going to be one more fire rod after the vanish, and then we should be out of there.
Yep.
Perfect.
Clean.
Alright. You'll see for that fight that Setzer has a reflect ring on. By having the reflect ring on, you're changing Dullahan's AI to force it to use an ability called reflect, or reflect. which targets a reflected character and drops slow, silence, like darkness on them. Just a whole slew of gross statuses. But Setzer doesn't do anything in that fight, and we'd much rather have Dullahan waste a turn doing something like that than something potentially dangerous.
So it looks like Nightshade really is leaving the desert. So we're gonna go to Gumbo Castle next.
Yeah, we'll do a few here. I think he started getting Cactuars, and he started getting misses on Cactuars. Yeah, just get out of there. So we're going to be getting to level 42, and I think like 2/3 of the way to 43, if not all the way to 43. Because the sweet spot we're looking for now is 43. At 42, Celis will learn Blizzaga, which is massively important. But 43 gives her a little bit of extra stats that we like having for the end run of the. So it causes the rods to damage roll far less, which is vital.
So this is another thing that changed, because I remember the grind being on a different place before.
Mm-hmm. No, that's correct. It's been in a couple of different places. The desert and this location are the two popular ones, but when you would move from one to the other has changed, and the level you get to has changed as well. Earlier on in this game's life, we were getting to, I believe, 47. We were getting to 42 for a while because that's like the bare minimum for Blizzaga. And now we've kind of settled on 43 just because of the extra stats that one last level gets you for the time that you need to get there is worth it. But these tumbleweeds especially, this is actually the fight you really want, if I remember correctly. Because
he didn't target all of them.
Oh, he didn't target all. Okay, yeah, that's unfortunate. That might be a little slower fight. We're not going to use another rod, though, I don't think.
Yeah.
Or, oh, no, he wasn't using a rod to begin with, was he?
He did use a rod.
Oh, he did use a rod? Okay. I missed the, I saw the cast animation. I did not see the spell.
But that's level 43, so he's done.
Yeah. Perfect. Oh, it's because it was a back attack, and the input is different.
Yeah.
Back attack, yeah, makes sense. So, alright, well, that was not too shabby, though. Part of the reason we go to Doma, too, is because the next destination is back in Narsh, which is very close to Doma. So, come here. We need to find our Moogle friend yet again. And our Moogle friend has a lovely accessory that he's hanging out with here that we can pick up, called the Lulu's Charm in this game. And it prevents all random encounters. So we're gonna have a much smoother sail here the rest of the way. Grab that.
Yeah, the Moogle Charm is it's also the start of the sketch run, because one of the things we do with the sketch glitch is equip the Moogle Charm on a weapon slot or something dumb like that, but it still works, which is great.
It's one of my favorite things about the sketch glitch in the Super Nintendo version is you get weird items being equipped on like the strangest places. The auto crossbow helmet, things like that. It's like they crack me up. Like, it's so funny.
Yeah. The thing about the Moogle Charm is only Mog can equip it, but we have ways around it. Like, there are a few things in where we. Oh no, that's for all characters and espers. For all characters and espers, there is one segment where you have to split up your party, and one party straight up only Mog, because you don't need him to fight anything. So we just use it, slap the Moogle Charm on it, and let him run around as he pleases. Great.
That's the Phoenix Cave, and that
Phoenix Cave.
That part is really entertaining. So that he just walks through a bunch of spikes, and you're like, yeah, sorry, Mog.
Gotta suffer for a bit for sake of speed.
Yeah, it's fine. You'll be okay, buddy. And he's fine. He's fine. He endures it. It's whatever. So this is the first time we actually meet Mog in this run, funny enough. So we get to see Mog. He did not get renamed to Tonberry. I'm very disappointed. Not really, but it would have been funny. So make sure we pick up the Moogle Charm. That is a vital thing. I'm pretty sure he did. But I was not watching the menu in the beginning. So you need that, and then we can just head on out. And then we're heading, I think, from here. We are going to Triangle Island, and we're gonna go grab...
Go.
Go. That's right.
Hey, we got the Zone Eater first try. Nice. So, Zone Eater eats people. This is fine. Don't worry about it.
Excellent. Okay, there we go. So yeah, you definitely can get unlucky there. Zone Eater has two abilities. It has Inhale and it has Gravity. And it can just kind of sit and use Gravity in a loop like 4 times and waste your time. It's not great. Dine is getting a lot of slagworms.
You do want to see a couple of guide wars to make sure you have enough money for all the holy rods you want.
He's getting like what I got last year, where it was just like only slagworms, from what I can tell. It's quick, but yeah, like it's like almost not enough money.
That was close.
Oh jeez, yeah. There's a
so
okay. Good movement by Nightshade.
Yeah, good movement by Nightshade. So if you get caught by those dudes, you don't go into a fight with them, they will just push you off and it's annoying.
It's so frustrating. Unlike that room, which in this version is totally free. It's so funny. That room is terrifying, but the ceiling takes like 20 seconds to drop in this version, so you just kind of get to saunter in.
Yeah, you just zoom.
Walk out, yeah.
Yeah. In the meantime, Dair is preparing for tentacles.
Got the Hermes sandals. Oh, actually, if we're, I didn't even see that. Dair has the reflect ring on as well. And if we're using both now, which I did not realize, yeah, this fight is actually really not that scary at all. It can be a little long, but with both reflect ring and sandals, there's very little chance that Celis could ever die in this fight.
Yeah. So we have Gogo for Tonberry. Gogo is this game's mimic. Because we don't get Sabin on SNES, he's just going to mimic Celis most of the time, I think.
Yeah, we end up mimicking like rod usage and item breaks and things like that.
Does Gogo use an item when he's mimicking or not?
No, and that's
that's why.
Because you can do something like you can break a Thunder Shield, and then you can just mimic the Thunder Shield being broken. And it's obscene damage. And as you mentioned, we don't get Sabin, and therefore we don't get Bum Rush. And because we don't get Bum Rush, Gogo can't use it. So, yeah, that is right out now. So Edgar's taking a nap. That happens in that fight sometimes.
But it's done.
Yeah, not bad though, not bad at all.
Oh, Nightshade seems to have done some mistake on the menu, so he's just going to do it all over again to buy the rods.
So, yeah, Dine is up a pretty good grind from what I can tell. Hit 42, I think he's probably going to take one more fight. But ultimately, yeah, it's been fairly quick. A lot of these fights, not a lot of tumbleweeds, which is, kind of unfortunate. We'll get through. We'll take what we get. Yeah, and there's 43, so that's going to be the end of that grind. Definitely not so bad there.
Okay. And Nightshade is just done with the Holy Rod shop.
Excellent. Okay, I did not see how many crowds, but yeah, that is we get a bunch of those. I want to say the minimum is like 13 that we try to get, 12 or 13. It might be more. If he got like 15 or 16, that would definitely make sense with having to use a couple extra ones. And I saw that he still had some money left. So that's good. So yeah, you got 15. You get some smoke bombs just to get you through the rest of the fights in Kefka's Tower. Phoenix Downs, because it's always good to have Phoenix Downs.
And we're about to start Kefka's Tower in Tonberry.
Oh boy.
So we divide our small party into 3, and it is very important because each part of the fight will have to handle a boss. Each one will have the tools to defeat each one of the bosses. Like Celis is going in solo because she can handle anything that the game throws at her, or almost anything. And then I think it's Mog and Setzer and Edgar and Gogo.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, Celis, as you mentioned, Celis can just deal with everything on her own. Edgar and Gogo are necessary to be together because they need to use the debilitator goddess. And then Mog Setzer has been the loadout for the Doom fight forever. Just how it goes. Mog is strong enough naturally to use Holy Rods on max damage. Setzer is a character that happens to be with us, so
It needs to go somewhere.
and it's like, and also Setzer. Yeah, it's nice to have someone who can heal. But yeah, he's just kind of there. As you alluded to earlier, though, fixed dice has been clutch for runners in the past. I think it gets less use in this version, just because again of that physical evade. Like you can miss fixed dice now, which just feels terrible. Yeah, I don't even know if the runners grab it anymore. I don't think they do, which is kind of sad, but they may. I don't know. So we're gonna skip right by that thing that happened to be the bathroom. I'm sure it's not a big deal. We'll just keep going.
Oh, the Zone Eater is not cooperating. There we go.
Yeah, sometimes that happens. If you get like first turn gravity, typically you'll want Celis to just Blizzaga herself and just be done, because everyone who's alive needs to get eaten. And if you're wasting turns already, you may as well just have Celis off herself, so that way only Mog needs to get eaten. Dine's gonna take a quick jaunt through this room, take his time, grab 2 chests, ignore the 3rd because you don't really need it. Probably take a quick bathroom break, do a lap. Yeah.
That's not good. Oh, it missed. Oh, it missed again. Oh, it missed again. Oh my god!
That is a rough back attack that the Nightshade did survive. You don't like to see those, but he did get through.
No.
So yeah, so that was pretty terrifying.
Right past the dragon.
The misses there were we just went into this.
Okay,
Well,
it's over.
We have an autosave.
We have the autosave. It's fine.
Yeah. But that's
that 4 dragon was pushing it.
That's pressing your luck pretty hard there, sir. I kind of appreciate it, especially considering the autosave is literally right like in the room. But yeah, that's a risky one. So we're gonna see him again. But now we have a lot of health, and we can just leave.
Yeah, just smoke bomb away.
I am very impressed that you just kind of tried to roll with it. I probably would have tried to do that too. Actually, no, I would not have. I'm too scared.
I definitely would not have.
I'm too scared.
Killed everyone.
I'm full of it. I'm way too scared. All right, so we've got Dair is making their way through Daryl's tomb. So we're gonna do some riding on a turtle's back and making our way through there. And then Dine is doing his final shop. So sold off a bunch of things, bought a couple armor pieces that we need, buying 13 holy rods, and then we have very little money left, so he's gonna just go buy a couple things from the item shop. Probably make sure his smoke bombs are where they need to be. Oh, he's gonna sell a couple things. I think that's probably fair. Feel like I'm messing up what he's doing. I'm gonna shut up. I think we just had a reload on Dair's side. I did not catch what happened. If it was a zombify. I see Edgar is dead.
These random encounters gonna get nasty.
Everything in Daryl's tomb can turn you into a zombie. And if you had very bad luck with holy waters before now, you may be out. And if you're out and your party gets zombified, you are pretty much done. So yeah.
Oh, my chat had to reload again.
Another reload. That might have been an Inferno death. Yeah, I think so.
I think he had the wrong Esper?
Menu error. Okay, so it was probably, it's like you said, I think wrong Espers. This fight is, it's not terrible in this version. It's not good either, though. You really need Inferno to hit you with a Thunder Spell. Because you have them in Nerva and a couple other things equipped, which will heal you back up if you get hit by one. Otherwise, it's very easy for damage to pile up. So, as you're seeing, that's a rough one. Alright, so we really need a Gigavolt. That's not a Gigavolt.
Nope, that's not a Gigavolt.
Truly.
Thanks, game.
Truly Inferno. Yeah, that is unfortunately just life. You don't have to worry about Delta hit in this version because you have a ribbon. But you do have to worry about just getting destroyed by rapid attacks. That is the 4th or 5th time I've commentator cursed Nightshade tonight, so just keep the streak going. See, there's the Thundara, you see the heal. Yeah, he's gonna have words with me later. I'm sure he's happy. Alright, so we'll go back over to Team Choco, finishing up the Doulahan fight. Had a Vanish and Fire Rod. Oh, I don't know if we got damage roll. No, maybe? No, I don't think so. I think it was just one turn early.
Yeah. And Inferno is also down for Nightshade.
Okay, that was definitely better. He's a ton of health this time. Definitely not bad there. Been a lot of bad RNG for all the runners in this run, I feel like. This has been one of the uglier stretches for this game for a while. So many unfortunate things can happen. So we're through Doulahan. Team Choco is going to be doing some cutscene. Got 2 teams in the tower now.
Mm-hmm.
Dine is looking for an accessory.
Uh-oh.
I see him. I don't know if he was hesitating for like the ward bangle or something else because I missed. What
Nightshade got the fixed dice.
He did get them. Okay. I definitely have seen some people still get them. I don't think it's frequent, but like if things go really bad and you want to like last ditch effort to try to save them, it's not the worst thing in the world.
Yeah. Like if you're gonna die anyway, might as well throw yourself a chance.
Exactly. And I mean if that's if it comes around to it on the final boss and Setzer happens to be there and you happen to have a turn that you need to use, why the heck not?
Yeah.
So, you could do a lot worse.
So, Dine is going through Inferno now.
I appreciate Inferno using Thundara only on the first turn to like tease you. Hey, you want this health?
Yes.
No, I didn't think so. Oh, see, there you go. 1500 heal. So this should be a clean fight now. That's a really good time to get a full heal. Okay, Nightshade just ran into a pretty scary random encounter, and we're gonna hope that. Oh, okay. Also got very lucky.
Went through.
Yeah, all 3 Brain Blasts went on Edgar. If one of those goes on Gogo, but yeah, he's popping off in the chat. You can have that fight go south real quick. Oh, you do have Ribbon on. Okay, yeah, that's smart.
Okay, yeah.
Because they'll do this loop where they will confuse you and then they will freeze you and then you'll
just showing off the ribbon
the whole time. Yeah, right. +1 for you, sir. +1. It's the worst thing, and if you're not ready for it or if you didn't save, you just lose so much time.
Uh-oh.
But
yeah, the ribbon coming in strong.
The ribbon's still there for sure. So we ribbon gaming. Yeah, ribbon is clutch. So alright, Celis is gonna get healed up and geared up here. Ribbon's going away. For the Guardian fight that's coming up. So this is the second boss now that she has to deal with alone. It's kind of similar in a way. It can do a lot of physical damage. You need to blow it up with thunder spells. Some combination of thunder rods and a Thundara spell. Depending on how many rods we have left. I don't know how many. He has 9, so he'll probably use 5 rods and 3 spells, I believe. You can use 6 rods if you have 10 left, because you kind of need to get out of here with 3 or 4. Oh! Or you can just get instant
tentacle to the face.
That's a rough go. That did a lot of damage. That did a lot more than I remember it doing.
Yeah.
Alright, Dine got the awful pincer here.
But he
also his Go-Go dodged twice, so they're out. That's never happened before in the history of the Final Fantasy Relay.
Oh yeah, definitely not.
I'm not sure that's true. It may have happened last year, actually. There we go. Okay, so Tentacle's only supposed to do that much. It requires a shield swap if you want to avoid it. Like, we used to have a script in this fight, or a specific change that happened in this fight where you would swap shields and then swap them back. And I think it's kind of been removed, but
there we go.
Yeah, that was clean.
It's done.
What you just saw, yeah, is kind of the reason why. I see someone in chat just asked if the tentacle crit. I kind of want to run it back and see if it did. Because it was an absurd amount of damage. Like 2,300, I think it was, which is way more than it usually does. Anywho, we're
and
free
that's
now.
not the last of it, because we still have to fight Demon. It's Demon, right?
It is indeed Demon. This fight's probably my favorite. You heal up, you choose Blizzaga, and you auto battle, and you either win or you lose. It's great.
Literal 50-50. You either win or you don't.
Exactly. If you get Stop and you get Blaster, you lose. If you get Meteo and something else, you lose. As it stands, I think Nightshade is probably going to win. But we'll see. Yeah. Damage is low. I don't know why damage is that low. I don't know if you don't have an earring or what. So Dine's Guardian fight was a little scary. You see how low his HP is, a tentacle and physicals and all that good stuff. They add up. But he's through. He's gonna be making his way to Poltergeist as well. Really setting the controller down. Well, Dair is
They are both
having
on the same
they
fight
are on
now.
the same fight. Oh wow! All right. Ooh, there's the Meteo, but he will survive it.
And
And
it's done.
we are through. All right. Okay, so that's a lot of damage on Celis so far for Team Mog. I don't know if he's going to heal. Oh boy. Yeah. I guess it's live and die by the Meteo, and that's just what it's going to be. Dair is making a nice grind so far. A lot of slag worms, not too much drama. Like, getting about as good a set of circumstances here as you can hope for. They're trying to make up time for Team Choco, thanks to a lot of bad RNG. Ultimately, nothing really went wrong, so much as it was just a bad crash and then a really unlucky fight or two. It's unfortunately the nature of the game. Like, it's trying their best to make up for the bad things that happened. They're doing a good job, so we'll definitely get there. All right, so that is another demon fight down for Team Mog. So we're very, very close between the two teams now.
Alright, time for the roulette.
It's your favorite, right? Oh, this fight.
So, Fiend will, after a certain point of the fight, will roll a barrier. If the barrier rolls too holy, you reset, or you throw fixed dice and you pray.
Yeah, so Mog will need to use 7 Holy Rods total. So I believe it's, well, it may not be 7 with Mog. It's 6 with Mog and 1 with Setzer. But Mog has to use the first 4. After the first 4 is when Fiend will use the ability that Pharaoh was referring to, the Element Absorption Roulette. So we'll be seeing that here soon. But Setzer is on healing duty for the first part of this fight. Mog needs to survive. Fiend likes to counter. Fiend likes to use very strong ice spells. And now, yeah, that's... Oh boy, okay.
Oh boy.
So...
Okay.
All right,
Mog got frozen.
Yeah, Setzer did not, so we're fine. We are okay. Setzer has a fire spell that he learned a bit back just for this fight. So we have targeting and Fiend Rage before Force Field. Force Field still has not happened, which is interesting. It's very, very curious. Okay, so this is a bad loop. I'm wondering if Nightshade is going to try to just... Are we just not getting Force Field? We're not getting Force Field. No.
Yeah,
we just,
it's over.
The AI loop just did not want to do Force Field at all. It just skipped it. Yeah, that's...
Yeah, that's Fiend.
This,
disgusting!
Okay, so Force Field. I'm gonna bank it's gonna be Holy.
Wind.
It's Wind. Dine has had Holy immunity multiple times over the relay before. Last year it was really notorious that he got Holy immunity on this fight. But this time he does not. And
So
he is
that's
through.
the first time Team Tonberry hasn't been in the lead.
It's been
since 15.
It's been a bizarre circumstance for a lot of these fights for all of these teams, for sure. I know Nightshade's not gonna be happy about some of the unlucky things that have happened, but they're like, Final Fantasy VI is just
That's
just like
how
this.
it is.
Mm-hmm. It's just like this. So we've got
So here's the preparation for the force field.
Yep. So hopefully the AI script doesn't go off base again and skip it and just start using Fiend Rage. Okay, so there's Force Field.
That's
there-
immune to holy.
There is holy. Oh my goodness.
Oh my
All right.
god.
Oh boy.
Dain is just running away with this now.
We're gonna see. Goddess is not a kind fight either.
Mm-hmm.
This one can go south based on how RNG is here. So that debilitator we picked up, we're gonna be using that. We need to get an element of weakness on Goddess that we can utilize. Lightning is one of them. I'm not certain if Dain's going to roll with it. He looks like he will. So you need to roll debilitator until you get one of the elements that we have a rod for. Holy is preferred because the holy rods, if she becomes holy weak, will do max damage.
Quasar is the thing you don't want to see because it does that.
Quasar is non-elemental damage that hits the entire screen. Unfortunately, it's guaranteed that we're going to get one. We really need to get through the fight before the second one happens, and it's going to be close. It's going to be close. If this kills, then we're good. If it doesn't, I would be a little concerned. It may happen. Yep.
Oh.
All right. That is a reset.
The second one.
That's a reset. So that will.
Bye bye.
Yeah. That is Goddess. So if you don't get holy as the weakness, you now have to gamble. So you need a certain number of holy rods coming into this fight to be able to use holy. But I think he has enough. I think he just opted to try to roll it with lightning just to see how it went. So.
Okay,
all right.
Well, Nightshade is done with Fiend.
We are through Fiend, thankfully. All right. Get it back on track. That fight is just
rough.
It's rough. I feel like this segment of the game is one that really, like, I don't want to say turns people off of running this game, but it really gets people, like, heated. Like, there are so many little things that can go wrong in Kefka's Tower. And, like, we all love this game and we love these runs, but, like, it's very easy to have the slightest thing go off and just end your time. Like, it's tough. It's a mental struggle sometimes. So, there's the Quasar again, and we're gonna see if we can get through with ice before the second Quasar. Wow, Gogo lived with
45.
45, yeah, that's dicey. Alright, Dair is going to get Gogo now for Team Choco. Through the crushing ceiling room with no problem. So the grind seems pretty good, ultimately. Definitely not so many complaints there. Alright. T-Mog is through Goddess. Okay. Yeah, so these, and this is, I think he Dain mentioned in chat as well, and I know, like, everybody's got some words about these bosses, but, like, this segment in every version is just tough. It's real tough. Like, so many things can just send you for a loop.
The ability to roll poison.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, but we have Earth is no good. Yeah. So this is part of why we like having Go Endiger here, is because you can just mimic Holy.
There it is.
That is a good one. That is ideal. So we'll now set up nice block by Edgar there. We'll now set up the Holy Rod spam. So you'll use one rod and then you'll just mimic the rod repeatedly. And as we mentioned, mimicking the item break does not use additional items. So you only have to expend one Holy Rod here to be able to finish this fight, which is huge. Alright, so a couple things.
Time for fears.
Yep, Dair is doing his last shop to get the Holy Rods. And Team Mog, Dain is about to start the final Tears fight. So for Final Fantasy X, we're going to be coming up on time for Team Mog. I say that, but this fight can go south. Start preparing, I would say. But this fight can have some iffy stuff happen. So between Team Mog and Team Tonberry, both through the goddess fight now. Full send. Very, very good. Very good job on that one. Could be 10-15 minutes here from the end. Like these have been some wild runs beginning to end, but I think all the runners have endured really well with the hands they've been dealt.
NiGhTBoX is picking the menu for the final Kafka, and Dine is about to get started on it. So Tier 1, the thing you don't want to see is reverse polarity, because it will switch everyone's row, and that's bad because it deals very high physical damage. You definitely don't want anyone to be on the front row. Edgar is going to break one of the hands because it's weak to petrify, and then Celis just throws Blizzagas and hope for the best.
Yeah, this whole last segment of fights is something that we theoretically have a script for. But there's definitely, as there are in a lot of the fights in this game, there's definitely a bit of randomness to the execution. Based on how the enemy reacts, we may have to do adjustments. As Pharaoh said, if we get reverse polarity, it's going to pull our whole party to the front row. So we need to account for that and, do a whole round of turns to head back to the back, and then it can do it again if it feels like. And so we're just in a loop there until it stops. So we'll explain as we go, but this is gonna be it. This is the final segment. And this is our party, and let's do it.
Just go! Oh, there it is! Opens with the thing! Bye, Edgar!
There you go. That's the fear right there. You reverse polarity to pull the weak one to the front and punch him. And that's it. So
yeah, we're gonna use Phantom.
This is a change already, in that we're using Phantom on Tier 1. We use it immediately to get Vanish set up on everyone to save a little bit of time, because most everything in this fight is physical. We used to actually use Phantom on Tier 3 to avoid some of the physicals there, but now we're just doing it and we're just sending. So you're going to see a lot of magical damage come out from Celis, from Gogo, from Mog. Probably I think we got one drill for rounding. But yeah, I'm curious to see how Dine takes this one. We had the break on the left arm, which instantly kills it. Okay, good call there.
Interesting that you see Vanish on Celis and followed immediately by Vanish to make sure that she remains safe.
Yeah, it's pretty imperative, because counters in this fight hurt tremendously. And that boss usually has a parting counter for the last hit that hits you. And if it crits, you just die. And if any of your characters die on the first tier, it's probably a reset. Edgar... is it Edgar or Mog? I think it's Edgar who's the least important.
I want to say Edgar because Mog has the one relic that will protect you on Tier 4. So on Tier 2, we open with two very important things. One is Death on Machine, which she is vulnerable to death, so she's gone, bye-bye. The second one is Siren, because Magic, which is the guy on the back, is vulnerable to silence, and he can only cast magic, so magic user, silence, he can't do anything anymore. The next thing you really want to do is getting rid of Tiger, because it uses the cross attacks, it can freeze, and it's bad, we don't want to deal with that. And then we just have to slowly get rid of power, and then magic. And we're gonna use magic as setup fodder for Tier 3, because he's just a sitting duck, he can't do anything.
Shade is getting the reverse polarity starter as well. Yeah, if everyone is vanished on Tier 2, and magic is muted, nothing can be muted. So you get to do what you want, and get everyone set up and do all your damage as you see fit, which is really nice. If you want to see what happens when you don't mute don't mute magic in tier 2, go look at last year's replay, and I would be happy to show you what happens. It's not fun. Don't do it.
So Nightshade is not using Phantom on this tier?
Yeah, I don't believe so.
So I think he's just manually casting Vanish? Or
It
just
looks
not
like
casting
it.
anything?
Yeah, I think he's going to vanish everyone individually, which is what I used to do as well. So I think it's a 50-50 on what people like to do now. Dread Gaze is unfortunately magical, and will definitely pierce Vanish.
We do have a few items too.
So I'm hoping... Okay, we've got 17 Phoenix Downs on Tonberry. That's really good. So that should not be a concern. I was a little concerned about that. But yeah, so... Alright, we're through tier 2. I think Dine had all the setup he wanted ready to go. Alright, so tier 3, 2 targets. The lady on top has 10,000 HP, or 9999. And you need to kill it before you do anything with the bottom half, because she will repeatedly use White Wind, as you see there. She'll use a bunch of nasty stuff, and she absorbs or nulls every element. So you have to hit her with non-elemental damage. This is why we got the Ultima weapon so long ago, because it deals non-elemental damage, and it deals a whole big chunk.
Oh, we had Edgar dead at the start of tier 2. He reset.
Oh, is that a reset instantly? Okay.
Yeah.
Oof. That is unfortunate.
Very unfortunate.
And that is exactly the spook that you get worried about happening with the counter. The spooky counter can just instantly drop someone. So we're gonna try to get through, back through tier 1, tier 2 there quickly with Tonberry. Tier 3 is treating Mog a little bit rudely. We got a Doom that took out Gogo. Edgar just got hit with a lot of damage. That Tornado hit both party members, which is a little rough. The lady is still alive, and every time Tornado hits Celis, it makes her physical damage go down a ton.
Oh, no.
So you must heal her, and yeah, this is a pretty nasty loop of what's happening. Every time this happens, like, the lady gets brought back up to full health. Because she has 9999, anytime you're seeing White Wind happen for anywhere close to, like 5,000, it's just instantly healing her back to full. So yeah, this is really
This
gross.
is going rough.
This is terrible.
Oh no, and now Celis got hit with Doom as well.
Yeah, so, oh dear, that's
no.
asleep. And now, Gogo is going to have to revive someone, because Gogo is going to tick out, and then Celis is not guaranteed to even get hit before she ticks out also. Yeah, this is really, really messy. So she's gonna get woken up, but she's gonna
But she's going to instantly die.
Swell. Alright. So,
Welcome to Tears!
Oh yeah, y'all are getting to see a really nice display of what can happen here. So you're basically starting fresh on this fight. Like, the bosses have not taken any damage. You're down a bunch of resources. I am worried tremendously about Dine's Phoenix Downs at this point. This is very, very ugly.
He's still doing catch up.
Yeah, exactly. You're digging out of this hole. This is very bad. While all this is going on, Dair is having a pretty decent run through Kefka's Tower so far, which is great and about all you could ask for. This is giving Team Choco a little bit of time to get caught back up. So we're definitely gonna hope that we don't like seeing the runners struggle like this. But at the same
Repulse
time,
again.
oh, this
Oh,
is
she's gonna
this is-
take another dark
she's
nap.
Yeah, I don't know how many Phoenix Downs we have left.
I think Dine is just going
Oh.
to try and kill Lady before.
He finally did. Okay, 1. This is the last Phoenix Down.
Oh no.
And all right. That is okay. That's not on Celis. I was gonna say, if you're on Celis there, this is just done. Yeah, I don't want to see the runners struggle, but man, it makes it really, really chaotic for the end run of this game.
Oh my god.
Oh, this is these are going awful.
This is being nasty.
Yeah, so Dine is out of Phoenix Downs. Mog is done.
Mog is dead.
Like, Mog is just dead. So
Doesn't
I think
that mess up?
it's a
Tier
little bit
4?
of a problem. It's only a huge problem if Gogo also dies. If Gogo is alive, it should be okay. I know most of the runners know how to get through the last fight as long as they haven't lost 2 characters. Losing Celis is the really, really bad one, though, of course.
I think
and-
Dine is trying to do damage counting now on rest.
Dine's probably also trying to decide what to do here, simply because
Yeah.
Gogo is dead.
Oh, he got
And you have to both kill the boss, and Celis has to get through this alive. And if Repose... Okay, there's Meteor. So we're gonna have... Okay, we're actually just gonna try to push through. And... Wow, Edgar blocked it!
It missed!
Oh, what a legend. Okay.
Oof.
Alright, so...
Jesus Christ.
I don't know how this is going to go now. Final Kefka's got 63,000 HP.
Who
you
has
need
the
to
Thunder
use-
Shield?
So I believe Gogo will have one. But
Okay.
Gogo is about to
Gogo
drop
is
dead.
going to die.
Yep.
Uh-oh.
Dine may have gotten it off of Gogo before now. I'm not certain.
We'll see. So,
Um,
Final Kefka has a very strict damage script.
The condemn timer resets.
Oh.
Okay, I forgot about that. So he's probably going to be okay. This is a scripted fight, basically, as long as you have enough character to survive. So I'm curious to see how it goes. But basically, Celis needs to use 3 rods, and this is going to be timed very soon for Team Mog, assuming this doesn't go poorly. So just be ready, Final Fantasy X. 3 rods. Beyond Chaos Text, another rod.
Elixir Celis to get through this.
Gogo
next
has to
attack.
use a rod. Celis uses 1 more. Forsaken will kill all 3 of the other party
Everyone.
members.
But it should. Celis should survive.
Celis will use... What was that?
What?
What
The
was-
attack didn't go through.
Did the rod? Oh no!
Oh no!
So the rod, I don't know if he used a rod that he ran out of, or what happened there. That was tragic, though.
Oh my god. After
she
that
acted?
tier 3, oh my god, that's...
She acted and then just went back to her, space, and I'm not certain what happened there. I want to say
Because
that it
there
was...
still were rods in the inventory. That's so bad.
I feel
Yeah.
stunned
Holy
about
fuck.
that.
I was ready to split too.
Oh my goodness.
Oh god.
This is becoming an alternate timeline here. This is crazy.
Yeah.
Well, people wanted an exciting race. This has given Team Choco a lot of time to get caught back up, and they're making their way through the through the Warring Triad now. So, like, the gap has absolutely been closed. So, yeah, Kefka has decided that the relay shall be chaos. Team Close Race is always alive.
There's a 10-hit combo. This only happens after power dies, so only magic is left.
Yeah, so that's where we want to be, because obviously they're all physical, and so they'll just dodge both of them. So now that the 10-hit is done, we're going to put a little more damage on magic, and then we're going to revive Gogo and Mog, which is, perfect, because Statue of the Gods...
Yeah, magic can do anything, so we just use this to do whatever it is we need.
Exactly. So he has all the time in the world to set up here. Dair's fight with Demon is going pretty okay so far. We're still in a pretty healthy health range. We've avoided the stop blaster section of the script. So even if we get meteored now, we're going to be okay. Yeah, nice clean fight there for Dair for Team Choco. So we're going to only have 2 fights left to get Choco also up to the final boss. So that's, this has been crazier than I think anyone could have asked for. Final Fantasy VI, ladies and gents.
Oh, he healed everyone, and now he is going to have to vanish everyone again.
Not vanished, right. It's okay, because all that's left is magic. Doing it after power is dead is fine, ultimately.
Yeah.
Because magic is just going to sit here and not be able to do anything. And ultimately, you're going to get revealed very quickly on Tier 3, right? So, alright, Team Mog going back into the fight. And we got the reverse polarity.
The reverse polarity again.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Oh, Celdus is out of MP, so he's just going to...
Yeah, we should have a decent pile of
get her back up. Yeah.
I feel like this is...
he's going to wait for ATV and just Blizzaga it. Should be dead here.
Yeah, I think he wants to just make sure everything's where it needs to be. I don't blame him at this point. Like, this has been so strange. Yeah, that'll do it. So we'll actually...
That's the spell, so that's the last one. And now Tier 3, and... we'll see how it goes for Nightshade compared to how it went for Time.
Oh, we saw how Tier 3 can go, so... hope for a little bit better outcome here. This feels like retribution for how calm Final Fantasy VI has been historically in the relay the past few years at least.
Has it?
It's compared to this, it's been much kinder. Yeah.
I remember you having crazy tears last year.
That was my own fault. This is wild. This is way crazier in my opinion. So, alright. So we've got some drills.
So one white wind.
Yeah. Or hope. Oh, the sleep on Celis is just unlucky. Hopefully the drills. Hopefully that drill will kill, and it did not. Okay, so she's gonna heal off Meltdown. Okay.
And the white wind.
Now we're back to full.
That sucks.
Okay. So let's jump over to this demon fight for Team Choco. I don't know if I missed Force Field. No, I don't think I did, or if I did miss it, it wasn't anything. There it is. Okay. Force Field is ice.
It's ice. Okay, they can continue.
We are good. All right. So that's going to be the second of the Warring Triad down. That was an Ultima Weapon crit on Lady that may have just saved Nightshade's fight.
Yeah, Lady's dead.
I think it really did. I think it really saved that fight. Yeah. So we will bless RNG for that one. Oh.
So I think he's just going to wait until the Doom goes off, and now he's going to start healing people.
Yeah. Nightshade's got a lot of Phoenix Downs stored up. It's a very good safety to have coming into Kefka's Tower, because so many things can just randomly knock you out.
Doom again on go-go.
Yeah, it's something you just kind of have to live with. The timer does not go away, so in other versions, the timer will go away when you transition phases, but the timer will reset back to 40. So as we saw, I actually didn't recall that. So that's my bad. I thought it stayed, and I was like, okay, well that's bad. But no, it would have been okay. Alright, so I know Nightshade doesn't have Cura, so we're having to rock Cure to try to get everyone back up to where they need to go. Alright, Dine is through tier 2.
Tier 2?
Actually, that was a very clean tier 2.
Yeah, that was a fast tier 2.
To run that back, so we're neck and neck yet again. Wow. Alright, I promise you, Final Fantasy X runners, we're going to eventually have someone finish the game. Maybe.
Is he going to heal again?
Oh,
he's going to prepare. He's gonna go.
He's gonna set up. We have Lady dead on Team Mog's side. We have Goddess being debilitated Team Choco. So with Ice is the weakness. I don't think they're happy with that one, so we're gonna roll a different one. Edgar has Vanished Celis. We've got the kill set up here. This should be the next item, I think. I think he's trying to make sure.
Because he already broke the Thunder Shield.
No, we have a reset on Goddess. Did we get Lullabied? I have a feeling that's probably what happened.
There's her bombs. Okay. Oh, we hit Go-Go.
No, down goes Go-Go. That's still doable. We can deal without Go-Go. Mog is still here, and Mog can use the rod that we need. We need one of the two strong magic characters other than Celis to use one rod to get the extra damage. So Mog will have to Holy Rod at some point in this fight. So, all right, final Kafka. It might be time coming up soon for Team Tonberry instead.
We'll see.
Yeah. Nothing is guaranteed at this point.
Nope.
So it's a total of 7 rods that need to be used, just like Doom. 3 Holy Rods, Beyond Chaos, and then the end run. Alright, Dair just got Holy Weakness for Goddess, so I'm sure he's going to be going with that one. That is really what we want. Ooh, that was almost scary. So alright, so we have Mog down for Nightshade. Oh boy. We're ahead of Beyond Chaos. Okay, we can still use items even though we're silenced. The screen's still not shaking. There we go. Now it is.
There we go.
Alright, so unless something goes horribly wrong here, we should be coming pretty close on... Pretty close on time for Tonberry. Why did I say that? Because I am commentator cursing.
Oh no!
I'm gonna live.
Okay. It lived.
That is time
for Tonberry!
Wow.
Oh my god, I'm shaking!
Finish.
What was that?
Oh my goodness. While all the drama was going on, Choco got through Goddess, so Dair is going to be starting the final fight here shortly too. That is easily one of the craziest finishes we've ever had for Final Fantasy VI.
For sure.
Dine survived tier 3 as well, is going up without Mog.
Hopefully this time the game behaves and doesn't just take the kill right from under his feet.
I'm assuming he knows what happened last time. I think we'll probably get the story about that later. But yeah, wow. Wow.
Wow.
So, Team Mog is going to be hopefully wrapping
Holy
up this
shit.
fight. Yeah. I feel like we're not going to be over this one.
To go to work.
Yeah, I think we're not going to be over this one for a while. All right. How do you get on with your day after this? Jeez.
Yeah. That's a good question.
Yeah.
So,
Alright.
my rug is fine, doesn't do anything.
Celis is a tank, does not care. Alright, so there's the 3. Now we have the kill sequence is going to basically be started here. So Gogo has to use a rod to get that extra damage we need, and then Celis will end up using a couple more just to get through. So you'll get 1, you'll get Forsaken, we'll switch. That's what happened last time. I think we tried to mimic a rod that didn't exist. We're gonna switch rods. We're gonna use that one. We're gonna get Meteor, and then we're gonna use the last rod, and it should kill. And it did
time
kill.
for Mog.
Time for Mog.
Go, go, go!
Whoa.
It's like this. I didn't sign up for this intense of tears.
No, imagine how the players are feeling too. Like we're here like losing our minds.
Yes.
Listen to my story.
We've got one more to go. While we're waiting on
while
cutscenes.
while waiting on cutscenes, please, FF10 crew, take it away.
Thank you. I'm Crimson Inferno here. I'm joined by a couple of other commentators.
I'm MT or Banger, or Mtbanger, whichever. You might have heard me from commentating FF16 before. I enjoyed it so much, I'm back for another undisclosed number of hours.
He's back for the whole run, and I'm excited for him. Hello, my name is Maelstrom. I'm excited to be commentating and a vague amount of Final Fantasy X. GG to the 6 runners who finished already. I hope that Dair for Team Choco has a good Kefka. FF6 has been absolutely insane. I follow FF6 a fair amount, so just the most insane ending, the most insane world of ruin. We've had a bit of everything. My goodness.
Yeah, I know you're pretty familiar with the run. So like you've obviously run it several times, so like seeing some of the things that are happening here, like we could not ask for more.
Yeah, getting everyone ready for FF10 has been exciting. It's like, okay, just bear in mind you could start now, but with how they've got here, you might not. So just be ready. That said, I also don't want to talk over Team Choco's Kefka, so I'm more than happy to hand that back to you guys so you can keep that going. We'll have plenty of time once FF10 starts.
Yeah, no worries at all.
So, they're also open Phantom and then just break the arm. That one went well. And now we're just gonna work our way through these 2 HP bars. I'm still shaking.
Oh, I know. I'm thinking like it's almost 4 a.m. For anyone in like Eastern Time US right now, and I don't think anyone's gonna be able to sleep for hours after that. Like, goodness. So yeah, I think the Phantom opener for Tier 1 has become a little bit more popular, just because it really helps avoid some of the awful counters and such. Because we're using that, you break the one arm, and then you can very quickly kill off the head as well.
I mean, tomorrow.
So the haste, unfortunately, yeah, it removes vanish, so we end up having to re-vanish, but it's unfortunately required. Celis without haste here is far less useful than she is with it. Very, very clean Tier 1.
That's Tier 1.
Exactly
straight
what we want
Tier
out of
2.
that.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, just, again, Death on Machine, Siren, and get rid of Tiger, and then make your way through the rest.
Yeah. Now, I Oh, I didn't even get a chance to commentate or curse that one. I was about to mention Death has a like 2% chance of missing.
Oh.
And it did.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh no.
So
machine is not going to do anything, right?
Right.
That looked fine for me.
It's fine. Diffractive laser is a tiger ability, if I recall, and thankfully is not very strong. The most damage it does is like 200. All right, so we got the death that time. The siren cast was good, so magic is muted. Nothing bad came out of machine from that one. Northern Cross is a little bit annoying. It's going to hit Celis because she was vanished, but it's not going to hit anyone else because they were not vanished, thanks to Diffractive Laser. So we actually kind of appreciate that. So it hit Mog, but I believe that Gogo has fire and can just fire the party to heal them out of Frozen.
He also killed Mog!
He killed Mog out of Frozen. I mean,
that was a little strong.
That's a little violent, but you know, at least Mog isn't frozen anymore.
Question mark.
Yeah,
That's okay.
Exactly. It's fine. We're fine.
It's fine.
I'm just gonna try to knock out Tiger here. I want to say this last this rod, or I thought we were on a rod. I think this last rod is going to do it. I think we're pretty close. I'll mimic it. See what happens. And no, not yet. Okay.
No.
A little bit
Tiger's
hardy.
Beefy.
Yeah, Tiger is unfortunately a bit beefy. Thankfully, Tiger is weak to ice, but still takes a bit of abuse before giving up the ghost.
Sir, please behave.
All right. Let's see if we get another Northern Cross or something weird here. Oh, that's
bad.
One. Hopefully she doesn't take any actions. Okay, that's a fine one. We can deal with that. Yeah, zombie Celis is very scary. As you might imagine, having a character with that much firepower behind her, being able to randomly do whatever she wants to whoever she wants is not. No, it's not good.
No.
So this is what happens when Tiger stays up. Now we're getting Southern Cross, and that Southern Cross is a fire attack that hits the whole party for a lot of damage. It's a lot of mess. I think this Blizzaga should be Tiger. Yeah. Good. Okay. Now we have some time to reestablish where we are.
Okay.
So I imagine.
So the worst part of tier 2 should be over now.
Yeah. We have some physicals to deal with, but I imagine Dair is going to start getting everyone vanished.
Yeah.
Just to not have to worry about 10 hits. And then once that's done, just knock it out.
And even the physicals don't hit nearly as hard as anything Tiger can do.
Yeah, no, they can be painful. The big scare is them critting, like most physicals in this game. Crit physicals they just hurt. But as it stands, yeah, we'll just vanish everyone back up, and then we'll knock out the I don't remember if power, the one on the right is called power in other versions. I don't remember if it's F or G. Because they all had names. Every part had a name. And in PR, they gave them all names in the like enemy details, but they named them generically. I don't know why they did that.
Don't bother going after all of them.
Strange choice.
Yeah, it feels very impersonal. Just call it Statue of the Gods G.
Yeah, and they're all like lettered. I think like the bottom is ABC, and then this group is D, E, F, G, and then H I think are the last two. Obviously, I think it's just alphabetical.
Yeah. And then Kafka is just Kafka.
Right. Thanks, Kafka. Yeah,
Thanks,
not
Kafka.
super descriptive, but works.
That's what we need to know.
Yeah, exactly.
That's all we need to know.
Okay, I think we're getting pretty close to getting through this now. Magic in particular, the guy on the left has like 40,000 HP, and it's just a beefy HP pool.
And if he was alive, we would suffer. No, not alive. If he wasn't silenced, if he was allowed to do, if he was allowed to just do whatever, we would suffer.
Yeah, tier 3 spells galore. Like just a lot of nastiness that we really don't want to deal with. Alright, 10-hit combo means the power is dead after this, which is good.
And we have time to work on tier 3.
Yeah, so we're all set up. Celis will need, again, ultimate weapon, and after that we're gonna get ready to go. So that's not enough. On the killing hit, the ATB of the character who attacked will not move, just to prepare for the screen transition. You'll see the ATBs all freeze. There we go. So this is it.
That's the end.
That's the killing blow. So we'll go up to tier 3 after this counter attack chain resolves.
So again, Lady has 9,000, almost 10,000 HP. She absorbs all elements, so we need to hit her with non-elemental damage. And this tier is a troll.
Yeah, here's hoping we get something somewhat okay. I'm not gonna say. Every time I say something bad. It's best that I don't. So I'm just gonna...
Especially not for the team that's trying to catch up at the moment, if that's alright with you, thanks.
I am always pulling for Team Choco. Alright. Alright, and we killed Lady without too much drama. See? We're good.
We're
so
good.
far, so good. Alright.
Now we just need to kill power without too much drama.
Yeah, you know, it's fine.
Rest without too much drama. Power is on the previous
Sleep,
tier.
rest.
It's been a long morning.
That dude.
That dude.
That dude. The angry one who uses Meltdown and Doom. A whole bunch of
And he's
crap.
just angry.
He's just angry. Like, alright. So far, so good.
Like, let's take a chill pill. Just let us through.
So Rest has 40,000 HP. Rest has a script where once he goes below about 11,000 HP, he'll start using Meteor every turn. So we need to basically get him to a point where we can set up an order of attacks that will kill him while not crossing that threshold and letting him have an extra turn. So you're gonna see here Dair is probably going to, yeah, I think it's probably right around here. We got a couple Blizzagas and a couple of drills as well, and you'll hit about 25,000 HP damage dealt. So after that, we're curious to see if he heals up his party here. Gogo is gonna have to get revived, so that's unfortunate. But yeah, we'll heal everyone up, I believe. I think we use the Mega Elixir here. So yeah, I think we may do that, or he may save the Mega Elixir for Final Kafka. And then we will go into the kill script, which includes a Blizzaga and the Thunder Shield break from Gogo, but it also includes Edgar vanishing Celis, so she doesn't die from the repose counterattack.
Lightheaded, and then sleepy. I think I had a dream.
So typically this fight involves a lot of damage counting, just to make sure you know where you are.
Beside me.
Yeah,
So I
especially
didn't have
both
to feel
in
alone
tier 3 and in tier 4. So throw the Mega Elixir. Celis is vanished.
That was a
we're gonna do
Mega Elixir.
we're gonna do the final push.
I think so. I actually think that's going to be okay. I don't know if that was intentional, but that Blizzaga was not met with anything bad. So yeah, okay. We just pushed right through. Awesome. All right.
Nice.
So there's a little bug that can happen there if Meltdown is what pushes Rest over the HP threshold. The meteor phase will never start, and the meteor phase never started. So we just got to avoid it.
Very cool.
That's fantastic. All right, so this is the proper party, and as long as everything goes, according to script, we'll be good to go. But I trust in Dair to get through this fight. It's always one of the most stressful fights of the relay, I swear.
Yeah.
The final one especially, there's so much tension involved with this fight, I feel like. Even though it's scripted, it never makes it easier.
Just think about no. I'm gonna save this until after, because I don't want to do commentary cards. No, mimic that rod. There we go. We see the head.
So while the screen is shaking, Kefka cannot counterattack, which is massively important. Elixir.
Oh.
We got the extra Mog rod or Go-Go rod out of the way, I think. So I think we'll have this rod fire, and then Meteor is going to happen. That's not
Vengeance.
Meteor.
That's not Meteor.
Which means we're behind. We're behind one. Okay. So. Oh boy.
Oh boy.
That's definitely death.
Oh no.
Oh, that's tragic.
That's very rough.
I feel like a lot of us have been there. It's not it's not a damage roll. Well, it's kind of a damage roll. The extra rods that need to be used, you need to use them in such an order that you push him to a certain spot. And Ultima is only used while he's in a certain HP range. So the only proper play was one of two things. It was do that and hope you don't get ultima'd, or it was wait and hope he doesn't just kill you with Havoc Wing. And there's no good answer. There's just not any good decision. It's flipping a coin and hoping you get heads twice a week. and it didn't happen.
That was really rough. Maybe we'll send it over to the 10 runners.
Yeah, we can let you guys have some time for a little bit while Dair runs through in.
Okay, whilst we're going through cutscenes, we'll let you guys take it over again for Final Kefka. We have 9 hours. We'll be okay. But Crimson, do you want to explain what the premise of this run is? Because obviously it's manip, but it's not manip in the normal sense that a manip run would be. Do you want to explain the basis of what we're doing?
Yeah, absolutely. So, just a quick primer for people who don't know what manip is. A while ago, we discovered that the PC version of this game has a very limited number of seeds that can start the RNG, and we found a way to manipulate that. So we can basically start the game at a certain RNG value that we know it's at, and then we can predict what's going to happen from there. So we have given each of the 3 runners a different seed and asked them to, in a couple of days, do whatever they can with it to manip it. So we haven't looked too much at these seeds. We're not sure what they have done with these, but it'll be interesting to see what they've been able to do with it in the time they've had.
Yeah, so normally a seed will get very, very optimized over a set amount of time, but hopefully keep things fresh, keep things different with 3 different runners and 3 different seeds, and they've only had 2 days to manip to the best of their ability.
Yeah, so you might see some of the runners doing some things that look questionable. I'm not sure anyone was taking their eyes off of the Kefka fight, but an eagle eye.
In the 7 or 8 plates that I'm having spinning at the moment, I did notice that NiGhTBoX has attacked Geos, and I think Foxy has potion somewhere peculiar as well. Why would NiGhTBoX have randomly have attacked Geos?
So we hope it's to get some crits somewhere. So the way the RNG works in this game is that different RNGs use different values. They decided in Final Fantasy X to have 68 different RNG values for all different number of things, from stealing, rare drop chances, crits and damage rolls. What you might see the runners do is use things like potions or attacks where it doesn't seem like they need to, but they'll likely be doing that to set up specific crits that will make the fights go quicker. So we'll see how that plays out.
Kind of like a diet minute almost, because I think on the main category, you know, where it's anyone can pick whatever seed and they can manipulate it to within an inch of its life. that's the full fat minute. But what we're seeing here is, yeah, I guess what people can do in a limited length of time, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, it looks like Dair's back on Kefka, so we'll let the FF6 team take over again.
Good luck.
Yeah, no worries at all. I kind of appreciate how varied the 10 runs are.
It was a bad call.
Like there's many different
Your team
nuances in how they are. The different categories. Very cool. So
it's been
we're having a rerun back on tier 1 here.
I thought you'd be crying.
Honestly, so far so good. Got the vanish, got everything looks pretty standard fare.
So, tier 2.
Hey, wait! Don't go out on me! Nah, just hold on. I'll get more wood.
So yeah, so far so good. We're blowing through some ice rods, get a huge chunk of damage. As mentioned before, rods all negate magic defense. They used to, in previous versions, they used to also only roll the highest possible damage. That was removed in this version, but they still do a huge chunk of damage. And almost always way more than just using the equivalent spell on its own. So, alright, nice clean kill on Tiger. Everyone's still vanished. Like this is exactly what we want to see. So far this is
it's looking good so far.
real good. Yeah. So honestly, like the last run through was very clean, I feel like, and then just there was like one
final Kefka did that.
tiny thing. Yep, one tiny thing that was done like slightly off on the final fight, and it just sends the whole thing tumbling down. So, but we're gonna rectify that. We're gonna get through this just fine. We're seeing all sorts of things that game throws at you. This almost happened to me like in the exact same way in the past. So I absolutely feel for Team Choco right now and what the runner's going through. But Dair's gonna get through this. And again, this is how this game is. Like it's a lot of really silly stuff that can happen. So I think we're going to be setting up the finish here on power and on magic here in just a minute. Yep, power is down, so we'll do the 10-hit combo.
Yeah.
And we will get through that.
Based on everyone because of Vanish.
Yeah, it's really nice when you get the nice fight and Vanish just stays up. Because Tiger can do some really, like, underwhelming things, too, for as many nasty things as it has. So when it does something that's really, like, calm, it's just great. Alright, and that is tier 2. That is basically a perfect tier 2.
That's done. Whew.
Very good.
So, we'll see if tier 3 behaves.
What we're looking for here is Celis to so Celis is gonna go with her ultimate weapon equipped, hit lady for about 3k. You're gonna be hoping crits. The ultimate weapon can crit, and a crit will do about 6,000, which is huge. It's
Almost kills her.
Yeah. So meltdown's unfortunate.
White Wind's worse.
White Wind is worse because it undoes everything that happened. But, you know, it's fine. We were kind of starting from square one anyway. That's unfortunate, simply because, yeah, Celis needs to be at full health because the ultimate weapon does damage based on your current HP. So as it gets higher and higher, you get more damage out of it. It's the same reason why Tornado is unfortunate. You saw that physical did 250 instead of the 3,000 it's supposed to do. But the drills will take care of Lady, so that is still where we want to be.
Yeah.
So definitely
We take it. As long as Lady's dead, it's fine.
Yep. So again, Rest is he's nasty. He's got a bunch of stuff that doesn't play, and he's not going to let up. But we can at least, you know, try to stabilize before we get into a big damage cycle here. Again, with the damage you have to note is that when he uses Meltdown, it does damage himself. And that can cause some weird
You can stay if you make yourself useful.
You understand me? All right.
So, hopefully, we'll get through this. So, Celis blocked that one, which is pretty nice.
That one's very good.
It's typically what we want to have happen here. I'm not certain if he's going to let Gogo. I think, yeah, we're letting Gogo die. We're just going to revive him. I think we have to. It ticked too low. And that's fine. Oh, Edgar died by 1 HP.
Yeah.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Okay. Again, we'll get him back up. It's fine. It's just 1 HP, really? It's just cool.
So we got the Kira.
Yep. Trying to get back to full health. Before. Okay. The Doom on Mog is fine. That's inconsequential. If it's going to go on anyone, that's probably who it needs to go on. So he's going to be doing damage here, and then I think we're waiting for one more attack. Probably? I think we're waiting for one more attack. We may have to wait for another one now due to turns.
We found some agent. It's not active now.
Whoops.
We're gonna go down, and then we should be able to. Okay.
So there's the Blizzaga. I believe we're going to get a meteor counter. Yep.
Yep.
It's definitely happening. And oh, that's unfortunate.
Edgar's gone.
Ooh,
Edgar's down.
I don't know what he wants to do here now. That's probably the safe bet. Yeah, Edgar dying there is like the one thing that can happen. Because Edgar has to vanish Celis. So the holy water gets put on Rest to get him out of his HP threshold. So, you know, it gives him back a little bit of HP, but he's not going to use Meteor every turn now. So I do wonder. We've got the Doom taking down on Celis now. I think we're probably gonna have to let her go and then revive her. It's gonna cut too close, and the Kefka fight with Celis with a Doom timer is very scary.
Yeah.
So I think he's
just
Blizzard. Yeah, Blizzard doesn't do damage. So you're just gonna have to.
Oh, he helped us for.
That will work. Yep.
He helped us. He
that
gave
will
us
work.
a freebie.
We take those. We take them. All right, the meltdown. That'll put Mog in the dirt again. But I know we can stabilize here for sure. Get back. Oh, that is just
Not
so
if that. Not
so
if he does that.
unlucky.
Oh, that's the last Phoenix
That's
now.
the last Phoenix, yeah. I think he's probably debating whether or not he should use it. And I don't really know if he has a choice. Unfortunate. Again, the only option other than Edgar using Vanish is Gogo using Vanish, and Gogo has to use the Thunder Shield to kill the boss. He's gonna try to stabilize, I think, with Kira. That's going to... Nope, they're both gonna live. Okay. I think we're considering using the Mega Elixir and just trying to do the kill here, but I don't think he's going to do it just yet. I have lost count of where we are on damage.
Yeah, me too. Oh, Meteor
I
missed
know
on
where we are now.
everyone!
Okay, so, yep, needs to...
Yeah, now it's go time. We have to
stabilize?
end
Oh,
if
boy.
he's too slow.
We're still okay. He just needs to get the Mega Elixir and then immediately. Oh no! So it pushed the damage too far. I wonder how we even got there. That the meteor phase must have been at such a close damage point. I don't think anyone would have expected that Blizzaga to kill.
Yeah. And then it goes on Celis instead of anyone else.
Alright, I don't know. I think we're gonna try to do it because resetting here is just not... It's not great. Not having Celis here is very tough, but it's doable. We have rods, we have Mimic, we have a Mega Elixir. It's so unfortunate though, because you see all the abilities that were supposed to come out.
Yeah.
Alright, so we
Came
need
out
to
way
use...
too late.
Yeah, so we need to use rods, and we need to use... Yeah, so Holy Raw, oh boy, okay. And that's it, because Gogo has to survive. Gogo has to survive if you don't have Celis, and that was the last Phoenix down that we used. It's the only way we're going to get enough damage without running out of rods. Oh, this is so tough. Everyone send your positive energy to Dair.
Extremely, yeah.
This is, it's not even at all, like, something that's in his control. This is being more cruel than I think I've ever seen this boss.
I think on FF10 we're also doing cutscenes.
Yes. Just to, I guess, whilst we're waiting for the Kefka fight to start again, recap on some of the stuff that's happened. I saw a lot of rare steals from both the runners. I saw Foxy did 1 steal on click and got a rare steal. So normally we're looking for at least 2 grenades out of that fight. So he did 1 steal, got a rare steal, and then he would have been able to know ahead of time if he was going to see any more steals, because they reduce in chance every successful steal you get. So he likely knew that there was no other steals coming up, and then just decided to attack it with Riku and kill it as fast as possible. And then we saw, I think, two rare steals out of NiGhTBoX, and then he got a low roll at the start of the Tross fight, which is what you want to see ideally, so that you can get a faster cycle as he swims around.
Yeah, there's not like a tremendous amount of variance at the beginning of the run, right? I suppose when you're manipping it, you want to manip crits on click and rare steals.
Yeah, I think the big things at the start of the run are definitely any crits you can get on Tidus. If you're very lucky, a grenade crit. And yeah, I think getting good steals and avoiding like steal misses wherever possible are sort of the keys to saving time in the early game. But as you said, sometimes because of the way the RNG works, you're just working with what's available to you. There may not be any rare steals, for example, that you can manip into. So depending on what seed you've got, you may just have to stick with normal steals.
It's kind of impressive the options that you kind of have though, because when you think about it, you've got attack, steal, defend, potion,
Hello there.
and that's it. In terms of the options, you know, that you can take to move the RNG around, but people seem to be able to push it in a positive direction. Although I suppose that does depend on the seed, and I think was it I don't know who it was who divvied out the seeds, but I assume no one was cruel at the on the early game with these seeds, so there must be some stuff available.
Oh, we means you.
So the way these seeds were chosen was we looked for 3 seeds that had similar encounters across the run, in terms of like ambushes and sort of the encounters you get, making sure that all the seeds have like the encounters you want to see. For example, a basilisk, but we'll get to that later on, things like that. And then also looking to make it somewhat friendly to the runners in terms of being able to manip certain drops later on that we'll get to later on.
You guys hit me?
Yeah, and Crimson is also being very generous when he calls that we. He essentially found the seeds and then had me and a fellow FF10 runner called GreyFox1996 to go through them and scrutinize them a little bit. So
I told
yeah,
her
the seed
everything
should
there
be
was to
a
tell
rough,
about
even
Anarchy.
playing field.
About life there, Blitzball, and Sin's
I
attack.
also believe that Team Choco are back on tiers. Would you two like to take over again?
You're indeed back on the horse. Give it one more try. So, you know, same story as before. Get the Phantom up, get everyone healed back up. I think the opening of this fight was a little bit nasty. But we're stabilizing as we need to.
Don't worry.
The two
Yeah,
problem
everyone
parts are
looks
dead.
healthy. Now everyone looks healthy.
Maybe you just had some kind of dream.
Moving on up. So let's just hope that tier 2 is quiet and calm, and we can get through it quickly to get back up to
You sure?
the problem child.
The two problem childs.
Yeah, the problem children.
The problem children.
Yeah. Oh yeah. All right. Death hit right away. That's good. That's where we need to start. And then Lunatic Voice is gonna go silence. Our dear fellow on the left. Magic. Yep.
You're saying
So
that
far, so
happened
good.
1,000 years ago? No way.
Alright, and we're gonna start putting a bunch of damage in on the 3 remaining parts. We'll use ice rods because again, even though they
play Blitzball?
they're targeting everything and they're splitting damage. Tiger takes a ton of damage from ice, so
You know, you should go
drop
to
some
Luca.
Blizzagas on him, drop some ice rods on him.
Someone might know who you are, or you
Do
might
our
find
best to get
someone
rid
you
of him
recognize.
as quickly as possible.
Luca?
All right, and Tiger's gone. Very good, very good. So
Oh,
this is
okay.
a dream tier 2 again, which is exactly what we want. So I think we're probably just gonna roll Blizzagas for a little bit here.
You'd rather stay here? Okay, I'll go tell the others. Wait here. Oh, and one thing. Don't tell anyone you're from Xanarkand, okay? Yevon says it's a holy place. You might upset
I
someone.
think we typically roll Blizzaga until we see 10 hit come out for the on death counter for power. I know in the past we've used some single target stuff, but I don't think it ultimately saves enough time because even though you're getting split damage on the Blizzagas, you still have to kill both of them.
Yeah, it makes
and
sense.
only Celis actually does significant damage with casting spells here. Both of the remaining parts are pretty resistant to magic, and they both have a fairly large health pool. So we kind of just have to endure. Takes a little bit of time and it's a little bit annoying, but we'll get through. 10 hit counter is going off. We are getting hit by none of that. And then leave. We will be doing the, there's the equip change is going to be happening. We're going to elixir Celis because she's low on MP, which is good.
And just chip away at magic until we move on to the next tier.
Yeah, gonna need to equip up the Ultima weapon and put her in the front row. I think she already is in the front row. I think Dair already did that. Team Choco moving back up to tier 3. Hopefully have a little bit more cooperative fight. We'll see how it goes. Yeah, other routes of this, you have nice things to deal with this fight. Like you can use Bahamut, you use Bum Rush. In this route, you just have Ultima Weapon and you have Drill, and you have
And
to
a
hope
dream.
and a dream. That's right. I feel like that's appropriate with Final Fantasy X running at the same time. We always have a dream. There we go.
Oh,
okay.
yes.
Nice. Very good. No white win.
Blitzball.
Yeah,
Right.
she's just dead. That's good.
Exactly over here. So we've had 1 drill, 2 drill, and a meltdown on rest. Been about 4,500 HP, 4,500 damage or so. about 72, 7,300. I think we're damage counting now. I would imagine. So we're going to be using Blizzaga, which should do the full 10k. Or actually, oh, it's actually doing less. I think we still have Ultima Weapon equipped. Which means we're at about 16,000 now, I think. The Doomcasts are a little bit annoying. I think we're just gonna kind of endure here. We may need to let Celis die and revive her.
Hopefully, this time that will go well.
Yeah. He definitely still has the Ultima Weapon still on because you cannot use Runic with the Ultima Weapon. So that's what's happening here. So it's about 21,000. It's about 22, 23,000. 2 people ticking out. Okay, well that's yeah.
That's it.
Forget that.
Okay.
So Phoenix down her.
I got to.
I think we're
close to
gonna
sin and my
need
head's
to
all
use
foggy
about
so, I don't know
4,000, 3,000 damage still before we can start the kill setup. Neat.
All right,
Okay.
back to practice. I'm Waka, coach and captain of the Besaid Aurochs, brother.
So I hope they need to see that.
What? You hungry? Okay, back to the village.
Because Ultimate Weapon, oddly enough, even though it's technically a sword, isn't really considered a sword by the game. Runic requires you to have a sword equipped. And so when you have a flail equipped, when you have the Ultimate Weapon equipped, a couple other things, you actually can't repeat. So it's usually a good indicator that your weapon is maybe not what you think it is.
Long time ago, there were a whole lot of cities in Spira. Big cities with machina, machines to run them. People played all day and let the machina do the work. And then, well, take a look. Sin came and destroyed the machina cities. And Xanarkand along with him. Yeah, that was about 1,000 years ago. Just like you said. If you ask me, sin's our punishment for letting things get out of hand. What gets me is we gotta suffer. Of course, we must always it's just said.
It was just Waka and Riku.
You really could hear a pin drop right now. The tension is unfortunately grabbed up full.
Yes.
It's tough. It's really tough. Yeah. I'm like watching the movements and I'm trying to empathize with what's going on right now and you know, on Dair's side.
For now, I just live. Sure, it was hard not to think of a little.
I know. I don't think my resting heartbeat has been this high in quite a while.
This has been the most anxious I've been over a like hour
Oy, oy,
period
oy.
of Final Fantasy VI for like ever, probably.
I know absolutely nothing about FF6, but this game never fails to put me on the edge of my seat.
Yeah. It's one of those Final Fantasies where I don't want to say all the difficulty is backloaded, but a lot of the fear of losing the run is backloaded. And it's definitely off-putting in a way when you know you can have a run that goes fine 92% of the way in. Boss used 2 attacks in a row that you didn't want, and then you just have to hit the reset button and you lost 4 hours. Like, yeah, it's rough. It's a little bit rough. There's definitely choke points like that in several of the longer Final Fantasy titles. It's not exclusive to 6. But just knowing that that's there and it's one of those things that's kind of out of your control it's definitely tough. And
I think we're going.
A little tricky. Yeah, we are pushing. I think they were trying to figure out the best course of action to go here, and we're gonna have Blizzaga, and we're gonna have a Thunder Shield.
The Thunder Shield.
We're gonna have a Trine and not a Thunder Shield. Okay, so that's your counter, which means we're I don't know if we're a little behind on damage.
Celas.
Okay, that's
Celas
okay.
is not vanished.
That's not okay.
That's not good. Because now no one can use spells.
Yeah, that part is not great. So I think, are we in meteor range? Because I think they thought they were. But we're not quite there. If we got the Trine there instead of. So I think we're trying to figure out what's going on.
All of the runners are in a call right now, and
yeah,
I very much assume that they're just hashing it out. These are your options. These are what you can do. Trying to figure out where they are, what to do. There's 3 different teams, but the camaraderie amongst the runners is still very much there.
So okay, so I don't know if Dair accidentally like sold. Okay, Mog dying is fine. I don't know if Dair accidentally sold his other sword. Oh, okay.
Oh!
That is a clutch block. Yeah. So as Chris mentioned, all 3 runners are trying to best determine the course of action. If Dair sold the other sword that Celas has, or it's gone for some reason, it does make this a bit more difficult. Because she should have an enhancer as well to swap with, which will take her magic power up another 7. So if that's not there, then it becomes pretty challenging. So I want to imagine that they're going to be doing damage counting here, just to make sure that everything goes off correctly as it should. What's nice here is that we have a couple of free turns, because for the first 3 turns, only Celis is performing actions because she's using holy rods, or whatever kind of rods she has. So if it comes to it, she can fire 3 holy rods,
10 years
and then one of Edgar or Setzer can use a remedy on her to make sure she can actually like cast spells later on. So what's going to happen here is traditionally you'll use a total of 6 rods with Celis to do 60,000 damage, and then 1 more rod with Gogo to do enough to push over the like extra damage you need to kill Kefka. Okay, well that's why we're taking our time, I guess, because we have
but Wing is nasty,
and
we don't have Mog anymore.
Oh my goodness.
My goodness. That's rude.
All right, so we have one holy rod in so far. That's fine. We're gonna use a second one right now.
Cool. In return, come turn.
Okay, we need to survive 1 more turn. Okay, that's gonna be not. Edgar has to revive someone. I think he realizes that. Edgar must revive someone.
They got any food there?
We'll get you something over there later.
Yes.
Look around first.
So you're going to get Beyond Chaos, which is what we need. Celis is going to use a Holy Rod, and then we're going to hope that Gogo can as well, but I don't think it's going to happen.
Forsaken was too fast.
Okay, so this is going to be
over here.
Huh? What's
a
up?
little scary.
You remember the prayer, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's
I didn't know it in the first
instantly over.
place,
That's not
to
even a
tell the
little
truth.
scary.
Man, that's like the basics of the basics. All right, I'll show you. Go ahead, you try.
Kefka really is the nastiest of pasties.
Yeah.
He's not a nice fellow.
No. So that'll do it for me. Unfortunately, I need to go. Thank you for having me.
Go present yourself to the
And I'll see you later at the end of the relay.
Thank you much, Farah. We will see this one through. See Dair through the end still.
Yeah.
Take care.
Yeah. See you. And best of luck. No, this attempt is gonna be it. I feel it.
We've got a few minutes here if Crimson and MT want to discuss a little bit about what's happening at 10 at the moment.
Yeah, well, I think we're at a bit of a lull in 10 as well. I guess what has happened between then and now is, well, I'll say a lull. There's been a boss fight in a section of the game that on random seed or without manipulation can be quite a make or break of the early game, but with manips it was completely fine, which is the lagoon section. I don't know if there's any deviations that you spotted, Crimson, that you want to talk about.
Tell me, MT, what is so awful about the lagoon if you're not running manip run?
Oh no, this isn't what I signed up for. No, so basically, if you're not running the manip run, the lagoon encounters, they have quite a. You can have it either between 2 or 4 enemies that show up against you. If you end up with a 4 enemy or 4 piranha encounter, because they're always piranhas, and it's an ambush, that's pretty bad just because of time lost. There's no like chance of losing the run necessarily, but the variance in terms of how quickly you get through each fight is pretty high, and also Tidus has not learned Flee yet at that point, so it can take a second to escape. In 10, sort of Tidus learns Flee, escapes become quite trivial. but before that happens, it's more like the some of the other Final Fantasy games where it can take an unknown length of time to flee. How's that, Crimson?
Yeah, that was pretty good.
Yeah. Look at me knowing the game.
MT's learning. No, yes. The nice thing about the manip run is ahead of time you can be planning for what Lagoon encounters you're going to get, and then you can decide which ones you're going to kill, which ones you're going to need to escape from, and then try and set up your escape RNG, which also handily uses the same RNG number as the damage and crit rolls, so you can push that around by doing an extra attack here or there, or an extra potion as well, because items that heal or do damage also use that same RNG. So, as MT was saying earlier, there's only a few things we can do to push the RNG around, but it's surprising how much effect you can use that to, because of the way it works, to sort of just nudge things into the best possible scenario for what you've got to work with.
Perhaps you...
People are certain.
Oh, thank you guys for that though. Like that's very insightful. It's I when I asked, I was like, yeah, this is Besaid. Are we just kind of like so? It's a lot better.
If you throw a dartboard at the timeline of an FFX run, you're almost certainly going to hit a lull period.
Yeah.
Oh, way to sell it, Crimson. Come on.
Yeah. I mean, it's fair. It's fair. I feel like that's kind of a common occurrence between a few of the runs, that they definitely have more, I would say a little more downtime. 5 and 8 are two of the ones that are also talked about in that regard. There's a lot of cutscene. With how long is it?
The summoner had... Well, there's a room in there called the Cloister.
Jump back over to Team Choco. Another good solid tier 1. We had a little bit of a weird, not even scare, but we had a slight bad moment where we got a petrify on Gogo, but we've got gold needles to take care of that, so we didn't even have to dip into the remedies thing. Remedies are kind of gold in their own way here, because we've got a few status effects that can happen. The first tier can petrify, the second tier can zombify. Remedies won't help with the zombie, but you can still use them. We've got some rods that we're using to try to blow up Tiger here. So far, so good. Saga. I think we may be reassessing a couple of our options for later on. So I am thinking that I don't believe Dair has another sword for Celis. I'm not sure where the enhancer, but it is one of the reasons that the damage is a bit iffy at times. So there are ways to circumvent that. Definitely ways around it. So they just have to figure out what the preferred method is with the somewhat limited resources they've got. But as long as we can keep the Phoenix down stock at least a little bit up, and the Rod stock at least a little bit up. We need to avoid Trine, because Celis will probably need to cast spells. And we need to definitely have one of Mog go survive. So, definitely believe we can, though. Power is going to fall to that Blizzaga. Get some... Oh, there is the enhancer. Okay, so we do have it. Alright, so maybe it had just gotten moved or put on the wrong person before. As long as we make sure we get the enhancer back on Celis after the first part of Tier 3 dies, we should be much better off in Go.
Hey! What's gotten into you? Hey, it's okay. Only summoners, apprentice summoners, and their guardians can enter here.
So I know they're gonna want to finish off this tier while retaining Celis' turn. It's really nice because ATB does not reset between tiers. So yeah, there we go. That's good. So Celis is going to have a full ATB meter, so she'll be able to act immediately, which is very nice. You don't have to wait for her ATB to fill. And then Edgar and Gogo will both be using Drill, as they have been. So the quicker we can get the Celis turns out, just because they're so impactful, the better. You're kind of seeing the downside, I would say, of having a route where one character does so much of the heavy lifting. That if anything goes sideways, it ends up being a little bit harder to recover. Because the only other character who does any appreciable is Gogo. And Gogo needs someone to work off of. Oh, that's unfortunate. That was well, actually, that may be enough. That was a crit with the weak version of the ultimate weapon. Oh, it was, how close were we? 791. All right. So Lady has 1582 right now. We're at about 600. Lady has 600 HP. So we just need to knock out the rest of that, and we'll be good to go. Now we're at about 1300 HP. So I know we can get there, though. 400 HP. That'll do it. Okay. Lady is down. Very good. Do believe Rest has full health. So we're gonna start doing some damage here. Again, we want to get about 25,000. There's the weapon swap. Okay. Feel much better about that now. Want to get about 25,000 damage in on Rest, or we go for the kill setup. So we're at 10,000, about 12,000.
I've done it. I have become a summoner.
15,000 means about one more Blizzaga should do it to get us where we need to be.
Man, and here I was thinking.
Alright, so we definitely want everyone to be healed up. I think we're just gonna do drills until we hit the magic damage at this point. I think there's definitely concern for pushing over the threshold. And I imagine, again, the runners are all talking this out as we speak. So I think they're probably doing damage counting.
Okay.
So I will trust that they know better than I do where we're at. Gogo taking a nap again does not make it easy, though. So this is more damage on Rest. Another 1,500. So Gogo is also in the front row, which is not helping take those hits. Those hits. I think we just addressed that. So we use the Blizzara to try to push down instead of the Blizzaga, because the Blizzaga would have done way too much damage. We are definitely very close to the threshold now. And I imagine the runners, or the runners are aware of where they're at. So I think we have to let one more turn ride. Yep, and I think we can do the setup here. No, we're gonna let one more turn go. Okay.
I had never seen anything like it in my life.
Okay.
Sure,
I definitely
scary,
get it.
But still, I could feel a strange kind of gentleness coming from it.
So we're gonna let it rip. You're gonna get a counter here. You're not gonna.
That night,
empty turn.
For the
Everyone
first
blocked
time.
Except Gogo. Gogo will survive.
I didn't know it then.
This is
But
good.
after that night, everything changed. For everyone. For me.
Let me introduce this guy here wants in.
Again, I do want to trust that the runners know where the HP is at right now. So if they're debating this, it may mean that rest is not under 10,000. So we're about to...
Nope. Our new to win every match. To bring the crystal. That's all we need to...
I'm very much going through the options.
Yeah, I think you need to send it there. I think we're where we need to be. Yeah, we are. Okay. Trying to do the math in my head, and I'm like, I don't think we'd be hitting that point if we weren't under 10,000.
All right.
The Thunder Shield went off. Yeah, here we go. This is where we want to be. Oh,
Maximum
I believe.
prey time.
Come on, Team Chocobo.
Yeah.
Come on.
We all
This is your time.
The Aurochs are cheering you on as well.
Yeah.
Much for your help earlier.
I'm sorry
All
about
right,
that.
so we'll give it one more round here. We
Wasn't I
have
not supposed to? Guess
3
I
holy rods that we
kinda
need out of
overreacted.
Celis.
Oh no.
During that time, one of our characters is likely going to die, and that's expected. That character is Celis, it's a problem. It shouldn't be because she is invisible, and magic will do 0 damage to her right now. The Vanish is to both avoid repose and to avoid getting havoc. I guess Heartless Angel will reveal her, but as long as Mog is alive, Mog will take the hit for her. So Holy Rod 1, Holy Rod 2.
So, tomorrow then.
Tomorrow?
We'll have
going on the
Firaga
same boat,
blocked.
aren't we?
That's good.
Oh, really?
All right, and then we'll have Holy
We
Rod
can
3,
Talk more.
Huh.
and then we will get the Beyond Chaos text.
You can
Happen right here.
tell me all about
We will need to
Xanarkin.
rod. Okay, someone else will need to rod. Gogo will need to rod.
Then we're cool.
Hey, but what if she, comes on to me?
That's not going to happen.
Come on,
If you get
Choco.
tired, let me know. I had a bed made for you. Good.
We're just gonna...
Well, that is unfortunately going to be it for Team Choco. We are going to have to, unfortunately, move on to the next run. Kefka was just a little too evil, but by all means, please send your best vibes to Team Choco. They didn't deserve anything that happened. It was a somewhat tragic set of continual circumstances that led them there. Dair did the best he could, helped on by the other 2 runners in Call who tried to salvage any situation, but Kefka was just a little too evil this time round.
I thought Waka told you not to get any
It's a rough go, and
did?
just get days like that sometimes with these fights.
Yeah, so
They
you're
do not
coming
want to
with me.
cooperate, so... Alrighty, guys. Well, that is Final Fantasy VI. I'm gonna head out. I appreciate you all having us. I am lionmusashi. I want to thank daspharaoh for being a co-commentator, and good luck to all of the Final Fantasy X runners.
Thank you, and thank you as well for covering the commentary so well. It's always really cool to hear 6, and it's very cool to hear what goes into it and the expertise behind it. So I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you so much. Very happy to.
But no matter what he
All right,
looks
y'all.
like,
All right.
Good luck.
he isn't Chuck
Thank you.
Norris.
Okay, so we can get more into FF10 now.
First place.
Would Crimson like to take it away?
Excuses again.
I just want to say I personally believe in the Hiroshige 8 hours 20 world record in the relay run.
No more.
It's gonna happen.
Hiroshige is fast. We'll see if world record is on the horizon.
Yeah, so we've got Foxy and NiGhTBoX for Mog and Tonberry, just coming up to the end of the Besaid section. So they'll shortly be going into the tutorial fights, and then the Kamari fight. So we'll explain a little bit about what we're looking for on the Kamari fight in just a second. These tutorial fights are pretty straightforward. They basically just teach you the basics of each character. So they teach you that Tidus is good at hitting the more agile creeps. Waka has got high accuracy and is good at hitting the flyers. And then in a second, we'll be introduced to the black mage of the team. And magic will be explained to us.
Yeah, I think near enough every encounter in Besaid is scripted, right? There's no once you get out of the lagoon, every encounter that you have here is kind of set in stone as to when you're going to get it and what the encounters are going to be.
Help me out, you know.
Yeah, exactly. And the runners would have done their necessary RNG setups in the lagoon to get a good Kamari fight. So we'll hopefully be seeing at least one crit, or if not, some nice high rolls to avoid using a potion in that fight. On Hiroshige's screen, he's just starting up, so small little section of cutscenes before we get into the Armes fight, where again we'll be looking ideally, as with most of the first couple of hours of the run, just to manip those Tidus crits. If we can get them, overdrive crits and Auron crits, specifically on the Armes fight, are always very nice to see. His crits do a lot of damage.
But she had the talent. Now,
This is our.
So the crits, you can't materialize crits out of nowhere, right? It depends on the seed. It's kind of nudging things towards crits, or moving crits from less favorable locations to more favorable ones, right? That's kind of how it goes. There are pretty significant limits on the manips, and how far you can push them, right?
Yeah, so you could think of the we'll talk about this in a second. Just watch NiGhTBoX's Kamari fight.
Oh yeah.
I don't think I saw a crit yet. So the damage rolls are quite low, actually. I know he was complaining that the damage rolls on this fight didn't look very good. So, but hopefully we get through it okay. Yep, just got through it. Excellent. Yeah, so you can think of the RNG as being like a long string of outcomes. So if there's no crits coming up, then there's not a lot you can do. But if there's a crit that's a couple of rolls down the line, then you're able to just take a couple of intentional actions that may cost you a couple of seconds when you do them, but they can then save you more time later on. For example, a crit on Kamari saves about 7 seconds because you avoid one of his jump attacks, and you also do one fewer attacks on Tidus generally. So yeah, it's all about trying to optimize those small little time losses to get bigger time gains here and there.
Oh, and here's another bird for Waka to knock out the air. He very deftly changes the subject here.
Yep, so this is the tutorial fight where we're introduced to Yuna's unique ability. So as the summoner of the party, she has a number of summons throughout the run that she'll gain access to. At the start, we only have Balafore.
The skin bird.
So we're forced to summon here as part of the tutorial, and there's pretty much only one way to do this fight, and that's to spam magic. It's Balafore's highest damaging move by a long way, and it also is the fastest as well. NiGhTBoX here choosing to use fire, not the conventional choice. Lightning tends to be a bit quicker because of the number of frames, But maybe he just prefers fire for the style.
Meanwhile, Hiroshige is about to
I
get
was
into the
about
first
to
fight.
say, fire is something that Oddmonk, the runner for Tem, will do, and then he'll wait for Garuda to do an attack, and then whilst you wait for Garuda to move back and you have the menu open, you can move to Thunder. NiGhTBoX clarified that and just said he's too lazy to move, so never mind. I thought maybe it was 5-head, but nah, he's just vibing. I respect it, honestly.
And Foxy getting a nice clean Kamari fight. I don't think I saw any crits there, but I saw a nice lot of high rolls, so no need to use a potion. Nice and safe. And that's another one of the nice things about the manips. If you know the damage, so normally when we would do this fight without being able to manip the RNG, we'd be doing a counting the damage, trying to make sure that we've done enough damage so that even if we get the lowest possible roll, we're going to kill on that 6th hit. If we don't do that, then some people will sometimes risk it. Hopefully not in a marathon setting, but if they were going through PvE, they might. But otherwise, you need to potion to avoid dying on that fight. But the nice thing about manips is that you can know what your rolls are, so you can know if you're going to get there or not.
So the one thing I wanted to mention is Hiroshige's just done it now, but the first fight in Dreams Anakin, that's normally the spot where if you're to manipulate seeds, which obviously this has already been done for the relay, everyone's like kind of pre-manipulated seeds, but if you are to, that's where it's usually done. So if you want to figure out exactly what seed you're on, it's the Sin Fins that you fight. I think it's the first 3 damage rolls. From that you can figure out which seed you're on PC. I don't know if that's the same on PS2. PS2 has a lot more seeds available to it than PC, but I know you can, using those damage rolls, you can pretty quickly identify which seed number you're on. So you'll see if you watch other runs or other record attempts or whatever, you'll see a lot of resets in Dreams Anakin, because that's where we're hunting for the seeds that we want to use.
Yeah, so that was a pretty standard armies fight for Hiroshige. Depending on the seed you're using, sometimes, as we said earlier, there's not the crits to manip there. So just a nice standard fight with lots of attacks. So Hiroshige is now on the tanker fight. So there's a nice little bit of turn ordering in this fight. So the way the mechanics of this fight work is that to start with, the tanker is untargetable, and it becomes targetable when you either get to Auron's 2nd turn or Tidus's 3rd turn. And because Tidus is faster than Auron, by swapping weapons on Tidus and doing an attack with Auron, we can just about get Tidus in his 3rd turn before Auron's 2nd turn. And the reason we like to do that is because when Tidus notices the tanker, he has a significantly shorter voice line, and also you only need to attack it 3 times, not 5 times, which you would need to do if Auron notices it and makes it targetable. And I also just spotted there that Hiroshige attacked one of the Sin Scales, which is interesting. So normally we wouldn't go for an attack there, so possibly he's trying to set up a specific manip later on. Do you want to, does somebody want to explain why swapping weapons gets you 3 turns on Tidus before Auron?
Oh, it's a pop quiz. So I'll give it a crack. Unless you want to give it a crack, I feel you can speak with more authority on it.
I would love to give it a crack, but I was deafened until 2 seconds ago, so I have no.
Well, that makes it more interesting, mate. Now you should really give it a go.
Oh yeah, okay, absolutely then. In that case, unfortunately Blitzball can't be manipped because the RNG that works with Blitzball is RNG2. And RNG2 rolls on a lot of things, including like animations. Am I close with my answer, or...?
You're about as far as you could have been.
RNG2 is my least favourite sequel, to be completely honest.
True. They had something with RNG1, and then they made RNG2, and it's much worse.
I think they really got there with RNG10 though. That's when they peaked.
Yeah.
By
That's
RNG
so
10,
goes downhill
11,
from
and
there.
12, they knew what they were doing.
Yeah. Although RNG 11 being an MMO surely caught a lot of people out by surprise.
It is a nightmare that you do have to play an MMO just for the sake of tracking RNG 11, isn't it? It is really unusual.
To answer Crimson's pop quiz question, the reason that swapping weapons is the thing that is the play on the tanker fight is because in this game, all your actions have what the community call ranks associated with them, which is effectively how long it takes. Because in Final Fantasy X, there is no ATB system. It's all just about ordered turns, which you can see in there's no example on the screen at the moment, but in the top right corner of the screen, you'll see like a timeline. Each turn takes a certain amount of ticks, and each action takes a certain amount of ticks, and that's determined by its rank. So the lower the rank, the faster the action. Attack is rank 3, defend is rank 2, and item switching is rank 1. So if you want to scoot on to someone's turn as quickly as you possibly can do, you're going to want to take a rank 1 action, which is why you swap weapons on the tanker fight. I've said that with a lot of confidence. Please tell me I'm right.
It's pretty much spot on.
Yeah.
Hey.
Honestly, at this point, I'm willing to let MT do all the RNG explanations. Homie knows what he's talking about.
Sounds good to me. I think we should just pack up and go home.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, I have noticed that no one thus far has manipulated the no encounter armor from the dingo in Besaid, so that's an opportunity that's missed.
Well, luckily they've still got another chance to get the no encounter weapon from the Cactuar and the Thunderplanes, so...
The legendary drop.
The legendary drop. Alright, pop quiz for MT on Manip. How many times does RNG 12 roll? When it does.
What is this? I was invited along to do some commentary on Final Fantasy X, and now here I am. I don't even know what RNG12 is. That's the one with Balthier, right?
Yeah. That's the one with Balthier. So you take the amount of main characters, and then you take out Von and Penelo. So how many are you left with? The main characters? 4, that is correct. RNG 12 does roll 4 times, so congratulations, you've succeeded on the pop quiz.
Thank you. What does RNG 12 even do? Do we know?
It's equipment rolls.
Oh, yeah.
So, one to see whether or not it's a weapon or armor, slots, what the slots are, and something else.
Oh, it's a fan favourite, although I think RNG 10 tends to be people's... you know what? we'll have plenty of time for what's your favourite RNG in Final Fantasy X conversations, I'm sure.
So we've got NiGhTBoX now coming into the Sinfin fight. So this is another one where if you get super unlucky when you're not doing RNG manips, there's a 1.8% chance that we can under damage on this fight. Fortunately, the runners would have been able to see if that's an issue and take the necessary correcting action to make sure that doesn't happen. What we want to see is a nice high roll on the energy ray, which 1083 is nice and high. So that's going to pretty much make it so that this isn't an issue for NiGhTBoX. So we started with bringing out Lulu to cast Thunder on the Fin. Then Valifor does an Energy Ray. As MT was talking about ranks, Energy Ray is rank 8. So it's almost 3 times as worse as a standard attack. So that's why we see the Fin and the Sin Scales getting in a lot of turns here. But we don't actually care about that because we want them to get a lot of turns, because what they're going to do is they're going to hit Valifor and recharge his overdrive. And that will be useful slightly later on, so we'll bank that overdrive and take it into a later fight. And in the meantime, we'll use the few turns we get left to continue to damage the Fin and just get it over the line.
Yeah, that was a somewhat succinct explanation. And I'm pretty sure if you roll 1083 with Lulu's initial roll that was 240 something, I think it might just be impossible to underroll from that point.
Yes, those are both 2 very good rolls. You have to low roll most of the rolls to actually hit the 1.8%, and the biggest one is Energy Ray is the biggest damage, so that's the one you want to high roll the most. I think if you get over a certain value, I can't remember what it is, there's a certain value over which it doesn't matter if everything else gets the minimum roll, then because the Energy Ray high rolled high enough, you'll always get that.
Exactly, okay. NiGhTBoX or Tonberry now going into Equiles. Equiles is one of the first places where you can start to see really spicy strats. Depending on the amount of AP levels, you're either going to cheer twice or cheer 4 times.
Please be excited.
I'm hoping that it's optimistic. It's really optimistic because you really need things to line up very well. But I'm hoping that one team has a blender skip.
That would be incredibly good, but quite rare.
Yeah, really rare, but I'm really hoping. Mog got a 1087 roll in Fail 4, so we're very much safe on that. After a certain amount of turns, Equiles will always throw out this move called Blender. It's quite slow, but if you can manage to kill it before that, it's like some heroically hilarious god fight. The any % seed that I currently use doesn't even bother cheering. You just kind of attack, and then you have enough crits to make up for the fact that you haven't cheered. It's wonderful.
So is the requisite for skipping Blender then early strength, cheers, and crits?
More importantly, a crit on Titus's overdrive that you would
yes.
use.
You need an overdrive crit and a walk crit, or at the bare minimum. Why might you want to cheer on this fight, Chris, if you weren't to be able to skip it? I wonder.
Every time you cheer, it okay, so I always get cheer mechanics wrong. Because every time I think I know what it is, I get corrected. And basically, the old Boomers of Eld, otherwise known as speedrunners of a while ago, had it the wrong way round. Does it raise your strength by 1/16th, or does it raise your strength stat by 1? Which one is it?
It raises your strength stat by 1, and then
yeah.
It also increases your defense, which has the effect of reducing damage by 1/15th.
So you can do this fight without cheers, but as anyone who's ran no sphere grid will tell you, that's a really bad idea. Equiles will get 2 blenders off in that case, and then suddenly you need to start healing. It looks like NiGhTBoX has had a decent fight. He got to overdrive early, so he got to skip a Titus attack, and then the second Titus attack was just an overdrive. It's not blender skip, but it's still fast.
Worth noting with cheer as well, that's a rank 2 action, right? So it's a damage gain if the fight lasts long enough to take advantage of the increased strength, because you get more cheers than you do attacks.
Exactly. And Hiroshige just opened the click fight with a crit, so that's very nice. That attack he did on the tanker fight, probably setting that up.
Goes down to 202. I don't know who is and isn't tracking enemy targeting.
I suspect none of them. It's quite hard to get going in 2 days of manip, and not something you want to mess about with too much on the fly, especially in a marathon setting, because it's very easy to mess that up and then you get into a bad situation.
Yeah. Targeting is a lot more. It's strange in 10 because there is stuff that is quote more random and less random, based on the different RNGs, right? And enemy targeting is kind of more random, I think. So if you wanted to utilize enemy targeting manipulations, you kind of need to create branching strategies to account for who got hit when and all sorts. Is my understanding, which is a pretty rudimentary one. So, no, the deafening silence suggests to me that maybe it was wrong.
Sorry, I was just watching. Hiroshige, so he just got 3 stills in a row. So that is something that is quite rare. So with stills, you have a 100% chance on the first attempt to successfully steal. And then each time it reduces by 50%. So that third one only had a 25% chance of success. But because he's taken a look at this and manipulated it, he will have known that that would have been the case. And it's possible that sin scale kill on the tanker was also to set that up. So getting that extra kill on the tanker can have an effect on your steal chances, because character and enemy deaths are intertwined with item and steal chances, and the if they drop items, the rare drop chance as well. Looks like Team Mog just dispatched Achilles as well. And NiGhTBoX will be trying to set up a little skip buffer here, and it looks like he got it. Chris, do you wanna, or MT, do you wanna explain what just happened there? Okay, I'll talk about it. So, what happened there was on certain cutscenes in this game, it allows you to press the skip button after you've already performed the skip, and it then stores the flag in memory to say, yes, you can skip this FMV. And that then is stored until it's taken off, which won't happen until you use it on a future FMV. So normally you would skip the FMV, and then the next FMV would come along and you might not be able to skip it. But what happened there was NiGhTBoX pressed the start button to bring up the skip menu, then pressed X on his controller to skip it, and then within 2 frames after pressing X to skip, he would have pressed the start button again to bring back up that skip prompt. So it's quite a small window you need to hit, that 2-frame window to hit that. But then that prompt will be available for a later cutscene, which normally isn't skippable, but now will be skippable because we've buffered that skipped prompt. And we'll see Foxy going for the same thing in just a second. So if you want to know what to look out for on this, if you pay attention to Mog screen, specifically the bottom right of Mog screen, you'll be looking for the skip button to come up, and then it will disappear and then reappear a couple of frames later. So it'll probably look like it just flashes off and back on. So if we see that, we'll know that Foxy got it.
I think this is the tightest one, right? It's
yeah,
there are a few FMV buffers, but this is the tight one.
Yeah, so quite a few of them are quite generous. There's some of them that you can do it up to like 2 seconds later, but this one is a 2-frame window, so this one's quite tight.
There was also an FMV pre-buffer in Zanakind as well, which is where you don't actually skip, you just bring up the option to skip when the FMV finishes.
Yeah, we missed that one unfortunately, but there's another version of it slightly later on that we'll talk about when we get there. We didn't see the skip button flash for Foxy, but that doesn't mean he didn't get it. If you get it on the 2nd frame, sometimes you don't see the skip button come back up. So it's very possible that he did get it, but we won't know that now until we get to the other side of the next boat ride into Luca. So that won't be for about another 30 minutes or so. So once we get there, we'll see if he got it. If he didn't, it's not a huge loss. It's about 30 seconds that the FMV skip saves. But yeah, we'll see when we get there. But NiGhTBoX definitely got it.
What are we saying about Luxsphere strats? I think we would go for them probably.
I would be surprised if anyone skips the Luxsphere.
Yeah.
I would go as far as to suggest as it would be an unhinged decision to
Who needs AP anyway?
I think all our current any percent seeds all get Luxsphere, so like it's a lot more useful now.
So there, for a bit of context, there was a point probably 12-18 months ago where you had the option of skipping the Luxsphere because there were we use it later on for a fight, but there were other options for that fight. So depending on how your run was going or what you intended to do with your manips, you could take the option to skip it. Nowadays, with a new skip that was found more recently, that caused the route to change a little bit, and that makes it so that the Luxsphere is a lot more necessary. It's very hard to justify skipping it. The time saves that were previously there for skipping it don't really materialize as much.
Hiroshige, the Team Choco, has 6 grenades and just threw one at the piranhas.
Yeah, Hiroshige got some really nice steals, so it looks like he's opted to steal an extra grenade and then speed that fight up by just killing the piranhas outright.
That's the thing, he doesn't have an extra grenade, he now has 5. So I assume...
Oh, are we going
I hear
something
a
special?
grenade crit.
Sorry, I thought you meant he had 6 left now, not he had 6 when he threw that.
No, he had 6
What's
when
that
he threw
rumbling
2.
on the horizon?
Yeah. What's that coming over the hill? Is it a grenade crit?
No.
Well, you want to start with the low...
Oh, wait.
Oh, he preempted, didn't he? So, you don't defend there.
Any second now.
So he has 3 grenades left for a grenade. I'm going to assume that there is a grenade crit coming. Come on.
There has to be, surely.
He's very confidently throwing these, so he knows.
Yeah.
Or is it going to be the overkill?
It's going to be the overkill. He's going to get 2 extra power spheres.
What a champion.
What a pro move.
There it is.
Look at that.
Let's go.
Let's go. What a setup.
What a unit. We love that. So yeah, that doesn't get you any extra AP, but it will get you 2 extra power spheres, and you need a minimum of like 6 extra. So that crit can, not only does it save you time, but it can also help further down the line as well.
It does actually get you an extra 4 AP, I think.
Okay, sure. It gets you an extra 4 AP, but like the AP is very much negligent as opposed like
So
for what it gives you.
It could enable an early Kamari with the grenade overkills on both the piranhas. It could enable an early Kamari strength.
I would be surprised if in a minute run anyone went for early Kimari strength. Surely no one's that tragic in terms of your rolls that is needed.
It depends. If you've got 2 crits and a high roll, that can actually cause you to 3 hit him in lieu of 3 crits. So
yeah,
it could potentially be very fast. Well, I guess we'll just see what happens.
We could be seeing some 16 brain early game here.
So we got NiGhTBoX on Team Tonberry doing the Sinspawn Jano fight, and we'll be seeing Foxy coming up to that just now. So we'll talk a bit about the strats in this fight when Foxy gets to it, so we can talk about it from the start.
I would say Killick is kind of the engine room of the run, especially if you're not doing manips, if you're just doing it randomly, but even with manips. A lot of the resources that you get for later in the run, you generate in Killiker, mainly speed spheres and power spheres, and some mana spheres. It can make or break a run, obviously with the manips. Hopefully no runs get broken. But yeah, it's an incredibly early, important area of the game, and it comes quite early in the run.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of the few sources of speed spheres in the run, actually, as you said. So a low speed sphere killer, especially if you're not doing manips, can put you in an interesting spot where you need to start looking at your options for backing up those speed spheres.
Yeah, luckily in the PC you can just start making distill power and distill speed PNS claws respectively. In PS2 you wouldn't have that option because the ability doesn't exist.
Unless you're playing on PAL.
Unless you're playing on PAL, but at that point you have other problems that may set you back. Okay. I've also cheated and looked ahead in Hiroshige's run to see if he's gonna 3-attack Kimari with a 2 crit and a high roll. I just wanted to see for my own curiosity. I'm not gonna spoil it, but I've taken a cheeky look.
I mean, I'm hoping this is some sort of like Carolina Reaper level spicy Kimari fight now. That'd be so cool. But let's find out.
What if I told you that he was going to spiral cut Kimari?
I'd say he's got a pretty good Echelle setup then.
Yeah, I mean, I would suggest I was lying, but that works as well.
Maybe he just gets 3 Tidus crits in a row on Echelles, and he's just like, you know what? I don't actually need Spiral Cut. I don't need the 6 AP. I got the 4 AP off Tross, and I'm just going to attack.
So I think we promised to talk through the Jano fight when Foxy got there. That hasn't quite panned out.
We can do it when Hiroshige gets there. It's fine.
Yeah.
I did see that NiGhTBoX got a weapon drop, which is quite nice. You want to see a weapon drop as opposed to an armor drop from Jano because they're worth more money, and you're going to need just a little bit of money later on to raise 3,050 gil for a weapon in Luca. Well, I say that. You may not need to, depending on how the fights have been manipulated.
Yeah, and I think if anybody doesn't get it, that'll be very telling about their plans for certain later fights.
Yeah. I would love one person to not get it. They have both a Thunderbolt and a Lightning Steel and just go at it.
So, I guess a bit of lore background here in this area. So, during these cutscenes, they talk about High Summoner or Holland. I think he was the second High Summoner to kill Sin. Or maybe the third, in any case. One thing that I think would be easy to kind of get the impression of when playing the game is that Sin is killed relatively frequently by High Summoners. It's like a routine thing, because obviously Braska killed Sin 10 years ago, and now here we are doing it again. It's actually not. So typically speaking, Sin actually lives for up to 1,000+ years before someone actually gets around to killing it. Yuna is a grotesque overachiever, to say the least. And Holland, I think, killed Sin several hundred years ago. It's not as close to the present day as a lot of people would think when they're playing through the game casually.
Yeah, it turns out it's quite difficult to kill Sin.
Yeah, as it transpires.
Yeah, and traditionally they've had a cheeky bit of a problem with it. Not a problem that we have, but I guess they don't have the power of anime and friendship on their sides.
Indeed,
a lot of the previous summoners didn't really have a lot of guardians, and we have an almost wealth of guardians, so they probably should have just tried that.
Yeah, it turns out the longer a Sin lives, the more powerful it gets.
So. I heard it's all about quality over quantity, though, Chris.
That is true. It works brilliantly from a certain Killican summoner who will absolutely end up finishing her pilgrimage. Quality over quantity. What were you thinking?
A summoner, are you?
So NiGhTBoX is just making his way into the second temple of the game. We didn't talk too much about the first Besaid temple, but in each of the temples there's a little sort of puzzle room, if you will, called the Cloister of Trials. So in there's a number of spheres and sort of slots in the wall and sort of pedestals to put the spheres into, and you have to sort of solve the puzzle, make your way through the cloister, and then eventually get to the Chamber of the Faith, and then Yuna is able to pray and hopefully receive a new ale.
Exactly. Also, on this elevator that Team Tonberry are on right now, I found out a few months ago there's actually a dumb skip you can do in this. You can't do it yet, because you can only do it when you've done Kilika Temple. The game needs to be in that state. So when you come back, but if you confirm on the elevator too quickly, or like very, very quickly, and then hold up whilst the elevator's going down, Tidus will just kind of phase through the elevator instead. But unfortunately, you can't do it whilst you're there, so it's almost completely worthless unless we find a route that comes back to Kilika Temple at some point.
Or we find a way to room warp ourselves into the wrong Kilika.
Okay, there's a lot to unpack there. I think if we got to the point where we could wrong warp our way into the wrong version of Kilika at the time, there are likely more spicier things that we could then do with that. We could get the patented Macalania skip that everyone dreams of.
Wait, someone's already patented it?
Yeah, I have.
Optimistic.
So as soon as, if it's ever found, I want to be the opportunist. Yeah, and if someone says it on stream, they have to give me money. If someone puts it in their notes, they have to give me money.
That was a very shrewd move, Chris.
Thank you. Thank you.
Some
would say scummy, but like I appreciate your use of the term shrewd.
We won't have to call it the ChrisTenarium skip, will we?
No, you can call it whatever you want. Everyone's going to call it the Macarena skip anyway, let's be real.
Okay, cool. As long as we don't have to call it that, I'm good.
Does anyone know what the treasure that you get in the Kilika Chamber of the Faith is? Because I think that'll be the only reason you would ever come back, right?
I think you get like an agility sphere and a luck sphere or something like that, so it's not awful.
Yeah.
From a speedrunning perspective, it is awful. It's not worth the time investment. But from a casual perspective, it's always worth going back to these cloisters to get those spheres to boost your stats up.
To casual players, once you've got to a certain point in this run, you can go back to the temples. I recommend doing it because you get to see the actual faith and the statues and all that stuff. And don't worry about the priest who stood ominously in the way. That won't be a problem, I'm sure. Although I actually think Kilika is the only temple where there isn't a priest in the way, right? now we say that.
Yeah, I think you can go back to Kilika safely.
You can go back to Jose as well. They like you because you helped them out after Operation Mihen.
Yeah, and it's actually low-key scary for the first time you go back to Jose, because in Besaid, in the late game, obviously a priest just kind of shows up and summons Dark Baleful, looks at you and goes, yeah, what? The same for the first time you go back to Mushroom Rock Road as well. They can summon Dark Magus Sisters on you and go, yeah, what? When you go back to Jose Temple, there are also a priest and 2 crusaders who sprint at you. And the first time I came back, I was terrified. I'm like, oh no, what are they going to summon? They're going to summon nothing. They're just going to say, hey, thanks. You wanna come rest? We'll let you. We like you. Hey, how's it going?
We're definitely not going to get you while you're sleeping.
Yeah, I guess the flip side is I haven't tried to sleep there. I haven't ever tried to rest. I think the worst I've ever gone is going into the temple to use a simulation encounter.
No, they just wait and jump you later in the Thunder Plains.
Ah, that makes a lot more sense. I am trying to... Okay, so if you return to Kilika Temple later on, you get a defense sphere, an accuracy sphere, a luck sphere, and an agility sphere. So there you go.
It's pretty decent if you're a casual player.
It's actually pretty worth. Like, low-key.
It's not worth it. It's not worth the time investment for a speed run, but it is pretty good.
Yeah.
So NiGhTBoX is now exiting Kilika, so we didn't really talk about this on the way in, but there are a number of different formations here, and the ones we want to see have the killer bee enemies, the lizard enemies, and the element enemies. We don't want to see Regoras. The reason is we can't easily kill Regoras, but we can easily kill everything else, and the bees and the lizards will give us the speed spheres we need. NiGhTBoX, interestingly, choosing to summon here. Be interesting to see where he's going with this.
Oh. I hope this isn't followed by an immediate dismiss. No, he's charging Veil for Overdrive. Deliberately.
Oh, baby.
So, before the aforementioned quote-unquote new skip was found, you used to do this. It used to be part of the route because you would still need Veil for Overdrive to kill a certain other boss in Mushroom Rock Road. But you no longer do that. I can't begin to imagine what spicy things this is a result of.
So it's possible that he's trying to set up something for
Oh, it's gonna be Extractor.
Well, you can't summon on Extractor.
You can't summon on Extractor. You know what you can do? You can Energy Blast an encounter before Extractor.
Oh. Maybe. Yeah, that's probably the most. That's probably the most likely candidate, I think, for that usage.
Oh, Lightning Steel, very nice.
Oh. Okay, that's spicy. We love that as well.
Also, I don't believe you can Energy Blast anything without Energy Blast.
Energy Ray.
Got him. Got him.
You're here not to correct me. How dare you?
So it looks like Hiroshige had a very nice lagoon. It looked like all 2 piranha encounters, and I think only 2 of them.
So through. NiGhTBoX also got the Luxfer on the way in. Foxyjira choosing to get it on the way out. I do believe NiGhTBoX had to get it on the way in, otherwise encounters didn't really line up in a nice way. I've been varyingly AFK for the first hour, so I don't want to bring up things that you guys have already talked about. Have you talked about how encounters can change under certain circumstances if you do certain things?
No, hasn't come up yet. Go for it.
So you're on a string of encounters with how encounters work in this game, and when you go into a forced encounter, so a boss, it's going to be 99% of the time you will be switched to another string of encounters, and there's 2 strings that you will essentially continuously bounce around. I was kind of hoping we'd see someone walk into Ochu, because Ochu is also a forced encounter that will bounce you to the other string, but we didn't see that. There's still time. Hiroshige could do it, but you can. If you don't have good encounters on the way in, but you do have good encounters on the way out, you can delay when you go and get Luxfer, because the boss that you get will give you different encounters as a result. I also alluded to simulation encounters earlier on. There are terminals in a few places. You can activate the terminals and then fight a simulation of an enemy. So just before Mushroom Rock Road, you can fight, for example, is it a bomber? A bomber or dual horns in Mihen High Road? What is it just for Mushroom Rock Road?
I think you have the same enemies at Old Road.
Okay. I did think that, but it didn't seem right.
You might have the Fonguar actually for Mushroom Rock Road. I'm not sure. I don't remember. I normally just select the first option and then.
Hold up. I just saw NiGhTBoX give money to Awaka. 1100 gil.
Old muscle memory? Question mark?
I have no idea what that could be for.
Wait, is he just doing Mushroom Rock Road?
He's
got the overdrive.
I will have words with him if he is doing Mushroom Rock Road.
He's got the overdrive. He's paid Awaka. Has he just gone? I don't want to mess about with the new skip. I just want to do Mushroom Rock Road.
That would be surprising, given all of his runs would for practice were done with Terra Skip. So you used to give Awaka 1100 gil, so you can buy a Sentry just before Gui in Mushroom Rock Road. It would decrease Sentry from either 16 or 17,000 gil to 10,890. So cheeky investment of 1100 gil will save you about 5 to 6 grand.
Okay, here's my conspiracy theory. NiGhTBoX knows that he doesn't need the money to buy a slow touch weapon, because he knows he's already got that lightning steel, and he's going to get a thunderball, and so he's just baiting us by paying that money.
Okay, so you think he's just being a high roller?
I think he's just flexing, showing I don't need this money.
Right.
And he's also trying to keep us on our toes.
Okay, so he's just the guy who's walked into a club and he's throwing around like $100 bills everywhere like it's nothing.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
Which Iwaka shops actually benefit from the discount again? I know it's not all of them. It's pretty narrow window, right?
I'm pretty sure it's just Mushroom Rock Road.
Technically, I think he can get the discount from Iwaka when he's standing at the entry to Mushroom Rock Road on the Glasgow skip screen.
Yeah.
I don't think there's anything you'd want to buy from that.
No, I don't think there is either.
I'm trying to think if there's anything from there. You can get a Tidus either water weapon or ice brand. It's either liquid steel or ice brand. Because you used to do that on Blitzloss. But you still need to overkill the raptors. So you'd buy whatever one you don't get.
Don't reach out, Chris. Don't reach out. Don't reach out. He's continuing the bait. It's all a bait.
Yeah.
He's continuing to flex.
Now we don't know which way is up.
I'm just not going to repeat it out loud, and people who are watching the YouTube video and however long for however many years will just... They'll always have the idea that NiGhTBoX is a big high roller, and that's what you're going to believe forever. Oh, okay. Massive money gaming from NiGhTBoX. We're all proud of him.
But this is the part where we all learn Jack Shot, right?
Yeah. So we deliberately don't get Jet Shot. Do you want to go into that?
So if you do get Jack Shot, the game crashes. That's the reason why.
That was about as succinct as you could make it.
But it doesn't crash because this isn't CSR. Sorry, I'm gonna mute my mic for a bit.
Do you want to give the real reason, MT?
Yeah. Because it's a longer scene and sequence to get it. It works out at about a minute's time loss, and basically you don't need it to win, right? So the scene takes a bit longer to get it, and then the actual animation of performing the Jet Shot takes longer as well. And it's just a net time loss for no reason other than to make it slightly easier to do Blitzball. But we're all elite gamers here, and don't require no Jet Shot to beat no goers.
Yeah. So So I think if you fail it, you just get a little cutscene where Yuna's like. Or you just like spots Tidus and then he does a backflip and then you can go over and talk to her. If you succeed, all the Aurochs run over and they're like, "Oh my god, Tidus, you're the best, you're so good, show us how you did that again," and then you have to watch him do it again and it takes a lot of time. They basically all just fanboy over Tidus.
I didn't realise you had to watch it do it again. I do remember seeing one of the goers attempting to do it, like in the background afterwards, and failing horribly. Like he jumps in the air, spins around, and looks like he blows his anterior cruciate ligament or something.
Yeah, pretty much.
But that would make sense.
Yeah, you get asked to do it again. Hang on, I'm just gonna be worried for a second. And the screen comes back up. Okay, 6. So, quick thing to note. Final Fantasy X can crash. I'm going to move us on real quick. We can mitigate that. By default, this game uses 2 GB of RAM. We can apply a patch to it so it can get more RAM and crash less. There are 2 points it can just crash. Very rarely, but it can. One is in that bar scene that I was worried about. And then one is later on, again, at Unaleska. If a runner crashes, that's their seed gone. They can't get that. They'll load the game back up. It will be a random seed now. So I'm I'm just hoping it isn't that. By the time we get through to Unaleska, all of the tracking will be done. Or all relevant tracking anyway.
Yeah, just going to jump in there. So Foxy did get that FMV storage skip. So both NiGhTBoX and Foxy got the FMV storage skip that they set up in Kilika, and were both able to skip that 30-second FMV that you normally can't skip.
Yeah, so both runners also got that. That's very nice. You do have more time to skip it, as Crimson alluded to earlier, than you believe you have. You don't need to get it on the first frame for it to show, as evidenced here.
So this sequence with the goers, I know people like talk about the laughing scene, but this sequence where Tidus is on the megaphone is probably the only part of the game where he successfully makes me cringe without fail. I can't handle Tidus sometimes. This is one of those times.
Yeah. So the problem that Tidus has is that he's very impulsive. Very, very, very impulsive. So he'll just kind of do things.
It's the laugh. It's the. He sort of goes like at the end. It gets me. It gets me to right in the heart.
So would you say that this is the most egregious laugh?
Yes.
In the run?
I would. Yes.
Oh my goodness.
Unequivocally. I don't know to what you could possibly be referring. This is the only laugh in the run, really.
Yeah. They do pretty much no laughing throughout the rest of it. To be fair, there is actually a fair amount of laughing in this game, even outside of the obvious one that I'm alluding to. They do semi-regularly laugh.
Oh yeah, well there is on the boat to... Is it on the boat to Kilika? There's like a sequence where Tidus and Yuna are... Oh, it might be on the way back, on the way to Luca actually, where they kind of start laughing, and that's a little bit unhinged.
That's before Sinfin and Equally is on the way to Luca.
Yeah, on the way to Kilika, yeah. It's a little unhinged, I found.
That is very much nervous laughing. They also have a good old giggle in Jose, because Yuna comes out with bed hair. What's the world come to?
Yes. That's a good one.
They have a good old giggle also once Tidus is pretty much done with home. And he finds out the secret of what will happen to Yuna. They have a good old giggle about that.
Who wouldn't?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's always a good time.
Just going back to your point on the most egregious laughing. I think the most egregious laughing is going to be 3 commentators in just over an hour.
Oh, I have to shower, unfortunately, when that comes up. So, I'm excited for you guys, though.
I'm booked in to chop a tree down.
Right.
An emergency tree chopping needs to be done.
Right. I mean, I was going to say that's not a huge amount of time, but I guess Abraham Lincoln did say that if he has 8 hours to chop down a tree, he would spend 7 sharpening his axe.
I mean, we don't know what MT's been doing for the last 7 hours.
Well, sharpening his axe, presumably.
I thought that was an Art of War quote.
It could be. That's the wonderful thing about quotes on the internet. They can...
The Art of War by Nostradamus.
I thought it was an Einstein quote, but nah, just kidding.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I also read that it was a Mark Twain quote, so it gets shared around. Here, Tonberry are now approaching one of the first menu bosses of the game. You have to make very sure not to turbo this and go down to the
well
last
navigated.
option. Well navigated. If you choose that first option, not only do you have to sit through tutorial, it's a tutorial that you actually have to do stuff during. You have to learn how to pass the ball, you have to move around a little bit. It's more time lost than it lets on. We're
Yeah.
also about to see a very curious quirk and a skip here for Team Tonberry. Normally there's this back and forth. Walker tells Titus he looks stiff. They do some breathing back together, and then it cuts to the laughing. However, if you mash X and then like any other button at the same time, it will skip over a fair bit of that. So we should see Titus go, "Hey Walker," and then we skip the giggling as Titus is making weird hand signals at Walker, and we're through. I don't even know how much time that saves. It's like 6 seconds or something. It's not a lot.
Yeah. There's another section later, much later in the run, where that kind of mashing is required and takes a lot longer. It's not good on the old hands.
Yeah.
Also, on the tutorial, the Blitz tutorial, I just wanted to point out that the game has like this part where it's almost like trying to make sure that you're still paying attention, which is extremely unfortunate for us as a speedrunner, because we're probably not paying attention. So you can be swimming. Oh, there we go. Jira's just got past it.
Yeah,
you can find yourself swimming in circles aimlessly for an extended period of time before you realise, oh, hold on, you wanted me to do something?
Foxy passed the hope you didn't leave turbo on check.
Yep.
Yeah, so when the press X along with another button tech came up, it was found in a scene before Unaleska, and it says about a minute or two there. The approach and idea was then brought, okay, so where else can we use this? Foxy doesn't get it, unlucky. Where else can we use this? And the answer really was just there, and it saves about 6 seconds. And to skip one specific line later on with Micah in Highbridge, very, very near the end of the game, and that saves the animation of a hand wave and like the latter half of one sentence, totaling to a second and a half, 2 seconds. It's really not much. It's one of those things that we thought we could save a lot more time with, and then it applies to two very, very other small parts of the game, and that's your lot.
It's kind of one of those things though, right? I don't know if you've done this, but every so often, I'm just like, when I'm doing a cutscenes run, I'm just like mashing 2 buttons, like maybe I'll find something new. Maybe there's a line that no one's ever tried.
Yeah.
And there never is. You've pretty much found the extent of it so far. Foxy and NiGhTBoX are in the extended chain of cutscenes that are the preamble to everybody's favourite minigame.
Meanwhile, Hiroshige is unsuccessfully staying away from the summoner.
Very unsuccessfully. All 3
I
modes.
mean, if the summoner comes to you, is it your fault?
Yes.
Are you supposed to like walk in the opposite direction and be totally rude and be like, stay away from me?
I've always found, right, is it me or is there some kind of like tension in that scene where she's like, oh, you know, we can talk more. It's like, what exactly do you mean? Because it sounds like she's trying to make an innuendo, but she's definitely not. But then it's like, it leaves the question is, what exactly is the meaning behind that, the line being delivered that way? It's one of the quirks, I guess, of the localization of this game, which, by the way, I think is incredible and massively ahead of its time. Like, this game's a bit of a miracle, to be completely honest. But that was definitely a strange moment.
Yeah, I think we were actually talking about this the other day, right? That, I mean, for me personally, I've played this game with both the Japanese VA and English VA now in speedruns, and I mean, the English VA just smashes it out of the park.
They really do a very good job. It's very difficult to overstate that. I've been a long, staunch defender of English voice acting in FF10, and I think everyone who runs this pretty much gradually becomes it as well.
Well, as the lines progressively get seared deeper and deeper into your brain.
Exactly. And run a game like this longer, and boy oh boy will they be. That being said, a lot of newer runners won't have this because of the joys of the cutscene remover. You hear very, very, very few lines.
You just hear some stuff about hitting a dingo in the face.
Yeah.
Because can't skip those tutorials.
Yeah.
Hiroshige's coming up towards the end of Besaid, so we'll be getting into Hiroshige's Kamari fight not too long. We'll get to be surprised and see if he does anything with that extra AP.
チャップって俺の弟だ。お前に似てたんだ。死んだ
I'm also super hyped for NiGhTBoX to just run past a walker and tell him to talk to the hand and just keep going.
やられた。俺がそれを知ったのは大会の日でな。
Part of me still wants NiGhTBoX to now talk to a walker. Giving him the money.
I mean, maybe
have a chat, you know?
Maybe he also knew that his equipment drops were so good. He had just had 1100 spare, and he was just like, just throw this at a walker. I've got the money to spare. I don't need it.
そのためにお前を利用してるみたいだけど、悪いな。気にすんなよ。俺だって。
Toby making a brief cameo there on NiGhTBoX's screen.
本当に助かってる。いろいろ。
I assume it's Toby.
ありがとな。わっか。
Yeah,
so who is
Tim? I knew it was all a bait. I knew it was all a bait.
There we go.
Oh, here we go.
Alright. I'm excited for this now. So why is... Do we want to get into, like, why skipping a walker there is Pog?
We could talk about it if Foxy does. We'll talk about it when Foxy gets here, if he does the shop. We'll explain the differences. I think Foxy and NiGhTBoX also both had haste in Killiker, so an interesting point here is depending on the amount of AP you get from killing enemies in Killiker, sometimes you can get haste on Tidus before you've left Killiker, and that is particularly nice because it gives Tidus exactly the MP for exactly 4 uses of haste for exactly the 4 3 Machina fights and the next boss coming up. So he's able to haste Lulu, and she was able to dispatch these fights very quickly. So we'll see both Foxy and NiGhTBoX being able to benefit from that. It's kind of a trade-off because by getting the extra kills in Killiker, you're losing time to save time later on. But overall, it was a small time save. And we see Foxy doing his selling here, and he's bought the stunning steel. So, Chris or MT, do you want to talk about what the variance and strategy that might cause between NiGhTBoX's decision not to buy the stunning steel and Foxy's decision to buy it?
Go on, MC, you can take it. I believe in you.
Oh, okay. So the stunning steel, it's quite an expensive weapon. It's a significant investment in terms of gil root. But the benefit of it is it has slow touch, which inflicts slow a fixed percentage of the time on enemies that are vulnerable to it. Later on in the run, there's a boss called Extractor, which Tidus and Walker face down, and one of the strategies that we can employ. Tidus does learn slow as a spell, but he's not got it at this point in the game, and we don't learn it in the route. I don't think he ever actually reaches that point in the sphere grid in the any percent route. So our only real way of inflicting slow is through that stunning steel weapon. The reason we do that is because we want to slow down Extractor, but the problem is it doesn't inflict slow 100% of the time. So it's a little bit inconsistent as to how quickly you'll get the slow. Now we are doing a minute category that it'll be known ahead of time by the runners, and it is possible to kind of manipulate it. But in order to manipulate when the infliction will happen, you do need to attempt rolls on other enemies. So it takes quite a lot of actions to manipulate. So whether or not we'll actually see that, I don't know. But I am stepping outside of my bounds here, talking about the manipulation side. Long story short, they want to slow down Extractor. It's not guaranteed to happen. If you can avoid getting stunning steel, you typically want to, which I think NiGhTBoX is going to do because they've got lightning steel already. Lightning steel means that you're inflicting more damage to Extractor because it's weak to lightning. I assume that they may get Thunderball as well to compound that, and it makes the fight more consistent to not use stunning steel. How's that?
Very good.
I'm just watching Hiroshige's fight. He's got 2 crits and a high roll so far, so this should be a 4 hit. Very fast, Kamari.
4 hits. Very
nice.
spiky, very fast.
One thing I like about 10, the speedrun of 10, is that every character near enough gets some opportunity to shine. Everyone does something. There's no character that's completely surplus to requirements.
Like Lulu killing of Geraldo and Garuda.
Yes. And hitting a Sandragora.
Yeah.
Yeah. Shooting star. There you go. So they all can see.
Everyone
Kamari.
has some kind of niche use, no matter what it be.
Lulu has pretty much used up her entire run, though, now. She's pretty much only useful for this section of the game. So Lulu falls off pretty hard, pretty fast, because she's quite slow, and the way magic works in this game, magic scaling is nowhere near as useful as physical strength scaling. And unfortunately, Lulu does not. That little Moogle doesn't have quite as much, can't give quite as much welly in the hits as a certain large rampaging dragon can do.
Which is a shame, because Lulu does have one animation that is faster.
So
NiGhTBoX already has the lightning steel, so he doesn't want to end up with Lulu because there's a higher chance that with Titus, because there's a higher chance that the equipment will be for that character if they kill.
Well, I mean, it might be a Thunderball, and then it just doesn't matter who kills, and it's faster to kill with Lulu, right?
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised to see a Thunderball here, given the non. Oh no.
Metal ring curses. Okay, so it's only a lightning steel, but that's okay.
There are still opportunities, though, right? The Garuda can drop.
It's possible that he's just got lots of crits on that fight anyway. So, that if you've got a few crits, you actually don't need the slow because you just get the extra damage in. You normally need the slow just to make the damage up.
If he is indeed going to end up energy raying an encounter along the way to Extractor, then that's already enough. So, like, any extra crits, any amount of damage is just like.
What is the benefit of energy raying along the way?
So if you give Titus a turn, and then energy rain kill an encounter, Titus will get a few levels of AP, and because we no longer do Mushroom Rock Road, because of reasons you'll see in in a bit, Titus can't get to the part of the menu that he did before to get like more HP, agility, and strength for Extractor. However, if you energy ray the encounter there, Titus will have those levels. So you'll have more HP, a bit more speed, and more strength, and then you can just do the old strats where you double haste cheer and whack the lad over the head some more.
Interesting. Thank you.
So Lulu also killing a bit straight for Team Mog for Foxy, so we'll see if he gets a Lightning Steel or Thunderball here. That's what we want to see, hopefully. There we go, we got the Thunderball.
Very nice.
So Thunderball's probably the preferable option nowadays. It's a lower percentage drop, but it has a few more places where, or it has one extra place where it gives you a nice time save by having that. So that's nice to see, Foxy.
The best weapon in the game apart from Sonic Steel.
And Sentry, which we unfortunately don't get anymore.
Which we, alas, we do not have.
If you go on all the internet forums and you look at like tier lists of weapons for FF10, it's
Thunderball,
S tier Sonic Steel, just below it Thunderball, and then everything else is F tier.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Yeah, counterattack, rubbish, colored ball.
Evading counter,
rubbish.
what's that? Never heard of it. Don't get me started on overdrive AP and triple overdrive.
Huge. Okay, we see for Tonberry now, Waka has won the Blitzful game. Lulu sent up the signal saying that the Aurochs were now allowed to score and win the game, so they charged forward and got a goal.
So this the flare she sends up, for the longest time I didn't spot that Waka sees the flare in the air and then uses that as a signal to win. So I thought she was casting some sort of teleport spell, because I was like, well, they get back to the land like immediately, so it must be a teleport spell, right?
I know, it's not at all.
But it turns out it's just a flare.
For about half a second to a second, when the camera cuts to Waka, you can see the flare there. It's just the camera pans down so fast that you can easily miss it. I missed it for years. I didn't know until last year that that was the case, and that you could see the flare.
I didn't know until literally now. This is
revolutionary.
Yeah.
We've entered the post flare world.
The alternate dimension where MT's mind is opened up. Imagine the new possibilities, MT, when you understand this.
Well, I can stop shaking my fist into the sky and saying, why does Lulu not teleport people more often?
But yeah, for the most part, when I reveal this on stream, when I do my runs, you'll be glad to know, MT, that most people are in your camp. The lion's share of people are in your camp as well. Not a lot of people know.
It's crazy, like how many times I speed ran this game with cutscenes as well, and it just never clicked. And then one day I was like, oh my god, it's just a flare. Waka's looking at it. You can see it in the sky. It's just a signal.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate how short of a time it's there for.
It's like the penny finally dropped, and I was like, no way, dude. I've seen that wrong my entire life.
Also showcasing just how consistent of a run Final Fantasy X is, especially during like the early game when things can be manipulated a little bit. There'll be some more variance as we go on, but Mog and Tonberry are separated by 36 whole seconds in the first 2.5 hours of the run.
I mean, we're also coming up to one of the biggest causes of variance potentially in a manip run in Blitzball. A part of the game we cannot influence in any way, shape or form other than just playing the game as well as we can and hoping the RNG falls in our favour. So we could very much see the dynamic shift within Blitzball depending on how each of the runners gets on with their praying to RNGesus.
Yeah, Blitzball can be wild. Through no fault of your own, you could lose minutes here. I really hope that everyone wins. That's absolute bare minimum that I hope every team manages to achieve. If you win Blitzball, you get a Strength Sphere. That Strength Sphere is integral to the route. If you don't get that Strength Sphere, you have to then go into the Blitz. Loss
Am I correct in thinking that Hiroshige always does lightning dodging?
Hiroshige always does lightning dodging.
Because
no
I
matter
think
if
that
you-
probably makes Blitzloss less of an issue for Hiroshige. Not that I want to see Hiroshige lose Blitzball out of the three of them. But, you know, I think Hiroshige is potentially, I would assume, the least impacted because of his route of choice.
Some say you can influence the Blitzball RNG by waiting for a little while on the Sin Scale fight in Dreams Anakin to push the RNG2 into a different bracket. But they would be correct.
Not inherently wrong.
Yeah, not inherently wrong. I'll take it. I've got it.
It's the best kind of correct. It's the technically correct.
That was such a specific reference, MT. I think you and I might be the only people who got it.
You can't say it's definitely wrong, and that is a win. But the actual thing that I'm talking about here is that oh nice, Letty wins the blitz off there. That's a good start. Like RNG in 10 can be manipulated. The reason it can be manipulated is because we know which RNGs relate to various random outcomes in the game, such as equipment drops and critical hits. And we also know what events cause those RNGs to advance. However, the RNG that dictates how Blitzball goes is mainly called RNG2, which advances, I believe, is it tied to animation cycles by enemies and characters. So it's effectively untrackable by a human. So therefore, pretty much unmanipulatable by a human. Which is why we just need to be elite gamers in order to guarantee a blitz win.
Yeah, you pretty much need to just be really good at the video game by winning the random chance of you getting the blitz off. It's just that easy.
There is a there's a another category of this game called called True RNG, which is effectively a modification to the RNG in this game, which makes it so that all the RNGs effectively roll the same way that RNG2 does, or something similarly to that, so that you can't track anything. That was what was on show at the last relay. And yeah, so that makes it so that everything else is about as untrackable as Blitzball is. But you know, we're not using that here, so it's just really Blitz, and there's a section much later in the game called the Nucleus, which has got a significant amount of randomness to it as well. It's completely untrackable.
Yes, we saw.
Now we see the other side of the coin for Team Mog, where Graf has won the blitz off. You want to immediately take it into mark mode, so Letty can tackle, then put it back into normal.
And then Keeper will definitely... Oh, it's a pass.
Off the tackle. It's a pass.
Oh, Botter coming in clutch.
Hey, there we go, Botter.
Does roll what he's supposed to, but does have the attacker on him.
Yes, and now you've got the issue that he's...
Okay, so Graf...
That's not what you want to see.
Grav does have a grace period, so he won't immediately go after Botter there. However, I assume Foxy thought that he was out of that, the range of being tackled by Grav. And Grav is in range. What's he going to do now?
It's another pass.
Oh, come on.
High roll. Not the high roll. This is the normal roll. So Letty and Datto are now going to be gracing. They're just going to swim back to their positions and not contest this. Those aren't brilliant blockers, I'm going to be honest with you here. We're going to need a crit save. 3 isn't going to be enough, and Titus misses altogether, and the Oryx are going to go down 1-0.
Avis is the most lethal goer in terms of striking.
Yeah. If one of them is going to strike, you always have better odds when firing off from the left wing.
That's pretty rough. So ideally, what we want to see is what happened to NiGhTBoX. You get the ball onto Letty. You pass it to Tidus, and then you get Tidus to pass it to Jasu, and then once you get the ball onto Jasu, you're pretty safe because he's got the fastest speed out of all of the players in the game, so he can actually just literally swim rings around them. The reason we need to pass on Tidus is Tidus starts at level 2 with 1 experience required to get to level 3. And level 3 is what we need to be able to equip his sphere shot. So we just give him that 1 pass, get that 1 experience, and then in the second phase is when we're able to then confidently go and try and score goals. Unfortunately for Foxy, Grav got the ball. Grav then decided to do the worst chain of actions that he can from a speedrunning perspective, and then things went downhill.
Yeah, so we'll get into a few things here. Team Tonberry, NiGhTBoX are now going to move into position. What we want to happen from here, when Waka will try and come into the game at 3:01. We want to score when the clock ticks over to 3:01, because that will skip the blitz off coming back up again. So we'll score as Waka comes in. The ball doesn't need to go back up. It saves, I don't know, 10-15 seconds or something like that. Also something... NiGhTBoX is going very early here, so I assume he's just playing it safe. That's probably fair, Marathon, honestly. I don't think he can time waste a 250 from this point. You would need a heroic amount of ignoring by the defenders to stay
just
there.
taking the guaranteed goal. And
yeah, so he's just taking the guaranteed goal. That's probably fair. What I thought Foxy was going to be doing for Team Mog is you can just chill at the side of the sphere, and instead of needing to pass the ball with Tidus so you have enough experience for sphere shot in the second half, you can just shoot instead, and that saves the time spent watching a block. But he's passed, like, absolute worst case you lose, like, I don't know, 2 or 3 seconds or something like that. It's fine. I'm now watching Hiroshige. It looks like he's cheered twice on Equiles and the Dark Attack as well.
Oh dear. On the Grav wins blitz off again.
Yep. Foxy Graph has won. If the Goers score again, we're suddenly in a very dire situation. The pass is really bad. So Crimson said that Graph did like the worst possible set of movements where he like goes towards the goal. I actually dislike it more when he passes. Passing to the right, I've normally found is fine, but if he passes left, then suddenly you're on the set of like some unfavorable rolls. He's going to try and shoot. If one of these misses, it could be bad. Oh, okay, well that's 1 miss. That's really bad. Oh, that's really bad. That's really, really, really bad. Keep a high roll.
Oh, my god.
Keep a high roll. Keep a high roll. He saves a 6. He's never saved a 6 in his life. Oh my god. Okay, well thank god for that. And somehow Keeper, whoever Keeper will pass to once he's got the ball is completely random. He's passed to the best possible person and not put Team Mog in jeopardy. RNG giveth and RNG taketh away. Oh, what an absolutely insane sequence.
Oh, it's a Christmas miracle.
Oh my god.
You're in dire straits of your head waiting for Keeper to dig you out. But he did it.
Yeah. Oh, okay, yeah. If you speedrun this game at any point, you know that if a shot gets to the goal at 3, your heart is in your mouth, let alone at 6. What an incredible save. Alright, so Foxy should... he's now having a little bit of trouble shaking off Avis because the formations are a little weird, but now he should be able to stay in this formation. And I can breathe a little bit.
Yeah, one of the disadvantages if Grav wins the blitz off in the first half and gets a shot and does things like that is that, technically speaking, every single blitzball player in the pool at the moment starts at the same level, which is level 1. But when, you know, as we gain levels on Tidus, so can the Goers. And if Grav levels up, he can learn certain abilities which make him better at defending in the second half. And can make him significantly scarier, but you don't know if he actually equips that ability, I believe. There's like a 50-50 as to whether or not he will equip that ability. It's not come up here, but it could do with the Waka strats.
Yeah, so we got the score back to 1-1 now. So we really want to see.
Oh no! Gee, a triple grav. Oh wait, no, never mind. We're fine.
I thought you were like in the future then.
Yeah, no. I was in CSR mode.
I was like,
what?
there's no way my stream is that delayed.
I don't know what's good. Yeah. False alarm, everybody.
No, so going back to what I was going to say, we really want to see a Letty now for Foxy. If we get another Grav, it starts to get dicey. Even if the goers don't score, if Grav burns too much time, we may not be able to get the ball to Walker in time to score a goal, and then we risk overtime. So this is definitely an important Letty to get here of the three. So we really need to pray for that Letty. And NiGhTBoX now has finished. The spawn is moving through into the Sahagins fight, so it'd be interesting to see what strat he goes with here. Depending on what his power spheres are looking like, there are two main lines he could go down. Depending on the number of crits he's going to get, so we'll see what he opts for. And it's all happening because Hiroshige is about to do the cutscene skip buffer, so we'll see if he gets that as well. Again, on Hiroshige's screen, we're looking for the skip prompt to hopefully disappear and then reappear 1 frame later, so it'll look like it just flashes on and off again. But again, if you don't see that, that doesn't mean he didn't get it, it just means he didn't get it first frame.
Okay, so we didn't see it come back up, but that's not to worry. Okay, the second sure I assume was... Nope. Does NiGhTBoX have Thunderbolt?
No, I think he's gone with the...
so he's guaranteeing...
Yeah, he's obviously not got a lot of crits, I would expect. He's guaranteeing those Tidus overkills to get his power spheres. We do see the third grab for Foxy, which is a little bit worrying, so we're going to have to see how this plays out. Is he shooting?
This shot can go in if Graf has leveled up and has 9 shot. It will get to the goal with 3.
Okay,
Keeper saves again. The ball goes to Letty,
so
you have to hold left and square.
Oh.
Yeah, so if you hold left and square there is a chance that you catch Graf whilst he's turning around. In this situation, you can either go for the tackle and hope for the best, or you can just try and pass over and hope that Graf misses. I think passing has like an ever so slightly higher chance of working. This isn't... Okay,
we really need someone to get the ball here.
Block.
Okay, that's good. He should be able to score here now then.
Yeah, Graf will now swim away. Abus will aggro, but Abus isn't a problem. Abus has 3 attacks to Jasu's 7.
Yep, he just needs to tank this tackle and then swim forward. He should be able to bait the defender and get the goal. So this should be, unless he gets something horrible like triangle formation. Oh wait, he can't anymore actually get triangle formation, so that's fine. So yeah, he should be good now.
Yeah, thankfully Abus, whilst a very lethal striker, is an unbelievably horrendously poor defender. So it's not a problem. I would say Abus is a worse defender than Keeper is goalkeeper, which is saying something. Although we can't really slate Keeper in Foxy's match. He outdid himself.
Keeper has very much come through. There is a thing you can do where, in order to skip another blitz off, you can score right at the end. So you score as the time's up transition comes up. I've gone for it twice and I've got it once.
So does that mean there's a 50% success rate on it?
Higher probably if you're better, but not worth going for in a marathon. We love the opener Oran crit from NiGhTBoX.
That's very nice. That's gonna reduce the amount of overall counters you open yourself up to. although he is getting unlucky and getting countered by everything at the moment. So up until the point when Garuda's taken 60% of its HP pool, so it's got 40% left, it's got a 30% chance to counter. After that point, it's guaranteed to counter. So ideally here, we see no counters until Auron's done his third attack, and then after Auron's third attack, you will start to see everything countered. Unfortunately, NiGhTBoX got both optional counters there with the Auron crit, so that's very unfortunate, but still will be a nice easy finish to the fight.
Yeah, because Walker had to pot, I hope that doesn't screw with NiGhTBoX's minips for extractor too much, because Walker's attacks there can matter.
So this Thunderball is going to be really nice for Foxy now. So with Thunderball and one cheer, Walker is now able to one hit each of these Sahagins, whereas normally it would be 2 hits. So what we'll see him do is now that he's cheered, he's going to haste both the characters up, and he should start absolutely blitzing through these now with both characters hasted and one hitting them. So we'll see Foxy absolutely plow through these now.
The Tidus death there is an example of why, even with manipulation, with seed manipulation, and even on a set seed that you've not had 24 hours to try and root, there is still variance in the runs. The entire thing is not on rails, so that will now change some of the things that NiGhTBoX will have to do in order to ensure correct item drops and potentially throws off his action route. Hopefully it hasn't, but the counters from Garuda are not really manipulable. So, and neither is the person that it targets, I believe. So,
I'm just going to jump in here because we missed it at the start with the first version of this. But what we're going to see NiGhTBoX do here is we'll see him press start to bring up the skip prompt at the end of this FMV. This game has a peculiar quirk where if the FMV ends and the skip prompt is up, it stores that that skip in a buffered state. So by leaving that skip up at the end of the cutscene, we'll be able to use that to again skip a FMV later that we normally can't skip. It's a variation on what was done for the Luca introduction cutscene skip.
Yeah, and also for Team Choco, we are seeing some wild things. So normally you want to kill. This is fantastic. So deliberately killing off Waka. Tidus attacked Waka first, and then Waka crit the raptor. Waka got petrified, but he needs to die, and we don't want to wait. And magic can't shatter, so he had to bring Yuna back in as soon as that. Use a spell on Waka to make sure he dies, and then kill off the element. That is hyper spicy. I love.
We're in the 8th dimension now.
Yeah, we are beyond 5-heading at this point.
I can only assume this is some setup to get the lightning weapon by forcing an extra drop.
I can only assume as well. So we either saw it on that encounter and missed it, or it will be somewhere on the way out.
Yeah, so he got a Yuna weapon, so that's obviously not anything interesting that he's looking for, but possibly that then sets up a nice drop later on, so we'll see how that plays out. And Foxy just finishing up the Garuda nice and easy. So they're both transitioning into the post-blitz ball runner's break.
Exactly. And coming up is a wonderful scene. Would you like to tell everyone about it?
No, we should actually talk about the Jano fight this time.
Oh, okay. Speak about the Jano fight and then talk about the magical scene after it. Whilst I dip out.
Yeah. So what? So he's got Yuna starting. So he needs to. Normally we would defend on Tidus and then some with Yuna, but because Yuna started, He needs to defend on everyone, then get back to Yuna's turn. We then summon Valifor, and Valifor is going to cover us for the rest of the fight. So we're going to open with that overdrive. That was the overdrive that we built on the Sinfin. So we let those Sin Scales attacks on the Sinfin build our overdrive, and we open with it here, and it handily kills those tentacles for us. So the tentacles normally stop magic being cast against Jano, but because we've now killed them, we can cast fire magic, which is what it's weak to. So again, with the overdrives, they've got long delays. So we'll see the Jano getting a bunch of attacks. We'll now. Sorry,
do we know what rank energy ray is? Just to give people. Yeah, so
it's
if a regular
almost
attack
3
is...
times as worse, isn't it? Regular attack, yeah.
Yeah, and that's how it is for a lot of overdrives. There are some overdrives in this game which I think is rank 9 or 10 even, as high as that.
Yeah. So we see 3 fires come out here. This puts Jano's health just below 1,000, and then we absolutely style on it, and we finish it off with one final energy ray, getting the overkill and sending it back where it came from. Very nice execution there from Hiroshige.
Yeah, very nice. Never to be seen again. We're never going to see that enemy model. Not ever. Although actually, in fairness, we're not going to see it for a good while. So yeah, as I was sort of saying before about the on-rails nature of Manip, there isn't really so like, I guess when you're thinking that, okay, you know which encounters you're going to get, you know what weapons you're going to get, what items you're going to get ahead of time, it's all about just executing the things in the correct order, and there's not that much decision making in the run. But it's not really true, because there are points, such as in that Garuda fight, where the randomness that you can't manipulate will materially affect the rest of the run. Like Tidus dying there, Walker having to throw that potion. You can't really predict that is going to happen. You might be able to predict if it's likely to happen or not, but things like that can come up, and outspeeds as well can happen, which can throw you off. Which means there is actually a fair amount of adjustment that needs to happen throughout the run. And it's not quite as on rails as you may think it would be. Considering all the information we got available to us, there are still things that can go awry.
And as someone who's done a lot of Manip runs, I can tell you, if you make one wrong action, you attack with someone when you're not meant to, or you use, say, an overdrive at the wrong time, it can very quickly send you into a place you don't want to be, where you're frantically trying to resolve problems that you shouldn't really have. Because to MT's point about it being on rails, it's on rails, but the second you do something that isn't part of the plan, you just immediately switch to a completely different track, and you have no idea where that track's going.
Yeah, it's kind of like, it's on rails, but you need to actively stay on that rail, and if you don't, well, unfortunately, it's on rails, so you can't just steer back onto it. It doesn't work that way. I mean, you can to an extent, but yeah.
Yeah, so there's some situations where you can get back to where you want to be. There's some situations where it's just not feasible to do that without losing an insane amount of time. So sometimes you just have to accept that you made a mistake and then do the best you can with it.
Exactly, and a few things as well that Tonberry have just gone and done. So they had a cutscene. Oren reveals what little information he kind of bothers to over the course of the run. For a man who knows a lot, he sure doesn't say as much. So we're now aware that the big scary lad is actually our dad, or our old man, After that cutscene, we went and got 2 chests, HP sphere, and a magic sphere. Those will both be useful later on. You'll then saw NiGhTBoX actually rubbed into Orin for a little bit. That's to do with an affection minigame. You don't think you can talk to Orin there because he just kind of keeps walking and doesn't acknowledge your presence, but it does give you +2 affection, which is useful for getting a smaller cutscene later on. And now we're being dragged into being a guardian. Congratulations, you're caught up with the story. And nothing more is going to happen from this point onwards, right?
So what you're saying is you need to pet Orin like a cat in order to make him like you?
Yes, I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm saying, pretty much.
I mean that's one way to say it, MT, for sure. That's definitely a way you could say that.
Yeah. So we've switched over the audio. There's no real way of avoiding this. This is an infamous scene or a famous scene, depending on your perspective on it. You're either in camp it's cringe, or in camp it's anti-cringe because it was deliberately written that way, or you're Gigabrain and you realize that while something can deliberately be written in a certain way, it's still, you know, like painful to listen to. We're going to embrace it this year. We've actually switched the music over.
Yes, we are, Chris. We are going to embrace it.
We are going to embrace it this year.
The famous whistling scene.
The famous whistling. That's the one. So, Yuna wants us to practice smiling when feeling sad.
I know it's hard.
She knows it's hard, but she wants us to do it, so we're going to kind of awkwardly smile.
I understand. I think.
We're going to kind of look like Kimari will later on.
Huh?
Come on.
He's really encouraging us to do so. And now she wants to laugh out loud, so everyone get ready to do it.
Prepare your ears.
Prepare your ears. And yeah, so there's a giggle. And hang on, I'm actually just looking at the uptime real quick. Oh, right, okay, we're actually going to have to... Sorry, guys, we're going to have to turn off the stream to get around Twitch's 48 hours. Sorry, nothing we can do about it. We're just going to have to miss this. Unlucky.
Here we go.
See you on the other side.
We'll see you on the other side. But we have to get around the 48 hours somehow. I'm sorry.